Welcome to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour 2026 edition. This is round 2. Round 1 was yesterday at Buttonwillow. Round 2 today, and we've got another round of qualifying sessions this morning, and then we are going to go racing. 7 race groups, all from the Miatas to the Wings and Things to Big Bore and more. And I am Brian Bielanski. Hey, I rhymed, Tom. Big Bore and more. I'll never do that again. Good morning, Tom.
Great day, Brian. What a start.
It has been a great day, and I won't ruin it for anyone, but if you're an Olympics fan, it's already a great day. And we're going to have a great day here at Buttonwillow, and already qualifying this morning for, this would be our production cars, E, F, and H production. And there was some good stuff in this group yesterday, Tom.
We had 3 of these classes just with barn burners of races. The E production race was great. The H production race was fantastic. We almost didn't have enough cameras to cover all the excitement. The H production battle swapped a bunch of times while we weren't even looking because B-Spec was such a good battle as well. And this format is a little bit interesting as we roll towards day 2 here. As you mentioned, it's scored as a different round essentially for Super Tour points, for runoffs, qualifications, etc. But effectively all we're watching this morning in qualifying is if anybody can put in a better lap time, because the races this afternoon, 35-minute races, are going to be gridded by your best lap time of any prior session. So these drivers already essentially have a grid. They can improve their position ever so slightly if they come out this morning swinging.
They can. Yesterday, this time, was about 33 degrees at 8 o'clock in the morning when they started practices, which is nice, as the practices times didn't count. But it's definitely colder this morning than when they qualified yesterday, and definitely colder than when they raced yesterday. So the question is going to be, well, will anybody be setting a fast lap this morning? It's 41 degrees right now. And check out our little, the monkey there at the bottom of our screen. That's Socket. Socket the monkey. And first name Socket, last name Toomey, I'm told. So, yes. So our little turn 2 mascot today. 12 minutes to go in the session. So the question, Tom, do you think there's going to be anybody setting a faster time during qualifying today?
You know, I'd be really surprised if we saw anybody who had a decent day yesterday. If they put together anything decent yesterday in either session as far as their own personal performance goes, I would be very surprised to see much significant improvement. But when you look at classes, maybe not the ones on class now, we have E, F, H production, and B-Spec. These are relatively small fields. I don't know that qualifying is going to move the needle on the weekend for a driver. If they pick up one spot, it's great bragging rights, it's motivation, etc. But when we move towards Spec Miata, Spec MX5, Spec Racer Ford, even Touring 2 late in the day when we have these bigger fields, those grids could absolutely meaningfully change this morning, even if somebody only improves, very slightly.
Already got some folks in the chat. Irvin is in the chat. Irwin's in the chat. I think I saw you yesterday. I said, where's Irwin? I'm glad you're here. Good evening in wherever you're at today. Greg Lade is organizing his race shop. That's awesome. Has us on in the background. That's a great way to watch and listen to us. Get a little work done in the garage while you're got the Super Tour on in the background. I love that. So thank you all for being here early on a Sunday morning, or early for me, later for everyone else, it seems like. Yeah, all good. It's a beautiful, cold, chilly morning. Now you see the water in the foreground here of our picture. It didn't turn out to be as big of a problem yesterday, Tom, as I thought it would be, but also nobody seemed to go way off the racetrack. It was people just barely off the racetrack, and the track drains pretty well right near the edges of the racetrack, but if you get far enough off, it is quite muddy.
Yeah, I think we only had one driver get wet. It was one of our SMX drivers who went hard left at this turn 8, which goes right, and ended up with quite a big splash. But otherwise, I was surprised to see, I'm not trackside. I'm sitting at home remote right now, how dry actually off track appeared. There was lots of dust by the end of the day flying around. Multiple cars who went off through the gravel or gravel traps were able to just kind of keep their foot in it, come right back on. So yeah, the storyline with the mud and the wood and the water off track was not nearly the detriment that we expected it to be. I'm also interested right now on track with 10 minutes to go in this qualifying session. Pretty much only B-Spec has taken to the track for much of an effort to improve. The cars are very much spread out. There could be some other cars out there I've missed, but I've seen a couple of production cars, Stephen Powers, of course, out there in the F production car. But a handful of drivers, because they have lap times from yesterday, could elect to skip this session and seem to have.
Right. Well, and the B-Spec cars are on a street-ish type tire, and the F production, E production cars are not. They're on, old school racing slicks. So with the temperatures, that kind of makes sense to me that, the B-Spec guys might think there's an opportunity to learn something here.
Right.
With their tires, considering how cold it is. So that makes a lot of sense, I guess. So we have 15-minute qualifying sessions this morning, followed by 35-minute races this afternoon. And we're actually going to get to our races before lunch today. I think we're going to get in one race before lunch today. So yesterday, all the races were after lunch. So we get to tease people. This race here will go off this morning at 10:35 this morning Pacific time. So if you're a production fan, and Mike Lawler says, good morning from Seattle. That's interesting. I thought he was here yesterday. Maybe there's more than one Mike Lawler in the world. Because I know a Mike Lawler who was actually here yesterday. Well, good morning from Seattle. I hope you have a nice cup of Joe, Seattle, the coffee capital of America. 8 minutes to go here. Sean Lovett with the fast lap, or Stephen Powers with the fast lap early on this morning, 1:58.4.
Yeah, Powers actually has improved his qualifying, or his best lap from the weekend, I should say, by about 1/10 of a second. So that's his personal best for the weekend. That's the blue Miata with the silver, the highlighter yellow that just flashed through the screen right there. If he picks up another 6/10, he could end up on the overall pole over Kurt Fritchie, who would be your current pole sitter, electing to skip this session for whatever reason. But that time was a 1:57.4. Power stands on a 1:58 flat right now. So if he can pick up a little bit more time in that F production car, we could see an F prod car lead us to the green a little bit later. I also saw Brian Lynn, I believe, out there in the 48. That's the red MG Midget. Ooh, big moves from Sean Lovett, though, pushing the E30 hard. That car's been sideways twice in the last lap. Productively sideways, I should say. We also are going to have a new pole sitter right now in B-Spec. Trenton Kramer has picked up. It's going to be, by the time all is said and done, nearly 1.5 seconds to the good on the pole over yesterday's fastest time in B-Spec. Joseph Gersh at a 2:12.4. Kramer just turned in a 2:10.8, and we saw that Mini had a ton of pace yesterday, but wasn't able to race his way out of anything. Ended up coming home in the second position, just behind Joseph Gersh. But now, I mean, that car, that Mini in B-Spec, showing a huge dominance in pace right now. That car's just exiting turn 4 all the way out to the dirt, into the dirt, in fact.
Do a little rallycross action here. The other way we've had a lot of rain here, Tom, is that if you look at the grass, it's actually green.
Yeah.
Usually the grass looks a lot more like the grass on the left here next to that wall, that brownish color. But a lot more of the grass around here you'll see on our cameras is just this beautiful lush green. And we had 2 years ago, we had so much rain. I'd never seen green grass at Buttonwillow.
Right.
Wow, look at that. There's actually, and at some points you don't even realize there's grass there. It just becomes brown and it looks like the dirt.
Right.
But
yeah, as an East Coaster, I always, my impression of Laguna Seca and Sonoma was both that they're in the desert, it's dusty, that there's no green. And the first time I saw either or both in the winter seasons when it's rained and it's bright green in both of them, it really threw me off. I didn't even know what track I was looking at.
Yeah. No. This is turn 8. We found out if you go to camera right there, off camera, off in the distance, right if you look at those trees out there, if you get far enough track, there's a lot of water there. We saw that was the one car we saw go through the splashdown yesterday, was way out there. So, but it was an impressive enough splashdown that we saw it from that camera angle. So definitely 5.5 to go here, a little less than 5.5. Let's take our first break of the day, and then when we come back, we'll get the final qualifying numbers for this session. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Live at Buttonwillow, just under 3 minutes to go in this qualifying session, and it doesn't look like very many cars are besting yesterday's time, Tom, except for Trenton Kramer, who just went low again with a 2:09.3, which I think, as you said, is going to give him the pole for that class when we get to race time today.
It should, by a pretty good margin. Joseph Gersh and Ali Naimi also improved their best times from the weekend, just slightly. I don't think the qualifying grid order will shift because of it, but both improved to the 211s there in B-Spec. They were in the 212s for both sessions yesterday. And Brian, that bodes well for everybody else who they maybe don't have high hopes for this morning's session or even are considering skipping it. I don't know why you'd consider skipping it. I want to drive, so you should. But either way, the opportunity to go faster than yesterday's qualifying and at least match yesterday's race time seems to be there.
Yeah.
Stephen Powers did improve his time by the 10th. We talked about that. That will leave that car second place on the overall grid out of F production, the top car. The other car we hope for and send good energy to for a little bit better day is Daniel Snow in the F production class.
Yes.
Car number 1, the Fiat X19, had a blistering start from the back of the grid yesterday, but only survived, I think, 2, maybe even 1 scored lap. And that car is back out in qualifying today, having completed a handful of laps. Hopefully that car stays running because it was bringing the fight to Stephen Powers.
Right.
At least in the early stages of yesterday's race when the field was all packed up.
The other benefit to going out on a Sunday morning like this is because many drivers will choose not to, you might get your best chance to open track, especially in some of our more largely subscribed race groups. Qualifying with 35 cars on a track that's, not the longest track out there can get really, really busy. So you're going to have an opportunity probably today to have more open track time to set a good time.
Right. The other thing is we saw the weather shift so extreme yesterday. It appears to me it's warmer today this morning, I assume, right?
Slightly, yeah.
Slightly. So
about 8-9 degrees warmer this morning.
Yeah, meaningfully enough, especially in Spec Racer Ford, it stood out to me that some cars that excelled in qualifying really slipped back in the race, or other cars that didn't qualify as well raced forward. And it seemed to be just a raw pace thing. It wasn't a circumstantial type thing.
Sure.
Specifically, Mike Miserandino comes to mind, but there was enough temperature switch in morning to afternoon yesterday. I wonder if there could be some setup work overnight and just go out and kind of optimize for the warmer temps today rather than the cool.
Right.
Could be reaching for straws there, but I think there's something to it.
Yeah, there is. The problem is, though, if you've changed it to optimize for the warmer temps and then you go out this morning, you might think you did it wrong because you're not going to get those temps this morning.
Sure.
So you might freak yourself out going, oh, my God, we made a big mistake. And then you get it in your head, and then you realize when you get to the race, actually, you made the right changes. So that would be scary to me to be double second-guessing myself There's our checkered flag. By going out now on a car that's been more optimized for 15 degrees warmer to go out today, my little pea brain would go, oh my God, what's going on?
Sure. Well, and it could be just a simple tire pressure miss. The spec racers that seemed to struggle yesterday all looked loose. So I don't know if the track temp came up and the cars went loose. Again, maybe reaching too much into a specific example there, but just simple switches, simple things to keep track of to improve today's performance.
Right. All right, checkered flag is in the air. Looking at the numbers here, it looks like to me that Trenton Kramer is really the only car that bested his time from yesterday. And it's so much that he should be on the front row of the B-Spec class. So everyone else looks to be pretty much. And then Daniel Snow, actually, because I don't think he set a time in qualifying.
Correct.
Let me go back and look. And then he was only out for a couple laps during the race, so that might be a good lap for him to get up leaderboard in F production. But I think those are the two drivers who really are going to benefit from being in this qualifying session. So, and also for Daniel Snow, the peace of mind after not getting any laps in yesterday or having a broken car, that he got 6 good laps in this morning and the car was held together. So always something to be said for peace of mind. So, all right, let's go through this order for today. Our B-Spec cars, your fast car, Trenton Kramer with a 209.353. Then Joe Gersh and Ali Naimi in the Mazda 2 there. Our second and third, Tom Lepper and Tim Linwood, fourth and fifth. In E-Production, Sean Lovett, your fast car this morning with a 2-minute .712. And he was 4 seconds faster than William Robinson, who was out in his Porsche Boxster. Then we're going to move down to F-Production. Stephen Powers, the fast car this morning with a 156.084. And 156 or 158? 156, yep. And then a 203.133, Daniel Snow out there in his Fiat. And then H Production, which put on a really good show yesterday. Only one car went out this morning. That was Brian Lynn, and he hit a 206.307. So that's going to do it for our qualifying this morning. And this group will take a quick break. We come back, we'll have Group 2 qualifying. Spec Miata, Spec MX5. Stay with us, everyone.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a Time Attack Challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know, people are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
Back live to weaving Miatas down one of the two back straights here at Buttonwillow, the circuit. Second qualifying session is underway this morning. These are our Spec Miatas and MX5, Spec MX5 cars, and it was. Have I lost them? There we go. We're having some internet connectivity stuff going on, so if you lose me, that's what's happening. Anyway, Mazda's out here this morning. Everybody looking good. Great races yesterday, Tom.
Both of them were fantastic, and they were cut a little bit short from a couple of cars stranded here and there. In fact, it was an off-track issue that caused us to have to go full course yellow. Details don't matter too much about that one, but either way, both of these drivers going to be, or both these classes, the drivers in which are going to be looking for a good, clean, full-length race, because both classes had some shuffling right before the full course caution came out that ended the race, which resulted in Christian Hoagland actually taking the win in SMX, and then in the Spec Miata race, we had three cars duking it out. Tyler Vance ended up taking the win over Wyatt Couch and Nick Leveroni, but each of those cars led race laps. Each of those cars is quick enough to challenge for the victory today, I should say. The big question is whether this will move the needle on the grids at all. I have both grids up for fastest laps. Your single fastest lap from any session counts, so I'm going to do my best to keep track if anybody makes some moves. But also, Brian, with one set of tires allotted for every car this weekend, do you play some strategy? Do you look at your lap time from yesterday and think you're happy with it and save a heat cycle?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and as you mentioned yesterday, the Hoosiers tend to be heat cycle dependent more so than number of laps per tire dependent. So saving a heat cycle would make a lot of sense. We saw a lot of cars do a couple of laps, feel good about it, and pull in yesterday, but you suggested that once you put the heat cycle on it, kind of the damage is done.
Yeah, to an extent. And when I say that, we're talking tenths. We're talking literally the difference between maybe the driver that wants to win the national championship putting a set of stickers on or playing these types of games. It's not something that everyone has to consider, nor should.
Got it.
But it is still a factor, and I'm doing a little scroll through. Most drivers in Spec Miata seem to be on track. SMX is looking pretty lightly subscribed, Brian, I think.
Got it.
Only about 6, 7 of them, I think, on track. Oops. Oh, my God. I didn't mean to do that. 7 or 8 of them.
Yeah, if you go to the SCCA live timing, you can actually sort by class. So that's an easy way to look at one particular class. And you're right. Right now, 9 SMX cars out of the 15 have put a wheel on the racetrack this morning. That's just a little more than half the field there. So yeah, definitely. There's definitely some strategery going on. Now we're on board with Ryan Gutile in his Spec MX5 car. Got a little glare coming in this direction through the windshield this morning. Did that car go really wide, or was that car's coming out of the pits? Okay.
Yeah, like, tricky there.
That is not the optimal line through turn 1.
So check this out. Lincoln Larson, car number 12 in SMX, just put in a 156.73.
Okay.
The pole for right now in the class is going to be based on yesterday's qualifying time. Jared Korth did a 56.72, but that moves Lincoln Larson onto the front row in front of William Wallace, and Larson is the driver that had the splash yesterday. It spun off driver's left at turn 8. That car is going to be looking for redemption no matter what. Started 3rd yesterday and will now start 2nd as far as the session runs now.
Definitely. I don't want to have to have been the guy to clean that car after that splashdown yesterday.
At least they have hard tops. At least they.
That's true. That's true. At least the interior probably didn't need to get cleaned. So, Joey Andrews has got the fast time through the speed trap this morning.
Yep.
Although I'm not sure the speed trap numbers are accurate. We talked about that yesterday. Emmy Kissick running well this morning.
Yeah.
She's just put down a 157.0. So that will probably move her up a little bit.
It's going to be 4th in the overall running.
Fantastic.
So onto the second row for Emmy Kissick. That bumps Joey Andrews and Ryan Gutiel and Christian Hoagland. Actually, all of them knocked down by Emmy Kissick just there.
Great. Good for her. So it looks like there is some time to be made on this racetrack this morning. We wondered whether that was going to be the case with the cold temperatures, but these cars are on more of a street-ish tire as their spec tire. It's not a street tire at all, but it is a DOT-rated tire, but not intended for the street. But it gives them maybe a little advantage when the weather gets a little colder like this.
Brian, we're going to have a new pole sitter in Spec Miata as well. Ryan Busk, who had an incredible charge yesterday, the car with the flames.
Right.
So obviously, it was the fastest, but he didn't get a qualifying time in, had to race from the back, and ended up in the battle for the lead towards the very end of the race before that full course came out. He finished 4th yesterday and will now start on pole with a time this morning of 2:01.7. The fastest time in Spec Miata prior to that was a 2:02.6 from Nick Leveroni, so it's nearly a second of gain. And in fact, as he crosses the line just now, picks up another half a second. Ryan Busk is flying. There he is in the white with the blue accents.
Yeah. Lot of cars trying to put down good laps this morning here. Our top 5 in SMX right now: Lincoln Larson, Emmy Kissick, Christian Hoagland, Joey Andrews, and Ryan Gutiel. Looking at the top 5 in Spec Miata this morning, we've got Ryan Busk, William Rasmussen, Tyler Vance, Wyatt Couch, and Nick Leveroni.
Lincoln Larson goes to the overall pole in top of SMX with a 156.5, bumping Jared Korth off of the provisional pole. Christian Hoagland also improves his yesterday time. He was in the 58s yesterday, goes to a 157.2, which will actually move him up just behind Emmy Kissick, up to 5th now overall, in front of Joey Andrews, in front of Ryan Gutiel.
And let's keep an eye on Emmy Kissick. She just put down a purple sector one time, so she is on a flyer as well. So she might be able to put one down here this morning too.
Got another mover and shaker in Spec Miata. William Rasmussen drops into the 201s, as does Tyler Vance, but we're going to have an entirely new front row based on this qualifying session for Spec Miata. Ryan Busk is your overall pole sitter currently from today's session. William Rasmussen about a half second back.
Got it. Let's take a break. We're about under 7 minutes to go, under halfway in this session. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll have all the rest of this qualifying for Spec Miata, Spec MX5.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back at Buttonwillow, the circuit for Sunday morning qualifying. Spec Miata, Spec MX5. The blue car coming at us right now, that's Nick Leveroni. He is in our Spec Miata class. Always one of our perennial front runners here. In the first part of this session, we found our new pole sitter for our afternoon race, Lincoln Larson right now with a 156.503, which is a full half a second, ahead of Emmy Kissick, who has got our second fastest time, which was a 157.010. Does that put her on the outside of pole?
Not quite. Both Jared Korth and William Wallace had 56s yesterday, it's going to be Larson, Korth, Wallace, Kissick, Hoagland will be Spec MX5, SMX, and then Ryan Busk and William Rasmussen both improving today, as well as Tyler Vance, but that's going to be your new top three. White Couch also improving nicely, was fifth on the grid in Spec Miata yesterday. We'll go all the way up to, double check this, fourth. Just over Nick Leveroni, who has yet to realize any improvements today.
Yep, using it probably more of a shakedown session to make sure all the stuff is doing what it's supposed to do this morning. He is out of Mendon, Massachusetts, making the long tow across the country to get this early Super Tour in.
Brian, there is still a lot of green sectors in Spec Miata right now. We mentioned not a lot of Spec MX5s. There are more and more Spec MX5s taking to the track, and a couple of them are turning in personal best and session best sectors, green and purple sectors. But everybody everywhere in Spec Miata has green sectors right now. This could be a pretty transformative lap.
Definitely. Well, this is the last of probably 2 laps to go in this session, so they don't have much time to put one down if they're going for it now. So I also have to wonder if some of these cars have found their dance partners and they're getting a draft together too, which will be helpful. We have learned over the last couple years that the new having a teammate for qualifying especially has become really important in Spec Miata.
Yeah, given the calendar of tracks we've hit over the last closing in on a decade now, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Virginia International Raceway, Road America, and now looking forward to Road Atlanta. All of those tracks are so draft dependent in lower horsepower cars that you really have to have some coordination, some choreography, and a game plan for maybe plans A, B, and C for classes like Spec Miata, SMX, B-Spec, and even moving towards Spec Racer Ford, Formula V.
Right. Probably not as big of a deal here on this shorter, twistier track, but definitely is on those bigger tracks. It certainly helps out. 1:18 to go here. A lot of green, but I don't see many position changes in Spec Miata, so I think everybody is going a little bit faster, and it's not changing a ton.
Yep. Christian Hoagland did just improve. Oh, we mentioned that he would slot into 5th. That was actually a couple laps ago, as he only completed 3 laps this morning, yesterday's race winner. And you're right, everybody was green in sectors 1 and 2. And when I say everyone, I mean it was literally 80-90% of the Spec Miata field, but hardly any of them improved in sector 3. And there was not much shuffling. Cooper Hicks improved, is 8th in class today. Was well down. What class number is that? That is at least 10th yesterday.
Yeah, and looking back at the Spec MX5 cars, our new pole sitter, he put in 2 laps and parked it. Emmy Kissick, who's second in this session, put in 3 laps and parked it. So looks like they're all trying to do the tire conservation thing and get what they get and then get off the racetrack and call it a day and be ready for the race. White flag in the air for all these cars, so they're starting. Oh, is that a checkered flag? Checkered flag. Say, why would there be a white flag for a qualifying session? Because there isn't. Checkered flag is in the air, so anybody who's on a lap now can get to finish it. But I don't see any active. Well, there's a Adrian Comstock. No, he's off the track already. So I don't think there's anybody who's going to make a better time in Spec MX5. Taking a look at Spec Miata right now. William Rasmussen has put down a purple or green sector 1, but that's not going to be enough. Alex Pollard's got a couple of green sectors here. We'll see if that comes up with anything, but he's pretty well off the pace. I think we're pretty well set, Tom. Let's go through our qualifying top 5 in each class here before we say goodbye for this session. Ryan Busk, your fast car in Spec Miata, with William Rasmussen, Tyler Vance in second and third. And my computer, there we go. And then we've got Wyatt Couch and Nick Leveroni. That's your top 5 in Spec Miata. Spec MX5, Lincoln Larson's going to be your new pole sitter with a 156.503. And then Emmy Kissick laid down a 157.010 to move herself up to what we think will be 4th place on the grid this afternoon. And then 3rd through 5th, Christian Hoagland, Joey Andrews, and Gavin Wardle. And I saw the Wardle family at dinner last night, and I told them, I said, every time I see Wardle, I want to do the New York Times word game. So anyway, all good here. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have more qualifying group. 3 is up next, Formula F and Formula V. We'll be back.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Back here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park at the circuit, and we are into our third qualifying session. We're clipping right along this morning, Tom. Formula F, Formula V on the track. These are cars with little tiny skinny slick tires that don't love cold weather.
But so far, we've seen the track actually has a lot to give this morning.
Yeah.
And I mean, Formula V had one of the strangest races I've seen in a while yesterday. We had a lot of self-spins. We had a lot of just kind of simple miscommunications between drivers that ended up with 4 out of the 7 cars having spins or clunks or incidents or whatever you want to call it throughout yesterday's race. So this is going to be interesting to watch as Formula V unfolds. It ended up being Gavin Sweeney, who spun early in the race, drove back through the field to take the win, but then Blake Tatum and Mark Edwards were the second and third podium finishers. The faster cars, though, were Mace German and Marjorie Lundberg, in 4th and 5th, because they both had spins as well. So it'll be interesting to see Formula V who can kind of put the actual race together. We also have the Formula Fs out there, Edward Erlinson and Johnny Crean, who had probably a bit of heartbreak yesterday as his Formula F, we understand, wouldn't restart on the grid. And ended up not completing more than 3 laps.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting you say that because, you know, these cars, drivers are hypersensitive to wheel-to-wheel contact because that can end really poorly. I can't remember a day where I've seen 2 wheel-to-wheel contacts in a Formula V ever. And we had 2 yesterday. So it was really an odd, maybe early season, you know, want to get the cobwebs out kind of things. But it was a very interesting day. Let's see if we can get a cleaner run today from these cars.
Looking for 202s out of Formula V.
Okay.
204s and 205s will maybe indicate some improvements for individuals. And then a 1 minute 53 will be your pole currently in Formula F for Ed Erlinson. All the drivers running pretty close quarters in the first sector right now.
Yep, the Formula Fs have a combination of, and I don't know which motors these 2 Formula Fs have, but the 2 options are the original 1600cc Cortina Ford motors. That would be in the Formula F if it's got the Ford in it. And if they're Honda-clad Formula Fs, they'll have the 1.5-liter Honda Fit motor in it. So that's why the change from Formula Ford to Formula F. Formula V, not much change there in probably 50, 60 years. It's still the 1200cc Volkswagen Beetle motor, air-cooled, the H-beam front suspension right off of a Beetle. Take your Beetle apart, make yourself a Formula V kind of situation. Rear suspensions have changed over the years, a couple different variations of that, but those cars pretty much the same spec for, you know, since the 1960s.
Remember a couple of years ago on his grid walk for the broadcast at the runoffs, Hayward Wagner was pointing out some of the just very, very small, slight carbon or inserts that drivers were adding to their cars around the brake ducts, around the suspension components, just trying to ever so slightly increase their aerodynamic prowess. Especially we were at, I believe, Road America for the first time in a while that year.
Right.
And it was fascinating because you're right. They don't get to do much, but that makes you think even harder and get even more creative with the little things that you can do.
Yeah, the only real big change to that class, the Formula V class, in the last, I don't know how long, is that they've now approved disc brakes for Formula Vs. They had the old Volkswagen drum brakes for ever and ever and ever, and parts became somewhat problematic, so they approved an aftermarket disc brake system for these. And even some of the old school drivers, though, didn't want to go to it because the way they adjust those drum brakes for lack of friction, because rolling resistance is huge on these cars, a lot of them still decide to go, but most of them now, just because it's a whole lot easier and a lot less maintenance between sessions, have switched to that those disc brakes.
Marjorie Lundberg turns in the fastest time so far in Formula V and also her personal best time of the weekend at a 2:04.6. It will leave her starting in the 3rd position for this afternoon's race. Currently, Gavin Sweeney still has the fastest time after yesterday's qualifying. These drivers they look like they're racing. They're all 4 nose to tail, following each other, maybe getting a little sniff of draft, or if nothing else, you know, you get a bit of motivation to stick with the group. If everyone's running quicker and quicker, especially with Gavin Sweeney being the benchmark, it's the yellow car at the front. Got a ton of pressure from Blake Tatum, who started to dig deep yesterday in the race.
Right.
And that's the silver car, second in line. Then we've got Lundberg and German also in this train.
Yeah, Marjorie's always one of the fast cars when the Formula V show up on the West Coast. She had some, I think, braking issues yesterday because she spun twice. Once, I believe, in qualifying and once in the race, and which is very, very unlike her, which makes me think it was some sort of a braking mechanical problem. But it seems like right now she's got it all put back together and running well.
Yeah, she was in good company too, because I mentioned, I think 4 different drivers spun yesterday. So there was something in the water in the V paddock that the Vs were not happy with.
Definitely. The 14 cars went off, except I don't see a 14 car on my rundown. 14 yellow off. Do you see a 14 car? I don't see a 14 car.
I don't. Mark Edwards is 7-4 yellow.
Oh, so amended the number, 74 yellow. Okay. They just updated the race log. So Mark Edwards had an off and on in turn 1 a lap ago. Mark Edwards probably has the oldest Formula V in the field, the Glamdring. We're going to have a worker break at the end of this session, and we'll get back to some more qualifying this morning.
Learned from the YouTube chat that Ed Erlinson, our top Formula F, is running the Honda motor, and Johnny Crean is running the venerable Ford Kent motor. So we have one of each.
There we go. The one thing I've heard about the Honda Fit motors is they're very much set it and forget it type situation. They're very reliable. You get them in, you get the tune, and you get to go with it. So the conversion to Honda is over $20,000, I'm told. It looks like from our chat. But I don't think you have to rebuild those cars like you have to rebuild the Ford motors over and over and over again. So. All right, coming up on 7 minutes and 50 seconds to go here. Let's take our break. We come back, the rest of qualifying for this group, and then we also have a couple more qualifying sessions after a worker break. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Live at the circuit at Buttonwillow. Oh, wait, it says finishing. They didn't call it early, did they? No. I think we've got a little hiccup from our timing and sorting system relay. But anyway, we've got about 5 minutes left in the session here, according to the live timing screen. Ed Erlinson, our fast Formula F car right now, with his fast lap is a 1:55.900. And then second fastest in Formula F is our other Formula F car, a 1:56.401. That's Johnny Crean out of Kamalua, Hawaii. Now the top car in Formula V in this session, Marjorie Lundberg, in her Caracal C1 is a 2:04.689. Mace German, Gavin Sweeney, Blake Tatum, they round out the top 4 in Formula V. Times from this session combined with the race times yesterday and the qualifying times yesterday will make up the decision making as to who starts where in today's race, Tom. And it looks like not a ton of changes. Marjorie Lundberg might jump up a few spots.
Yeah, we could have convinced everyone that this race or this session was a race for Formula V based on those 4 cars running in such close quarters. They've been swapping positions. Right now, it's actually Mace German in the red leading that little pack, but the quickest of the cars on track still is Marjorie Lundberg in the 3rd now in the train. We lost Blake Tatum to the pit lane that time through. Also interesting, looking at Formula F, yesterday was about 3 seconds spreading Ed Erlinson and Johnny Crean. Today it's 6/10.
Right.
And Erlinson is a little bit slower. Crean is much closer to his personal best. So that's interesting. We'll see if that continues towards the race. Gavin Sweeney with a little bit of a ride coming out of 3.
Exactly. Now, I will tell you, with the Formula Vs, you don't need long straights to benefit from the draft. The draft is really, really strong in the Formula Vs. So the fact that they're trying to stick together to turn in good times here makes perfect sense. Spent a little bit of time in these cars in real life and a lot of bit of time in these cars on the sim, and the draft is very, very prominent in the Formula Vs. So I know that because when I've lost the draft and they've driven away from me often,
right?
Feeling. It is just not a good feeling. So
you see that number on the relative get over the threshold, and you know, oh no, I don't have the draft anymore.
I get PTSD just thinking about it, Tom. Here we go. 3 minutes to go here as our Formula Vs, I think, are now pretty much decided they've gotten what they're gonna get here. Especially now with those 3 cars breaking up just a little bit. And
meanwhile, though, Johnny Crean goes to the top of the session.
Wow.
Fastest by 4/10 over Ed Erlinson. This could be getting interesting for this afternoon's race. We just saw Ed Erlinson's car in turn 3. He had a little twitch on entry. We keep watching this car's body language and see if there's any other signs that it's unhappy, but he is pretty well off his pace from yesterday by about 2.5 seconds, excuse me. He's well off his best qualifying time from yesterday's morning session.
I believe that is Johnny Crean, who we just saw coming through our screen there. So he has definitely found some pace today. Yep, that is Johnny Crean right there. That purplish maroon, it's kind of got a metal flake paint job on it. When you look at it up close, it's really kind of a cool paint job. Brandywine might be the better color name for that. Minute 30 to go here, still ahead. We're going to have a short worker break, and then after that, another huge race group. Now, we don't know how many are going to come out and see us this morning, but the Spec Racer Ford 3 had 25 plus cars yesterday, and we didn't lose any in the race, so they'll all be out racing this afternoon, my guess is, but whether they all come and qualify will be the big question. I'm wondering, though, now, have people been watching the times this morning and say, wait, I got to go out now because we're seeing good times being put down? If they're smart, they're paying attention to what's going on.
Exactly. I was going to say, depends on the kind of day they had yesterday. If they've already clocked out from this session this morning, yeah, maybe not. Worst case scenario, you're still on the drive from the hotel. You're going to miss your session and you see everyone else is going quicker. But it's been a little hit or miss. No one's quicker in this session, but we had a whole bunch of people shuffling around in Spec Miata, Spec MX5 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I would suggest the Spec MX5, Spec Miata tires are more like the Spec Racer Ford tires than these guys on the slicks. So it makes more sense to me that those classes are turning some better times and these classes are not, because just the cold temperatures on these. And the Formula V slicks are really, even the soft compound, still pretty hard compound. The Fords are a little softer compound, so they might take to the colder weather just slightly better, but not a whole lot. All right, our checkered flag is in the air. We'll see some cars going in. And Gavin Sweeney, the first to take that checkered flag. And Here comes, that's Mark Edwards coming through in the 74 car. That may be the only Formula V in the field I could fit into, Tom.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The older they are, the wider they are. There's your pro tip. If you want to, if you're an adult-sized driver and you want to race Formula V, go for the older cars.
There you go.
Yeah, I had a D13 that was just wide enough for me to fit into. And yeah, we're getting everybody wrapped here. There is Johnny Crane coming through, 8 for the final time. I think he'll probably go into pit lane. He certainly looks like he's on a cool down pace coming through turn 8 here. All right, let's go through the running order right now. In this particular session, Johnny Crane was your fast car with a 157.247. Ed Erlinson, second fastest with a 155.725. Marjorie Lundberg is your fast Formula V in this session with a 204.579, followed by Gavin Sweeney, Mace German, Blake Tayton, and Mark Edwards. Don Manthe and Ron Chuck did not turn a wheel in this qualifying session. Let's take a break. We'll be back probably in about 10 minutes after this worker break for Group 4, Spec Racer Ford. Next up here, you're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We'll be back.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I'll wake up.
My name's Pat Prevenus.
Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years.
I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing.
Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot.
There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since.
This is the best seat in the house. Yeah, I was picking it up at the coffee shop.
All right, we are back live after our little break here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Wow, there's a wascally wabbit out there. Buttonwillow Raceway Park. The circuit at Buttonwillow. Spec Racer Ford 3 going out right now. And a good number of our 25 cars looks like they've decided to go out and try to put down a fast lap this morning.
I would, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, especially if I've been paying attention to what's happened in the classes before me that have gone out. I absolutely would try to put down a time this morning, unless I was already way up at the pointy end. But even then, I think the pole might be in jeopardy this morning.
Absolutely. These cars rolling out in order of fast lap for this session. That's how they were gridded. So the order you see them rolling, more or less right now, maybe not towards the back half as they're shuffling already, but Mike Miserandino did have your provisional pole, or did have your overall pole, yesterday. Currently still has the fastest lap of the weekend, just in front of Caleb Schrader, Asad Nikardumbev, John Black, Michael Newmeyer. That was your top 5 in lap times. I don't see anybody in the top competitive positions that went quicker in the race, as they were all battling it out. So it's kind of a clean reset if you can get a little bit quicker today. But most of these drivers will have something to sort of lean back on. The top time, 151.7. So if we see low 151s, things are going to shuffle.
Yep, definitely. So, and with these cars and with these temperatures, warmed up a little bit now. I was just outside and checking things out, and it's still crisp. It's up to 50 degrees now, though. So we've gained about 12 degrees since the first qualifying session here a couple of hour and a half ago. So,
would you like a weather update from Ohio?
I'd love one. How is it in Ohio?
It's snowing.
Awesome.
What the heck? I went outside as well, and it's snowing.
Wow.
So you guys are winning out there at Buttonwillow. I'm jealous. Green flag is out, though. These drivers on the brakes for turn 1 for the first time. It's a 15-minute session. We'll get maybe 7 laps if you're really, really hauling.
Right. The first car out is the 11 car. That is multiple national champion. And then the cars behind him were Caleb Schrader and John Black. So it'll be, those are the guys who were at the pointy end yesterday, and I'm sure they're trying to hold on to those positions.
Caleb Schrader took a pretty dominant win yesterday, pretty far up the road as far as Spec Racer Ford goes. Asad Nikardumbev was second, John Black third. Miserandino, despite starting on the pole, slipped to fourth. Then Robert Edmondson raced up to the 5th position. Michael Newmeyer, having qualified in the 5th position, slipped back quite a bit. So that number 9 car is going to be looking for a better race performance today. I have both results up from race and qualifying. I'll do my best as we get lap times to see who does what, especially towards the second half of the top 10 and even outside of the top 10, because those are going to be really, really critical track positions once the green flag comes out.
Right. The first 3 positions were faster in qualifying than the race. So our bogey time that they're all shooting for this morning is a 151, low 151.7. Tom mentioned that earlier. So those are what we're looking for. Caleb Black is our reigning national champion in this class, or Caleb Schrader, our reigning national champion in this session. The faux pas, Caleb Schrader and John Black are teammates. John Black, the mentor. Oh, look at that car get a little squirrely under braking going into 1.
Yeah.
But John Black, the teacher, and now he's watching his student go to greatness here in this class. Should start seeing our first lap times pop up on the charts here.
First lap was quick. The top car is Asad Nikardumbev in the number 144. It's a 152.2. Remember, we need to be in the 151s, but for that to be the very first flying lap for our cars to already be in the low 152s, this bodes well, I think, as everyone is already on a faster Sector 1. Fastest Sector 1 so far, though, John Black, who had the fastest race lap yesterday in the number 17 car. That's the blue with slight red highlights, 4th in the line.
Yep. Schrader's first lap, just a blink of an eye slower, or 0.015 slower. So, yeah, I think there's some times to be had out here, Tom.
Everybody looking very uniform coming through 5, 6 down into 7. Was that a campfire in the background? Caught me for a second.
It could be. It's cold enough to be wanting to do a campfire this morning, no question.
Yeah. Fastest second sector goes to Nick Ardumbev. It's your quickest car this morning. That's the dark gray and green. About third in the line, but there's a car. Was that a lapped car maybe coming up already? No, it's just that Miserandino, Schrader, and Nick Ardumbev are all stacked up coming into the front straightaway for this first time. Did they get held up potentially?
All right, here they come across the line for their second lap. We'll see those. Oh, and there we go. We have a new pole sitter. Esad Nikodambev going with a 151.640 right to the top of the speed charts, and he will put Mike Miserandino out of that pole slot at the moment. Still 8.5 minutes to go in the session, so lots can change, but your new provisional pole sitter is the number 144 car.
Great effort there. That was including that little stack up we caught in the final corner, so it might not have hurt him too much. Or maybe it did. Maybe he's got even more in it. Caleb Schrader, second quickest. The only other car in the 151s, but it's about a 10th slower than his time from yesterday's qualifying session. Miserandino was still third quickest. But look at those two, Schrader and Nick Ardumbev. The top two cars on the track right now are pulling away from Miserandino. They're driving away.
Schrader is the lead car now, so he's giving the 144 car a tow. And then you've got Miserandino and Black, which it could look like a race here, but if Black and Miserandino can hook up and work together, that's going to be really important here for those two cars.
Michael Newmeyer improved his best lap from yesterday by a 10th. I don't think it's going to change his starting position. Rob Peelsticker also improving by 4 tenths. That might actually move Peelsticker up into the third row alongside Michael Newmeyer.
Schrader has gone purple in Sector 1 and purple in Sector 2. If he can hold it together here, he's probably going to end up with the new provisional pole as they cross the finish line here.
Yeah.
He's getting that big push from the 144 car, the current provisional pole sitter. They'll be coming across the line here in just a second.
What's he got?
And waiting for it. And there we go. Oh, wow. A whole half a second faster with a 151.105 will move Schrader now to the top slot.
And Nick Ardumbev only 84 thousandths of a second behind. Ooh. Those two, I don't think they were working together, quote unquote, but they're working off of each other for sure. Exactly. And they're going to be dominantly on the front row. The red car, the number 99 there in turn 3. Your new provisional pole sitter over the dark gray and green, Nick Ardumbev. Miserandino a little bit quicker on his lap. Let's hear some tire squeal. Maybe no, it didn't. Miserandino not able to improve. Robert Edmondson, though, does improve. He was 6th yesterday on the grid, now goes to 4th provisionally overall in this session, and that'll jump over John Black on the grid right now. It'll jump over Michael Newmeyer as well. That could be up into the top 3 rows for Edmondson.
Nick Ardumbev with personal best in first sector, but not quite as good in the second sector. Miserandino with 2 green sectors as well, so he's got a good lap going, but still not purple sectors, so I don't think he's going to improve enough. He is a 1.2 seconds slower than the front 2 cars right now on the time chart, so he's going to have to really get some corners together and string a good group of corners together to be able to get back up to that pole position here. There's Miserandino in the 11 car coming onto the front straight here in just a second, so we'll see how good this lap is for the 11 car. He's probably in his best lap of this race.
Interesting.
140. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, interesting that Schrader dropped back behind Miserandino to get out of the proximity of Esad Nikodambev, but go ahead.
Yeah, Miserandino did drop his best lap. He's now into the 151 with a 151.9, so he should retain his at least 3rd place on the grid at the moment. Again, 4.5 minutes to go. We need to take a quick break here. We come back, we'll have the last qualifying times for this race group right after this. Come on back in a few minutes, folks.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
All right, back live at Buttonwillow. Nothing has changed during our break. Still our top three, Schrader, Nicomandaev, and Mizerandino. Your top three, John Black was fourth right now. Black now into the 151.9s also. So that's probably going to be our front two rows, right, Tom?
I would think so. At this point, it's kind of ironic. Everybody has improved, and they've ended up in the same positions except for Schrader and Nicomandaev. They've both picked up one spot. Mizerandino is the loser in that situation. He lost to both of them, so he'll start from first to third now. But Black, Newmeyer, Edmondson, Peelsticker, Fogg also all improving in today's session. Quite a bit. Steve Fogg is the next car to actually move up positions on the grid. Started 9th yesterday. Will likely start 8th now, jumping in front of EJ Abed.
Yeah, I would typically say starting in the second row in a Spec Racer Ford race isn't a huge problem or a huge detriment. But the way Caleb Schrader drove away yesterday, if you had any chance to slow him down for a lap or two, it'd be a good thing. So I'm not quite certain it is as little of a disadvantage as it normally would be in a Spec Racer Ford race.
Right, and the start is, I mean, it's obviously always critical, but with this long front straightaway, the green comes out relatively early because of where the start-finish line is.
Right.
You don't necessarily want the inside for turn one because of how wide the exit is. You can make the outside work, and it was, I think, that scenario that cost Mizerandino the first couple of positions yesterday.
There's a car slowing. I think that's the 27 car or the 22 car. So it's either Robert Edmondson or AJ Abed.
No, it was Mizerandino just getting out of the way of John Black. I think that 11 car there. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting that he'd get out of the way, unless he wants to follow a little bit. That's possible.
Let's keep an eye on the 144. Nicomandaev has found himself right behind Caleb Schrader once again in his purple in sectors 1 and 2. This could be a big lap for the 144.
Checkered flag is in the air, so all these are the last laps for all of these cars. And purple sector 1 and 2. Let's see what happens with the 144 car.
With a draft for the last two corners.
Yes.
Looking for a 151 flat to take the pole away.
Yep. Let's see what happens. One more corner to go, and in about 5-6 seconds, our timing screen will repopulate, and we'll be able to tell you whether this was the lap. And there we go. A new pole sitter for this race on the last lap, dipping into the 150s for the first time. A 150.913 is the number 144 car of Asad Nikabandayev. Wow, what a lap.
Very nicely done. And at the very end of the session, that car was really quick at the end of yesterday's race. Whatever the driver is doing, whatever the car is set up to do, it's really working in the later parts of the session. And that'll be a great motivation for having to come back through the field today, maybe starting at the front.
And these cars, obviously qualifying sessions don't count for track records, still 2/10 off the track record. The track record is a 150.2, and that is being held this morning from last year. It's a Calvin Harris track record is what they were shooting for. So, well, there you have it. Let's give a few more cars a chance to cross the finish line. Actually, looks like everybody's pretty much crossed the finish line here. Our top 4 starters, and then after that it's kind of a toss-up. We've got to mind meld all of the sessions together. But our front 2 rows are going to be Nick Nabayev on the pole, Caleb Schrader on the outside of the front row. Inside of row 2, Mike Miserandino, John Black on the outside of 4-1, on the outside of the second row. So the 14-year-old is going to have 3 national champions breathing down his neck going into turn 1 on lap 1. How about that?
That's cool. Also just caught on the last lap there, EJ Abed jumped up to 6th. He had slipped down to what would have ended up being in the 5th row, either 9th or 10th. We'll leapfrog back into the 3rd row with that late effort.
Yeah, too cool. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, STL, STU, T3, and T4 qualifying. That's next. Stay with us, everybody.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
back here at Buttonwillow, the circuit we're at this year for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Our Group 5 qualifying underway. We've got Group 5, Group 6, Group 7. Then our first race of the day is coming up before lunch today. So getting to this qualifying session here in car right now with Ryan Gutile. He is in his Mazda MX5 car, and this is a great little camera angle here. 4 cameras we're getting out of him.
Really get a sense of the banking there in turn 5, and then how, watch this drop away as you come out of turn 6. See it really well on our cameras at the end of this straightaway as well.
Yeah.
But it's also good to know from the upper right, the classic, I stayed flat through there. Did you? We have proof in real time.
Yeah, you can't, there's no way to fake it when you've got all the cameras.
And this is one of the most peaceful moments we've been on board with Gutile. He's always in this Spec MX5. He's been in the throes of it for both his MX5 class, so the STL class yesterday. Even in qualifying, they were jockeying quite a bit. So he's slotted in behind Sean Lovett, who was yesterday's pole sitter in STU, but actually slipped to 3rd because Edley flying yesterday in the race, who had poor qualifying sessions. It was, again, Lovett was on the pole for the race, but then Rylan Hazelton in the S2000 ended up taking the win. But today, currently for the standings, Tony Rivera will actually be the pole sitter in that RX3 based on his fast lap from the race yesterday, 154.1. That's both overall pole and pole in STU.
Curious to see, Jordan, to see that camera at some point in time when he's going into turn 1. I want to see what his top speed is going into turn 1. I'm just for curiosity's sake, I think it'd be cool to know that. 12 minutes to go in this 15-minute session. Tony Rivera already looking very, very stout, and we're not surprised by that, are we?
No, the car's just really quick, and he didn't get laps in qualifying yesterday for whatever reason. Drove from last to 2nd, only held back by Rylan Hazelton in the S2000, who I haven't seen on camera yet, maybe electing to go out late or skip this session. Also not on the track right now so far that I've seen is Scotty B. White. He was your pole sitter and winner in T3 yesterday. So knowing that he had such a dominant pace in T3, about 2 seconds to the good of everybody else, he can pretty safely skip this session and assume to be on pole. But
and you had
from it's just real quick, but from yesterday's race, he will now start on the 2nd row after Hazelton and Rivera got so much quicker. Go ahead, sorry.
Right, you had mentioned yesterday how that S2000 Honda's not always the most reliable platform, so it makes sense to not go out if you don't have to today. Wow, and let me pull up, I'm sure you've already pulled up yesterday's times so we can compare them. The qualifying today, a combination of today's times and then the race and the qualifying from yesterday will determine the front row, all the rows actually. So 154.5 was the race time for Rylan Hazelton yesterday.
Oh, holy cow. Tony Rivera, 152.1, and that's 2 full seconds faster than we saw out of that car yesterday. And remember, he drove through the field, so he didn't get a clean lap until much, much later in the race. That's a real representative time of what a fresh car will give him. Holy cow.
Looked like about 105 miles per hour when Ryan Gutile pulled off the throttle here going into turn 1. So, all right, just interesting to see. The STU fast time is the track records are 154.581 held by Tony Rivera from last year. So
he is moving.
That's from January of this year. So that was from earlier this year. But yeah, so 152.1 is 2 seconds faster than that time set here this year. Wow.
Really impressive. And then STL, the lower displacement class in the Super Touring category. Jared Korth was your pole sitter yesterday at a 157.5. That is a Spec MX5, as are a lot of the cars in STL, actually. Brian Gutile was 2nd in qualifying. Amy Mills was 3rd, but when they crossed the line for the finish of the race, Jared Korth took the win. Gutile was 2nd. Gavin Wardle was 3rd. And Amy Mills had raced her way much further forward in the race, but ended up slipping at the very end of the race back to 7th. So that's a car that we need to keep an eye on. It's one of the lone non-Spec MX5s in STL, black with a wing and pink headlights.
Yeah, she was, I chatted briefly. Oh.
Excuse me, I got the name wrong. Go ahead.
as I say, first off, look at Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez popping up to the top of the leaderboard in T3 with a 156.2. Second fast lap in this session overall, but a really good time for him. Yeah, traded some text last night with Amy, and she's really unhappy with the way that race ended yesterday. So she is going to be on a mission today. Whit Gregg, who is it's a different class. Her husband blew a motor yesterday, so he will not be back out today.
That's tough. And so the move from Aguilar Gomez puts him within 0.3 of Scotty B. White. We might have a dogfight on our hands here in T3. Tony Rivera, though, 150.9.
Wow.
Seconds worth faster again.
That is almost 4 seconds faster than the current track record here.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Unbelievable. For that RX-3, absolutely on it. James Schlechter just picks up his best lap of this session. Scrolling down to look for T4, Izzy Sanchez won pretty dominantly yesterday, and he's got another huge advantage over Tony Carrazos. This morning, Christina Etherington just slotted into the second position, and they will start in that order. Sanchez, Etherington, Carrazos for Touring 4.
Yeah, and at the moment, Scotty B. White's not racing in this qualifying session, so it looks like Gomez has got his own sole shot to take the pole in that class at this moment. So 7.5 minutes to go in this session. Let's get our break in, then we'll come back and finish it up here. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Buttonwillow Raceway Park.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back live at Buttonwillow. We're at the circuit this year. Second Super Tour at the circuit, and this is the brand new racetrack here at Buttonwillow. And it's been another great weekend of racing. We're in the middle of our qualifying sessions, our last qualifying sessions of the weekend. This one and then 2 more, and then we'll get to racing today. We got some work to get done here first in this qualifying session, and it has been very interesting. Tony Rivera set down a couple of blistering fast laps, and he's now done for the session. So, but wow, 2 laps, 2 really fast laps, Tom.
Almost 4 seconds under the standing track record. That will be your new overall pole sitter and STU pole sitter, ahead of Rylan Hazelton, who's elected to skip this session, we believe. That'll be your top 2. And then the second row becomes Scotty B. White, who was also elected to skip this session, and Aguilar Gomez out of T3, both duking it out heads up. We also just saw Amy Mills jump up to the fastest STL of this session. She will now start provisionally in the second spot, as Jared Korth's qualifying time from yesterday is 0.2 quicker, but that'll give Mills a great starting position for battling it out in STL today. She will sit in front of Ryan Gutiel, and Gavin Wardle, I think, will be the 3rd and 4th place cars now. Bryce Johnson slipping back 2 positions based on that shifting. James Schlechter is the 7th car in the session, 3rd quickest in STU, and he's gone 2+ seconds faster than his qualifying from yesterday. So the 300 CX driver has found a bunch of time as well. There's a look at Izzy Sanchez and one of the other T4 MX5s with the pink headlights. One of the last couple of cars circulating. I think that's Christina Etherington following.
Yeah. 3 minutes to go here. I don't see any other green times at the moment. Green on the board means personal best. Sean Lovett's got a personal best in Sector 1, but not in Sector 2, but he's still 6 seconds behind the pole sitter in that class, so that's not going to be enough to catch up anything there. We've got 1 green sector from Adrian Comstock. He's a local driver from the Southern California area in STL, but that's still not live at the moment. Oh, okay.
Copy.
We're back live here now with 2 minutes to go here in this session. And doesn't look like there's been any new fast laps here, Tom, in the last minute or so.
Now, the only mover that lap through was Bryce Johnson out of STL, moves up ahead of James Schlechter overall, but that's out of class. Still is going to sit 5th when all is said and done in STL.
Right. After this session, we've got 2 more qualifying sessions. The next one up is Wings and Things, our formula cars, with a couple of prototypes sprinkled into that group. So that's up next here, so stay with us for that. Still looking at these qualifying times and not a lot of green sectors. A lot of cars have called it a day. We saw Ryan Gutiel pulling a little bit earlier there.
Yeah, the track definitely thinning out. Just look at who did not partake. We mentioned already most of them, but Scotty B. White will maintain the pole, not participating in this session. Jared Korth will maintain the pole in STL, not participating here. Rylan Hazelton lost the pole. Well, actually never had it, I should say. He would have been second no matter what, based on the lap times from yesterday. So he elected to skip 3 of the 4 class contenders, actually, sitting it out. Michael Lewis also not on track in that STU RX-7. We'll see that car later. Ron Tenemura, who was a podium finisher yesterday in Touring 3, sitting this one out. So about a third of the field sleeping in, saving tires, whatever you want to call it this morning.
Yeah. All right, we should be getting our checkered flag here any moment. Yeah, so a lot of excitement in the first few laps of this qualifying session with Tony Rivera basically unofficially breaking the track record, because track records only get marked during the race, but he's 4 seconds faster than the previous track record, which was his track record from about a month ago. But definitely has found some pace in that STU Mazda RX-3. And this is a car that has been newly into the STU class this year, so he's developing it to the new STU rule set. And it's not surprising that these cars make some improvements over the first year or two in that class combination. So, all right, there is our checkered flag. And I'm not seeing anybody with personal best. So let's go through the top 3 in each class from this session. Your top 3 in STL, Amy Mills, Ryan Gutiel, and Gavin Wardle. In STU, we've got Tony Rivera, Sean Lovett, and James Schlechter. Moving down to T3. Oop, hit that button, make it go. The only car who came out in T3 was Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez, and it was good for him. Put down a really good lap of a 156.241. And then in T4, we had Izzy Sanchez on top, Christina Etherington in second, and Tony Kuritz, who is your third place car in this session. So all those times will get melded together with yesterday's times, and that's how they're going to set the field for today's race coming up here for this class. Group number 5's race today will roll off at about 2:45 p.m. Pacific time today. The headline, Tony Rivera will be on the pole. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2 qualifying. That's next.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Live. 2 more qualifying sessions before we go racing here at the circuit at Buttonwillow. This is Group 6 Formula Atlantics, Formula Continentals, FE2s, prototypes, and P2s that actually have at least one of every car in this race group, Tom.
Lots of opportunity with these cars putting stickers on. I see a couple of white flicks on the little tires there. So we have Prototype, Prototype 2, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, which presented the best race yesterday, I think. Paul Marino and John McClintock had a great battle, with Marino coming out of for a moment we thought it was out of nowhere, and then it just was a great battle between those two for the second half of the race. But Greg Labate took the win overall in his lone Formula Atlantic car. He also had some big shuffles at the start. We're going to have to keep an eye out for some of the cars that had prototype cars that had fast starts yesterday, but weren't able to either stay on track for very long or maintain that pace. Specifically, I think it was Joseph Moran, who had a blazing start, didn't get a qualifying in, and then ended up retiring about 11 laps into the race.
It takes a special kind of
John
courage.
Manfoy, excuse me. Go ahead, Brian.
I say it takes a special kind of courage to put on sticker tires when it's 53 degrees outside. Yeah. Crazy.
It's one of those situations where, as long as you're patient, you're aware of this, you're aware of what you've done, it'll end up paying off. They're going to be quicker in the second half of the session, but the consequences will be high with the mold release, with the scrub the tires need for the first half of the session. If you think putting stickers on, and some tires are this way, especially street tires, but if you put a race tire on a car and it's a sticker in these cold conditions, you just have to give up the first half of the session almost and bring them in nice and chill, nice and cool, and collected, because the car will be unforgiving and it will not be able to achieve its potential very early in the session.
Yeah. You said that much more eloquently than I did. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Saying I added some color to your play-by-play? No.
Well, if anybody's wondering why Tom O'Gorman is part of our Super Tour this year, that is exactly the insight that we wanted to get from him. Lots of experience, lots of expertise, and that is why I am excited to have you in the seat next to me, proverbially, throughout the season this year. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. So. And Greg, oh, by the way, just so you're wondering, if you're wondering where Greg is, Greg Ginsburg, when I'm not here, Greg will be here this year. So we're splitting the duties with Tom, and so don't worry, Greg will be here. He hasn't gone anywhere, and his dulcet tones will be joining you for Road Atlanta for the next Super Tour. So, yeah, don't worry about it. Greg's still part of the team. We love Greg, so...
I cannot wait for that Super Tour at Road Atlanta, with it being announced as the runoffs for 2027 and 2028. We're expecting it to be huge. And yeah, Greg's been, he's diligent. He's probably listening right now, but he's been texting us information and giving us links and updates and things to keep us sounding smart, which is cool. So looking forward to doing that with him.
Yes.
And that is only a month away now, I think, right?
Yeah, next month. And 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away. So, and I don't always pay attention to the races when I'm not calling them, but I will be tuning in to watch at least some of Road Atlanta this year. It's going to be a ton of fun. So, yeah. Anyway, Greg Labate is your fast car here early on, not as prize, putting down a 140.576. These cars definitely will take, even without stickers, will take a lap or two to come in with these colder temperatures. So I don't expect really fast times until a little later into this session. Got our times here. 15-minute qualifying sessions. This one more. And then we'll get one race in before lunch. So... big day of racing. There's Lake Joe, which has been dubbed that by Tom. I think that may stick, Tom. I just found out we have our first named corner here at the circuit of Buttonwillow. Turn 10 is been named the Erlinson Corner. Ed is, of course, the Formula 4 driver we talked about earlier. He's also was instrumental in helping us get this track across the finish line and opened up here over the last 2 years. So what a fantastic honor to be naming that last corner for Ed. This track would not be open today without his efforts to help us get this thing going. So a lot of people, by the way, went to getting this going. but his work in the last 18 months to really get the permits and get everything going, a huge thank you to him from the club. And as a Cal Club member, when I heard that this morning, I was like, couldn't have picked a better person to name a corner after at the circuit. So
very cool. I like your Lurdo straight as well in turns 8 and 9. Yeah.
Yes. That's not official. That's just what I'm calling it. We'll see if we can get that to stick, because that's how these things usually start, is someone starts calling it, and I'm going to call it the Lurdo straight.
Yep. Rounding Lake Ocho onto the Lurdo straight, headed for Erlinson Corner.
Oh, I love it. We'll see if we can get that in at least once, and then I'll make it a YouTube short, and then it'll stick.
Nice.
Once it's on social media. Once I put it on TikTok, it's set in stone. So, all right, looking at the fast times from yesterday from, let's see, this is the qualifying times yesterday. Labate had a 1:35.7, so that is the time that we are shooting for here as the best time from yesterday. Still 2.5 seconds off of that, almost 3 seconds off of that. So
these cars, again, sometimes take quite a bit, not just from tire temps, but just with your mind, with the potential that the cars, especially the cornering potential that these cars have. You may be trying to go as fast as they can go the entire session, but your mind just kind of becomes a little bit more used to it. The human brain isn't necessarily calibrated to corner at prototype level speeds with that amount of downforce, that lack of weight, etc. So even the drivers that are used to it, those of us who have driven in the simulator certainly know that. You just end up finding time with downforce cars like this, with cars with this high of a ceiling in their performance potential. And it could be a situation where the car is basically the same from laps 3 to 10, but your brain isn't ready to do that lap time until lap 4 or 5.
Right. And they're in no hurry to set a fast lap this morning. That's the other thing.
Right.
There's no real advantage to setting it on lap 1 versus setting it on lap 5. So, and they've all got times in from yesterday. So they've already got basically banker laps in. So really, it's just going for a big one here, or checking your car out if you made changes overnight to make sure it's good for the race. There's the two options of what's going on in today's races, or today's qualifying sessions. All right, so Labate down to a 1:36.6 on lap number 3. So he's inching his way closer to his pole time from yesterday with 6:45 left. Let's take our break, and then we come back. We'll see how all of these cars have sorted themselves out here over the next couple laps. We're live here from Buttonwillow for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back. Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back live at Buttonwillow with 4.5 minutes left in this qualifying session. The time to beat from yesterday is a 1:35.792. That was Greg Labati's fast time yesterday. His fast time today, a 1:36.661. So at the moment, with time for a lap or two to go, he has not bested his time from yesterday. Kevin Mitz, though, looks like he's run a quick lap. Is that better than yesterday, Tom?
Standing in qualifying on a 140, and actually in the race a 140 as well. So yeah, this is a big gain for Kevin Mitz. It's about a 1.5 second pickup. That'll put him on. It'll put him actually up to pole in prototype over Joseph Moran.
Wow.
Who's just behind. There's only a half second separating those two cars. Right? No, excuse me. There's only one half second, 0.5 separating Kevin Mitz and Joseph Moran. Easy for me to say. At the top of prototype, that's going to be a great battle. And also in FE2, John McClintock and Paul Marino are both knocking on the door of personal best, especially McClintock this lap. Let's keep an eye out for that white FE2 with the yellow accents in Sector 3. Has a personal best, Sector 1 and 2 rolling right now, and just needs to pick up 0.2 to put in a new personal best. There he is, rounding turn 9 into Erlinson Corner.
Yeah, and those two guys, McClintock and Moreno, put on a great show yesterday in FE2 throughout that race. Paul Moreno dug himself out of a hole to get back to the back of the McClintock car to end up winning that race. So that was a fun one to watch yesterday. That was a race that, in the middle of the race, it looked like it was going to be a clinker, and then 2 or 3 laps later, Paul Moreno was right there, and then the last 4 or 5 laps were fun. So that was always good to watch. Hopefully they can have a little bit of a repeat for us for today.
Yeah, it was a really good race, and that time for McClintock just leapfrogs him in front of Joseph Moran. So he's actually going to split the prototype top 2, which will leave them. Let me throw Tim Day Jr. in there. Mental math. I think it's going to be the 2 prototypes starting nose to tail on 2 separate rows now, with McClintock splitting them.
What's interesting is when this group is out and there's a bigger field, a lot of times the FE2s will get their own split start, so that wouldn't be an issue. But with only 12 cars in the class this weekend, 13 cars, they're not going to do a split start here. So you will get that split between, if it stands as it is now, you will get those FE2 cars split by Joe Moran. So they'll start nose to tail, which will be interesting. But we'll see if that still plays out with another minute and a half to go here.
We saw at the start of yesterday's race those prototype cars with so many options, the ways to achieve the rough power to weight that prototype class allows by the rules. It's not a specific horsepower and weight number, but picture it with minimum weights and different engine choices. They were very much on top of each other, but they made speed off of the green flag very differently. We saw cars with more power who were a little bit slower on the lap times charge towards the front at the very green flag drop. Tim Day just diving to the pit lane. He's your lone P2 driver this weekend, but was duking it out yesterday with Kevin Mitz. Those two having a great battle, even though they're not in the same class. And it was Mitz that came out on top.
All right, 1 minute to go here in this session. So anybody crossing the line now, they'll be able to keep that time for that lap. So everyone here is pretty much starting their final lap here. Looks like Greg Labati's parked it for the session because a lot of cars are running lap 7 now, and he's got 5 in. Kevin Mitz looks like he's done. Although maybe still out there. Maybe he started a little late. Coming up with 10 seconds left go on the clock. Checkered flag should come out soon. And there it is, checkered flag in the air. So everybody now crosses the line. It's their last timed lap here for this qualifying session. And it doesn't look like there's anybody out there. Well, let's look at this McClintock Marino. They're both out. They might get, there's Marino. He did not best his last time with a 140.420 last lap. Actually, that is his best lap, but it wasn't better than McClintock. So.
Tom Burt also put in a personal best for the weekend, and it's a couple seconds, maybe a second and a half to be exact, quicker That puts him on the same second as McClintock and Marino.
Nice.
So we could end up with a 3-horse race there in FE2. In Formula Continental, they've been a little quiet, but Robert Armington was the benchmark. Pole sitter yesterday at a 146.8. Race winner yesterday ran a 146.5 in that race, and in this session just did a 145.1. So Armington picking up about a second as well. Sean Sarbacker is also out there, as well as Greg Pizzo, who I don't think we saw Pizzo on track yesterday at all. That number 14 Formula Continental will be our 4th entry, Sunday only.
There we go. All right, as they come through for the last time, I don't think there's going to be any changes, so we're going to call it a break here. When we come back, our last qualifying session of the weekend, GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1, and Touring 2. That's next. Stay with us. We'll be right back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Buttonwillow Raceway Park.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a Time Attack Challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
Back live for our final qualifying session of the weekend here. GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2. Group number 7, 15 minutes of qualifying, some cool race cars, and a whole bunch of Corvettes that put on a really good show at the race yesterday.
They were so much fun to watch. Those cars all in Touring 2. They are Spec Corvette prepped, and they travel in packs. Here they come, yes. 5, 6, 7 deep coming out of turn 4. Yep. But those cars running in Touring 2. The winner in Touring 2, though, was Rylan Hazelton in his TCR Honda Civic. That car was so quick, especially as the race wore on. I think it was a little bit more durable than those Spec Corvettes, who started to wiggle around quite a bit at the end of the race. But at the front, Michael McAleenan took the win in GT1 over Michael Lewis. In the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo and GT2, we had some drama right at the very end. Tim Carroll wasn't involved. He took the win pretty easily, but JC Monet, who had been running second, got a tag that turned him around, and Ben Valentine ended up taking second position over Monet, who finished third. And then in Touring 1, an A Sedan, relatively uncontested this weekend. Ross Murray took the win in American Sedan. Ed Gless took the win in Touring 1 in his Pontiac GTO.
Pete Rose in the chat is a big fan of Ben Valentine. I believe he actually worked on the crew for Ben Valentine. So he has been with us for all of our West Coast races in the chat. So thank you, Pete. Appreciate you being around. Who else we got? We've got Roger Cadell, who I believe that's the AIM dash guru. Roger Cadell is in our chat this morning. Bob's uncle was taken in the chat. I have no idea what that means.
Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle. Bob, your uncle was taken. I love it. That is the best chat name we've had this weekend by far. Oh, good stuff. Anyway, we love our associate producers. Always providing us with some great background info that we can sprinkle into the show.
The time to beat is all the cars on their first flying lap. I didn't see either GT1 car yet. The Touring 2 cars are definitely the highest saturation on track. They need a 151.2, excuse me, to take the pole from Rylan Hazelton. The fastest Spec Corvette time we've seen is in the 152s. So that's going to be a tall order for Josh Carroll, who's been the class of the field in the Spec Corvettes as far as that make and model is concerned. But Greg Nestor finished in the 3rd position, Evan Gold 4th, David Holmes 5th, Ollie Thorson 6th. Those are all Touring 2 cars as well.
Yeah, just a quick glance. It looks like all of the qualifying times yesterday were faster than the race times. And this qualifying session yesterday was in a pretty good weather temperature-wise later in the day, so that makes sense. Whereas even later in the day, it was even warmer. So because this race was right at sunset, which was actually made some beautiful pictures here on DriversEye Live. We won't get to sunset today with an earlier start, so which is nice for all of us who have to head back to Los Angeles tonight to go home, or try to catch a plane that probably won't be going east. So our much of the staff here who came in from National and around the country for this race, all going to try to get home during the winter storm of 2026, and they're going to spend a little more time in SoCal than I think some of them may want to spend more time. Others, I think, want to go home. So,
oh, is it supposed to snow out there?
Yeah. What's it like where you're at in Ohio, Mr. Tom?
Well, it's snowing, but I didn't think it snowed in California.
No.
SoCal.
The snow where you're at is keeping them from coming home.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and we do get snow in SoCal. This is the only place in the world where you can surf in the morning and ski in the evening.
Sure, true.
So that is one of the reasons I love living out here. We get the best of all the different worlds. All right, first lap for Ben Valentine, his GT2 car, 1:48.504, and that is still way off the pole time that Tim Carroll has. So, but it's early. These cars probably haven't even warmed their tires yet, so a little bit of time to go here.
Yeah, the cars that take less time are these Corvettes, though. Josh Carroll goes a half second quicker than his best time from the weekend, so that will solidify the second place start on the Touring 2 grid for our top Corvette driver there, Greg Nestor, a 154.8. That is right on top of his best time. That was your 3rd place finisher from yesterday.
Yeah, the touring cars have a DOT-based tire, whereas the GT cars are all slick tires. So the G2 cars, the A sedan should come up to tire temperature much faster. So that certainly tracks.
Right. And in fact, some of the GT cars will run in certain circumstances, or maybe even all the time, that DOT tire that switches on quicker. They're allowed to do so. It's theoretically a lower performance potential, but if it comes on quick, you could be in a really good position with that. We've seen it certainly. I believe Andrew Aquilani is a go-to of the Hoosier DOT tire, even though the GT2 car would allow him to run. That's a championship-winning car and effort, and they're still choosing that over the racing slicks. Maybe they're required to run that in that prep style, though. If I had to research that.
Yeah, that might be a definitely. There's sometimes in some of our classes there's multiple prep levels that you can pick from.
Right.
And in a particular prep level, maybe the DOT tire is the part of the deal, because then the car will be balanced with maybe a lighter car or more horsepower or a smaller restrictor. And when you put the whole package together with the tire, that's how they come up with the prep for that. So that is my layman's explanation of how the different preps work.
Nailed it.
So
Josh Carroll a little quicker once again, 2/10 at a 52.2. Again, the pole time in class 51.2, so he's still got a ways to go, but I don't think a Spec Corvette is designed to be a front-running T2 car.
Correct.
So that's a good effort.
Yeah, definitely.
Ben Valentine, go ahead.
I think you were about to say the exact thing I was about to say. Also went a little faster, but not fast enough to be better than his yesterday time. All right, we're at the halfway point on this session. Let's take our break, and then when we come back, we'll finish up qualifying, and then we'll take a beat, and we'll go racing here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit. We'll be right back.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Back live. 4 minutes and 44 ticks of the clock left before qualifying is over. I'm getting that Let's Go Racing vibe, Tomo.
This is going to be fun. One of the Touring 2 cars has a personal improvement. Just lost my timing and scoring. Give me a second here. It is... There he is. David Holmes in the 171 car jumps up to third in Touring 2 with a 152.7. That's a huge improvement after sitting on yesterday's 153 and some change. So that's going to move that white Corvette out of Touring 2 up the grid quite a bit in front of Ole Thorardson, who's now your next fastest qualifier. That will move him from, let's see, probably just in front of Evan Gold, maybe? Yes, just in front of Evan Gold, who hasn't improved nearly as much this morning. So I think T2 will look like Rylan Hazelton, Josh Carroll, David Holmes, Ole Thorardson, then Evan Gold.
Okay. And Valentine, your fast car in this session with a 1:47.7, still about a second, 0.8 of a second off of his fast time for the weekend. So not making any improvements from that standpoint. So it looks like he'll remain in his place.
Yeah, not surprised to see this field be a little bit more static in the qualifying sessions, just because they did get a relatively good both qualifying session yesterday and race. So these cars all probably have a relatively representative lap time as far as all of their opportunities go. Sean Berardi is one of the movers, though. This car didn't have a lap time until the race yesterday and actually did not finish the race, only completed 8 of the 15 laps. He now sits third fastest in the session. That's one of the TA2 Camaros, car number 9, and basically improves slightly on their fastest lap from yesterday to move into probably row 3 when things are racked and stacked for the race.
Right. Michael Johnson has joined us in the chat. Good morning, Michael. What's up, people? We're doing some racing. That's what's up. Coming up on little past 2.5 to go here. Right after this, we're going to go racing with our first group of the day, our production cars and our B-Spec cars. So B-Spec put on another great show yesterday. I anticipate that they will do the same today. H Production also put on a great race for us yesterday, so we'll see if they can redo it. There's our monkey right there in our camera shot there. That is Socket. First name Socket, last name Toomey. Socket the monkey is the Turn 2 mascot today.
What's the story there? Is that a track thing? Is that a corner worker thing?
One of the corner workers. The corner chief makes sock puppets. So Socket the monkey. I like the goat. It's got a mohawk.
Yes.
So anyway, there is Ben Valentine in that Dodge Challenger coming through turn 3. Now up the hill to turn 4. Just a short little uphill shoot. Now onto a right-hander into what is, I think, the second longest straightaway on the racetrack. This one and the one between 6 and 7. Maybe 6 and 7 is a little bit longer, and that one's a little more downhill, but they're both downhill. Now up the hill between 5 and 6. 6 is a 180-degree hairpin with a little bit of camber, so you can really kind of get a good bite through 6. Then down the hill here towards turn 7. And then 10-7, as Tom has told us a couple times, probably one of the better braking zone turn-ins here. We do see, though, a lot of passing in turn 8 also.
Yeah, I was surprised to see turn 7. It's a pretty quick corner relative to most of the cars here, and it ends up being not a great passing zone because you slow down so much to go side by side through there. It really ends up compromising at least one, if not both of the cars. And it influenced the races big time yesterday, but it wasn't a great passing zone. I think turn 8 was much better.
Yeah.
Around Lake Ocho, now down this Lerdo Straight. We're going to make it stick, Brian.
Yeah, we are. Turn 8 is a decreasing radius, so it looks like it's a little less than 90 degrees going in, and then it clamps down to more than 90 degrees at the exit of turn 8. So it's really a decent little passing zone there. So
I find corners like that to be some of the most difficult you could drive. It reminds me of, maybe for anybody East Coast listening now, Gingerman turns 5 and 6 can be like that. There are probably other better examples as well where you have to challenge the entry speed, you have to track out mid-corner, and then you have to keep slowing it down and tuck in for a really late apex. And judging that entry speed without going wide and not under-driving it, you have to hit that sweet spot. It's one of the most challenging, I think, just basic, if you could say, what's a hard way to drive? Ooh, is that a Porsche? Way off at turn 1? No, it's a Corvette.
Corvette.
Coming back on at pit exit.
Yeah, with as many Corvettes as we have, that probably should be our default is that A?
Good point.
On this particular group. All right, checkered flag in the air. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of changes here across our field, but I think you said GT2 may be a change with Rocky Crocker. No, I think we're pretty much going to start them like we had them yesterday. So
yeah, other than T2, yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Racing up next, folks. 35-minute race just ahead. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome, Whack. That's a good way to start the show. Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman here, E production, F production, H production, B-Spec, 35 minutes of racing awesomeness ahead. Let's do our starting lineup before we get to our track map. Starting on your pole, Kurt Fritchie in his Mazda RX-7. Next to him, Stephen Powers in his Mazda Miata. One's an E production, one's an F production. Row 2, Joe Carr with the Mazda Miata on the outside. On the inside, Michael Lewis with his Mazda RX-7 on the outside of row 2. Row number 3, Sean Lovett will have a BMW E30 on the inside. William Robinson with a Porsche Boxster on the outside. Row number 4, we have Daniel Snow and Lee Fleming. One's a Fiat X19, the other an MG Midget. Now moving on to row number 5, Brian Lynn with his MG Midget and Bill O'Kell, also an MG Midget in row number 5. Row number 6, Trenton Kramer in his Mini Cooper B-Spec car. Got the pole into this morning's qualifying session. He'll be on the pole for B-Spec today. Next to him, Joe Gersh in his number 38 Toyota Yaris. Ali Naimi in his Mazda 2 on the inside of row 7. Next to him, Thomas Lepper in the Mini Cooper. And then row number 8 by himself, Tim Lundgren in the Mazda 2 B-Spec car. We have a great track map here. Tom O is going to take us through that.
The biggest thing for me that we learned yesterday is it takes a couple corners to make a pass here at the circuit at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We're starting on a fairly long straightaway, fairly fast straightaway as well, because you come out of turn 10 at a good clip, breaking down into turn 1, opens up on the exit because of the pit lane exit. You can use all that out to the dirt. Then a big on camber uphill entry for turn 2. It flattens out through the exit. You have to keep the car all the way to the left to get into turn 3 with any amount of momentum. That's a great passing zone, though. It opens up the bait for someone to dive to your right as you turn in right for turn 3. Then a quick run through a very fast turn 4, flat out for half the classes in this race before we get into turn 5. Also very much on camber, uphill into the hairpin at turn 6, the slowest corner on the track other than turn 8, where they're running down the back straightaway to turn 7 and into the section Brian and I have dubbed names for around Lake Ocho at turn 8, the decreasing radius corner, where passes tend to happen and begin up through the Lerdo Straight into turn 9 and through Edmondson Corner at turn 10. Did I get the name right? Edmondson?
Yeah.
Edmondson.
Erlinson.
Excuse me, Ed. Erlinson Corner at turn 10 to finish the lap at Buttonwillow.
Awesome. And that's how it's going to pan out here. Our field already down towards turn 7 for the start of this race. Lights are out on the pace car. We've already got some hand signals.
Yeah, look at the hood on Kurt Fritchie's car. I don't think that car has a hood fully affixed. I'm guessing it's hood pins, and I've been watching it flap. See it there, including the headlight.
Yeah.
That's all one piece. And he seems to be aware of it. I think he's kind of notifying everyone, go around. He's probably going to hit the pit lane.
Wow.
At least I hope he hits the pit lane. That's a huge development for E-Production.
And he is actually on the outside. So he's giving up the outside to the pole sitter because he's going to come onto pit lane. I think that's what he was trying to signal to Stephen Powers behind him to swap positions going into this final. So he would normally be on the inside here, but he is now swapped to the outside, which is where lane is between 9 and 10. So he's probably going to duck off. That's I guess Michael Lewis will come up. It'll be interesting to see how this works out. But and there you see, pulling right onto pit road. That's just that'll just kill that race for Kurt Fritchie. We'll have to watch him now drive up through the field onto the main straight here. Green flag is in the air. We are racing for our final race of the weekend here for this group. It is production cars and B-Spec heading down towards turn 1. Car to the point early in that red Mazda. Right behind him, Michael Lewis. And I believe that is in the BMW, Sean Lovett in third place.
We lost Stephen Powers as well. 2 cars through the pit lane. There's Powers.
Weight 5 pounds somehow, and the material is high carbon.
coming up through turn 6 now, the whole field. What I didn't see, Tom, was Kurt Fritchie didn't come right back out like Stephen Powers did, so I'm sure he's probably back on the racetrack now. Stephen Powers already worked his way up several positions. I think he's around the entire B-Spec field already, and he's up now trying to work through these H production cars. So he's been able to clear the B-Spec field as he comes now between 7 and 8.
And this is going to be big for our H production race. Stephen Powers splits them, but it's Lee Fleming running wide at turn 7 is going to give Brian Lynn an even bigger lead than he already had. The H production battle yesterday was glued to each other, but the red MG Midget with the Bug Eye Sprite front end driving at us now entering turn 9 has a nearly half a straightaway lead after yesterday's close battle with that black 00 2 cars back.
Yeah, I'm beginning to wonder maybe Kurt Fritchie didn't have any crew members in pit lane, and if you don't know how to put a hood down, you can pull up to another crew and they might be able to try to help you, but it just doesn't happen fast. And that may be the situation there as we get done with our first lap of our first race here. Michael Lewis is our leader, Joe Carr second, Daniel Snow all the way up to third after a rough race yesterday, Sean Lovett fourth, William Robinson fifth, Stephen Powers all the way up now to sixth.
So the battle for F production is on. The blue RX-7 in turn 3 now leads the class. The blue MX-5 in the background of this shot with the yellow highlights is your winner from yesterday. And I don't know that he would have expected to have a huge amount of pressure on today's race, but now finds himself sitting in third. The white Fiat X19 also in E production. That's your top 3. Joe Carr slipped to second overall. That's your leader in E production. And then back in B-Spec, I don't know that we're going to have a race for anything other than second, as Trenton Kramer has picked up already a 2-second lead in the Mini Cooper. He's sticking to the back of the H production field pretty well now onto the back straightaway between turns 4 and 5. And that said, Ali Naimi and Joseph Gersh also spread out. This is a bit of a surprise and a change from yesterday's race in B-Spec.
Well, it is, and we saw Trenton Kramer put down some really great laps, so the idea of him pulling away doesn't surprise me so much, but the other 4 cars were nose to tail for most of yesterday's race,
Brian, I just noticed Brian Lynn is in third place in H production. I missed how it happened in the first half of this lap, but he led last time across, and now the red MG Midget is in the back. Lee Fleming leads H production with Bill O'Kell splitting those two.
Big shakeup, and maybe that happened as Stephen Powers was coming through and it didn't work out quite as smoothly as you would have hoped, but I don't know. I didn't see it either. So Brian Lynn, though, multiple national champion, will definitely has the driving skill to pick this up, but we'll see how all these these midgets work together here. That's what I love about H production. I love these little midgets.
I just scrubbed back through our YouTube stream. It happened between turns 1 and 2 somehow.
Okay.
Hopefully the Brian Lynn machine is not wounded, but it doesn't appear to be particularly quick right now as he's falling back from Bill O'Kell.
Michael Lewis driving away from Joe Carr. That car hooked up right now. 3.9 seconds, the gap between first and second. Now, those are different classes, so the F production car with Michael Lewis is pulling away here. Just put purple lapped on of 157.993. Stephen Powers he's now worked his way up to 5th place and waiting to see how far back. That's all right. You're back in TeamSpeak. It's weird. Back live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Sorry for a little audio difficulties there, but we think we've got it sorted out now. 16 laps to go in this, although we're not using laps here. It's a 35-minute race, so the estimation is 16 to go. And 28 minutes left in this session. Right now, our race leader is Michael Lewis in his Mazda RX-7. He has got a 7-second lead over Joe Carr. One's an F production car, one's an E production car, so they're not racing against each other, Tom. Stephen Powers, though, who had to go to the back at the start for some sort of a mechanical issue, I'm guessing, he is all the way up to 4th place, but he's got a lot of work to do to catch Michael Lewis.
Will have a lot of work, and it's not making quick work of it either, as this Fiat X19 of Daniel Snow is plenty quick. He's been behind the entire lap, ran him down in turn 8 last time through, and now we're coming up to turn 8. 1 lap later, still following the Fiat for 2nd and 3rd in class, 3rd and 4th in the overall running order. Joe Carr in the red MX5 just up the road is your leader in E-Production. Those two work their way through. Sean Lovett, also the E-Production BMW there. The Fiat feeling a little defensive down the Lerdo straight into turn 9, covers the inside, now fades back to the outside to carry some speed through the first of these two S's. Runs a little bit wide coming out of 9, compromising the entry for 10, but Powers has nowhere to go with it yet.
You can see there was the first place car of Michael Lewis just left our screen, and here's 2nd place of Joe Carr here coming into turn 1. And then that blue car is Stephen Powers. He's battling right now with Daniel Snow for position in class. Daniel Snow could close the door on that going into turn 1.
Yeah, locked up just a little bit, trying to go quick enough to not get past, and also changing directions a couple times down the front straightaway. Stephen Powers definitely has Daniel Snow's attention, but so far Snow is plenty quick in the Fiat X19 to maintain the point. I think Powers may only have 1 or 2 spots on this track where he's got a little bit more speed. It seems to be right towards the 3rd sector as Michael Lewis continues to lead this race. Now it's 8 seconds.
Yeah, Daniel Snow, miserable day yesterday, definitely making up for it so far early this morning. Really, really racy, trying to hold on to 2nd place in class.
I can't say Michael Lewis had the smoothest weekend in either group that he's running in yet, but this is going to be a really, really good race for him if it plays out the way it's going so far in the first bit. We have 19 laps, 35 minutes, whichever comes first, I believe. So we're going to get a feel for whether this race goes by laps or time later on, as that timer ticks down. And B-Spec Trenton Kramer continues to lead by a lot over Ali Naimi, but Ali has not shaken Joseph Gersh. In fact, here they are, getting split by another production car, the Mazda 2 leading the Toyota Yaris, coming out of turn 3 into 4, but Kramer in the Mini is way up the road. There he is, just leaving your frame into turn 5.
So that is Kurt Fritchie, your pole sitter, working his way back up through the field there, I believe.
You're right, sure enough.
Yep.
So Fritchie through the pit lane because of the hood pins.
Right.
Took him a while. I mean, you know, it could be a situation where the hood pins aren't even attached to the car. You had to find them, depending on how much foresight you have. But that car now running again. He's on the lead lap, and that was your overall winner from yesterday. So E-Production isn't said and done. But if he wants to run down the leader, Joe Carr, he's got to catch a full minute of time, 45 seconds actually last time at the line.
Yeah, and the 2nd place car in E-Production is 17 seconds back. So he's got a lot of work to do to even get on the podium here.
First car in his crosshair is going to be William Robinson in the red Porsche Boxster, a cool E-Production car. I don't think I've seen an E-Production Porsche Boxster, especially not a fully built front-running one that you can really, I mean, the E-Production cars, production cars in general, so cool with what you can do. Can't modify the body too much as far as bolt-on aero or anything like that, but lips, box flares, splitters, etc., those are all allowed, air dams and the like. And then there's this battle for B-Spec. 2nd place is raging, and 4th place also. We have Tom Lepper and Tim Linnerud coming into the shot here. I think Linnerud just passing Tom Lepper this lap.
Yeah, Lepper had a rough race yesterday, but he was able to look really good this morning.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Brian, in H-Production, we were leaned forward for that battle to be a big one, and it's just fizzled and spread out. Lee Fleming leads by 10 seconds over Bill O'Kell, who leads by another 10 seconds, call it 8 actually, over Brian Lynn. We suspect Lynn having a pretty significant mechanical issue with that car, having dropped off by that much time in just a short few laps, but Fleming in the 00, the black midget is clean and clear right now in H production.
Yeah, hearing now from the corner workers that Brian Lynn's car is showing some significant smoke coming from it. So it might be losing the fight here. We'll see if it comes in at this point. It's coming from the left rear, which sounds like a tailpipe to me.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
And
Big
there it
haze.
is. Yeah.
Right in front of Kurt Fritchie down the back straightaway.
Kurt Fritchie's going to make that move now. That'll move him up into 9th place, it looks like. So Kurt Fritchie's got a couple more cars to get around to get back on the podium in E-Production, but he looks like he's getting that job done.
So last time across the start-finish line was the first time Michael Lewis has shown any sign of fading or just cruising, one of the two. A little bit slower than the next 3 cars on track, all in the 2-minute lap time range, but Lewis lost about a second total over the last lap and a half to Joe Carr, Daniel Snow, and Stephen Powers, who still battle it out for second place. Just now, Brian Lynn is going to call it quits to the pit lane for the red number 48.
Yeah, he will either call it a day or maybe try to effect a repair, but regardless, that's going to take him out of contention.
And we're not halfway in this race yet, so if he can get it running again, that's a pretty important qualifying factor for getting towards the runoffs. You need a certain number of starts on a certain number of weekends. And a start is only counted, I believe, if you make half distance, or is that for points? A start counts and then the points only come in halfway, Brian, do you know?
Something I'm going to have to open up the rule book and figure out.
Okay. We'll learn it together when we get there. This battle for second in B-Spec, Ali Naimi has a whole bunch of pressure from Joe Gersh, who's run up underneath the back of the Mazda 2. These cars have ebbed and flowed around the lap. The way they make speed, the 2 probably a little better in the slower corners. The Toyota a little better in the faster corners. Naimi runs way wide on the entry for 3. Gersh sets it up.
It all together there as they come through 3 and up towards 4 with 13 laps to go here.
Flat out through turn 4, down the straightaway into turn 5. The 2 digging really nicely out of turn 3, pulls a couple car lengths before these fast corners. See if Joe Gersh can close up at all. It's going to naturally close up a little as they can press down for the hairpin at turn 6, but so far Gersh doesn't seem to have any meaningful advantage over Naimi. These 2 duking it out. Fisticuffs between the 2 with no clear advantage, one or the other, except Naimi has the position.
Yeah, these 2 cars, the 4 cars, except for Trenton Kramer, very evenly matched. I don't know exactly how the gap between 4th and 5th came up, but the 5th and 6th battle is pretty evenly matched. The 3rd and 4th battle here pretty evenly matched. Trenton Kramer is kind of walking away with it at this moment, but it's been interesting to watch. You've got Stephen Powers still not able to get around Daniel Snow after working his way back up through the field. Daniel Snow just put down his best lap of the session, a 1:59.7, and just a couple hundredths of a second back ahead of Stephen Powers on the last lap time. So that's a good battle there as well between the 2nd and 3rd place car in F production.
Yeah, just there in turn 7. Go ahead, sorry, Brian.
I say there they are coming through 7. The white car is Daniel Snow, Stephen Powers in the Miata, the blue and yellow Miata right behind him. They're now working their way, I believe that's around Brian Lynn.
No, it's Joe Carr. That's your second place
Carr
overall in E-Production leader. They've run him down by about 2 seconds last lap.
Yep.
And they were a second and a half faster than Michael Lewis. Both of these F-Production cars, the Fiat X19 and the MX5, I guess it's an N8, so we'll call it a Miata, sweeping around the final corner. This is an opportunity for Powers. I think he got a nose up underneath the left side, the left rear. Are they side by side across the line? Barely.
Definitely, and now they can see Michael Lewis, who is their class leader, in the front of that straightaway, so that gives them a carrot to chase, but side-by-side racing's not going to help them catch Michael Lewis up front.
Mid-engine Fiat X19 gets the power in just enough down the inside of turn 1, runs a little bit wide in 2, though. Powers goes for the move, going to shut the door. Snow in front, and they're being held up a little by Joe Carr, I think, at this point. Joe just kind of relaxing. He doesn't need to do anything for his own race, but now he finds himself, whoa, big moment for Powers on throttle. Tank slaps it off. He's going to lose a couple car lengths.
Wow, what a great save, though, because that car was looking like it was about to go around, and he was able to collect it. But look at the gap now. That ends up being a 5-6 car length gap now between second and third. It seems like he's got the pace to catch Powers, but he doesn't have the pace to get around him.
Right. Yeah, Snow was running a really strong defense in the Fiat, and it has the pace, maybe a little bit of a better dig out of the corners. Kind of hard to tell from just these static cameras, but we know that Daniel Snow's attention was certainly on the mirrors when Stephen Powers was behind him. Now, if he's got a couple car lengths, can he focus forward, maybe even make a move on Joe Carr? If he starts to poke the nose, I have to imagine Joe Carr might be aware enough to just kind of move over. Because this isn't a class position, it doesn't affect Carr's race, but he's not obliged to do that. He does have a little bit more power in the faster class car, pulls away on these straights, but the Fiat is turned up today. Goes to the inside for 8.
Yeah, definitely. Makes that pass. Now he's got a car between him, a buffer car, but now Stephen Powers, he's going to get aggressive to get around Joe Carr, hopefully for him. At least that's what he's hoping for going down, but he's not going to get it done there. So Snow has the buffer car. This will give him an opportunity to get a little bit of time ahead. Powers really needs to get around Joe Carr right now, or he's going to lose his opportunity.
And all this duking it out has given a bit of a respite for the gap to Michael Lewis. It stays at 9 seconds exactly between the class runners here, but Joe Carr is going to continue to split the F production battle through turn 1. Runs a little bit wider than Powers. Stephen Powers in the dark blue Miata just behind. That's the difference in a 1.6 liter engine to a 1.8 liter engine. Joe Carr, the inside just a little bit on Daniel Snow. But the X19 is starting to drive away just a little bit. This is not good news for Stephen Powers.
Yeah, Stephen Powers has got to be under that helmet, fuming to not be able to get around Joe Carr. There he goes again, puts the wheel off again at the X3, just like the last lap. Not quite as problematic, though.
Yeah, I agree with the in the helmet steaming maybe a little, especially having started on the front row and having to come through the pit lane at the start. Did Joe Carr look up the inside of Snow? Might have thought about it, but falls in line. These cars catching the B-Spec battle for 5th and 4th for the first time in this race. And then there's the battle for 2nd and B-Spec. Nothing changed there as those two continue to duke it out. But Michael Lewis, he has the cars in his mirrors just enough. I have to imagine he's got the radios as well. Plenty of family and teammates here if he wants it.
Wow, and Stephen Powers now gets caught up and mired with those B-Spec cars, slowing him down even more. It's going to make it even more difficult for him now to catch first Joe Carr and then Daniel Snow. So everything here with traffic has played to Daniel Snow's benefit here. And even now, it even looks like Daniel Snow looks like he might be... is there a problem with Stephen Powers' car as he pulls over? Looks like his day is done. He might not even make it back to pit lane, Tom.
Yeah, that's tough. It was right at the throttle up point in turn 8. I have to wonder if he couldn't find a gear as the car now resumes under power.
Yeah.
Does he come to the pit lane and dive left? No, he stays out. I think maybe the car, potentially just some shifting issues.
Wow.
Coming out of that corner, just a guess, or maybe it lost power or lost drive for a split second before he could cycle it and bring it back to life. What a disaster for Stephen Powers. My heart goes out to him as he started on the front row. He gets to focus still on finishing this race with 9 laps to go or 14 minutes. It's going to be close, whichever comes first.
Crazy bit of misfortune there and a wacky half dozen laps as we watch this unfold. Let's do this. We are at the halfway mark in this race. Let's take our break, and when we come back, we'll take you to the finish.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
All right, we are working lap 12 of 19 in this race. We'll end up going laps at a time. 11 minutes on the clock, a little less than 12 minutes on the clock. Right now, your race leader, Michael Lewis in F production, he has got a 6.6 second lead over Daniel Snow, who is leading F production right now. And he has been basically given a bit of a reprieve because the guy who was pressuring him, Stephen Powers, his car had some sort of an issue a lap or two ago, and he has dropped way back now, more than 30 seconds. So it doesn't look like there's too much of an issue there. Daniel Snow, now he's going to try to catch Michael Lewis, and that's still not out of the realm of possibility, Tom.
It's not. He was 1 second faster last time by on lap number 11. So we're going to see what the gap is this time. It doesn't seem to have changed nearly as much. Daniel Snow pushing everything he's got out of the Fiat X19 almost all the way track left before diving back to the right for turn 10. This time by, Michael Lewis a 2-minute.0, Daniel Snow a 2-minute.3, so the gap will stabilize right there at 7 seconds. My guess is Lewis knows what's going on in this race and can manage whatever he has underneath him. The biggest question then is between the mechanical sympathy and the mechanical longevity of a Fiat X19 versus an XGT Light F Production RX-7. We also saw the battle in B-Spec for Ali Naimi and Joseph Gersh heat up during the commercial break, but then Naimi dug deep and picked up a couple of tenths. Actually ran his best lap of the race by about 6 tenths over Gersh, but Gersh is not going anywhere yet. This is that battle, the Mazda 2 versus the Toyota Yaris.
And then looking at the B-Spec races, yeah, Trent Kramer's pretty much got this thing under control, so. You've got Sean Lovett here. You'll see him in the background. He is in that BMW E30. He is in second place in E-production behind Joe Carr, but he's back 15, 16 seconds. So Joe Carr is kind of managing this race for the lead in E-production as well, so. Looks like there's any hugely tight battles here for any of our class leads at the moment here, with 7 to go in this production and B-Spec race.
7 laps to go at 2 minutes. It's definitely going to be a timed situation here in this race group, I think. Excuse me, Brian, what were you going to say?
No, I was going to say, it's a good opportunity to let people know that we're going to have a lunch break after this race. And then after lunch, 6 more races to wrap up our coverage this afternoon here from Buttonwillow. So a lot more racing to come this afternoon. A big thank you to all of our associate producers in the chat for being with us. Irvin is here. Ryan Christoph Racing here. Let's see, who else is here? Timothy Conrad is here. Some guy, Tom O'Gorman, is in the chat. I don't know about that guy.
How does he do
Rose.
Michelle Lynn. Yeah, good folks here. Everybody's in the chat. Welcome to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Fun to see Michelle in there. I commentate a series that she is racing in and does a ton of sim racing in addition to that series that I commentate. Hello, Michelle. And Ryan, good friend of mine from back in the East Coast over here. Well, I guess Midwest. Joe Gersh with a look down driver's left down the front straightaway. Sean Lovett, I got to say, really gentlemanly to not interrupt this battle, this out-of-class battle. He'll just barely clear Ali Naimi. Maybe potentially throw Naimi off a little bit. Gersh with a huge run around the outside, out to the pit exit. And unfortunately, the extra distance doesn't pay off.
Yeah, with multi-class racing, it's always interesting to watch that there are some drivers who are really better at the situational awareness of knowing when they're dealing with cars in other classes and how they can give up a little in their race, not hurt themselves, but allow other cars in other classes to keep a good battle going on. Some drivers are really good at that, others not so much. So I would say in this particular situation, there's a bit of a masterclass going on by Sean Lovett on how to do it the right way. And I'm sure those B-Spec cars really appreciate the courtesy out there. You can't always do that because sometimes you're racing in your class also. But when you aren't racing anybody in your class, it's always great to be able to let that happen. Some do it great. Some others, some don't pay attention as well.
Right. It's all down to the bandwidth, right? How much of your brain is going to just driving the car or just racing that other person?
Yep.
Can you think in the moment about, wait, what's actually going on when I zoom out here? Quick update on Kurt Fritchie. You're going to see that car just popping into the background in the RX-7. That's the car with overall race winner, pole sitter from yesterday and today, this morning, right now, until his hood was flapping around, had to come down the pit lane. He's worked his way all the way up to 5th overall, 3rd in class in E-Production, so it's still a podium finish. But unfortunately, it's 15 seconds up the road to Sean Lovett. Last time by, anyway. Although they're closer than that this time. Look at, they're almost in the same camera shot. Lovett in the E30. Yeah, they're much closer. Fritchie is catching quickly.
Yeah.
And in E-Production, real quick, Lee Fleming still leads by a good margin over Bill O'Kell, but O'Kell ran his fastest lap of the race last time through. It stabilized at right about 7 seconds between the two of them. We'll keep an eye on if they get any closer, but unfortunately, Brian Lynn retiring on lap 5.
One other note on that bandwidth discussion, that's also a lot on the crew. If you have radio with your crew and they can help you navigate and make you understand where your positioning is amongst your class and other classes, that can be a big, huge factor in being able to do that well. So good props on crew when they can help you with that as well. So Bradshaw Motorsports in the chat. Austin Bradshaw, usually one of the front runners in this F production class. They're based out of Portland, not with us this weekend, but watching from home. Big thank you to them for being here as well. We'll see them in Portland definitely in a couple of months.
And he actually said in the chat that Sean Lovett is driving his Spec E30, which is a really low-level prep race car for a Spec series in another organization, and he's doing a great. I mean, certainly now that car is nowhere near E-Production prep, so that's not a surprise to see Kurt Fritchie catching that quickly. Fritchie now basically there. The next car on track for the silver RX-7, the gray RX-7 to pass, is for 2nd in class. I also want to keep an eye on last time through. Bill O'Kell has now taken a total of 7 seconds out of the lead for Lee Fleming. We need to keep an eye on those H-Production midgets as they are probably working Sector 1 right now, because we may have more topsy-turviness coming out of H-Production.
Yeah, and knowing that on the Sean Lovett car makes it even much more of an impressive drive to be on the podium with a very, very underpowered E-Production car. So thank you, Austin, for all of that info. Like I said, we love our associate producers here. They keep us on top of our game.
Well, Austin said he wished he had a proper E-Production car. I think there's one in your garage, right, Austin? I think we should let Sean drive it.
That's right. That's right. So, and that's the thing, we see all these cars from all around the country. It's really hard to keep up with all the backstories, and that's what makes our associate producers so important to our broadcast. So thank you. 4 minutes to go here. Michael Lewis doing a nice job out front, just kind of keeping that lead at 7 to 8 seconds. It fluctuates a half a second here, half a second there.
but he's managing the lead pretty well. Daniel Snow having a much better run today than yesterday. Very, very well ensconced in that second place. And oh, wow.
This is the battle for H production. This is the lead, and Bill O'Kell has a run. Dropped a tire exiting turn 8, but gets a much better run, as I don't think Lee Fleming's car is particularly healthy. The black 00 loses the lead for the first time since lap 2. And is Bill O'Kell coming from behind to take the win in race number 2? It certainly looks that way.
It does. I wonder if Lee Fleming has basically driven the tires off that car, because that seemed like a pretty easy overtake there for Bill O'Kell. There wasn't a lot of effort to slow him down, because I'm pretty certain Fleming knew he didn't have the car to stay in front of him.
Well, and O'Kell, the move out of turn 8, it was less that he dropped the tire, more that I think he was surprised at how quick he was coming up on the back of Lee Fleming. It makes me, but the first thing I go to with that is either the car's not making power the way it should, or it's stuck in a specific gear and you don't have any drive off the slower corners. I'm not sure either of those could be accurate, or neither, but this is basically given Bill O'Kell the opportunity to run down by seconds at a time and then finally pass Lee Fleming.
2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this race. Next time by, 1 to go. I'm hearing from race control, so now it's time. If you've got a pass to get it done, it's time to do it here. Bill O'Kell has been able to stay somewhat close to Lee Fleming has been able to stay somewhat close to Bill O'Kell after letting him around,
So that's one of the slow corners on the track. I think O'Kell looks like he's pulled away just a little bit more. If it happens again in turn 8, that's my last tell that car is just not happy at the lower speed corners for whatever reason. But they're still, you're right, in close quarters. H production's not decided yet. I think every other class is pretty much locked up at this point.
Yeah. Should be seeing a white flag in the air next time they come under the start stand. There is our first car we're seeing right there is the car of Stephen Powers. He's right now in 3rd place in that production after having to drop to the back at the start of the race for some sort of a mechanical issue. He's worked his way back up to 3rd place in class. Michael Lewis, Daniel Snow, Joe Carr, the first 3, they're looking like if they can just get it to the finish line, no issues for them at this point.
That lap through, here's a look at your overall leader for Michael Lewis coming to the white flag in his F production RX-7, but in B-Spec, battling for 4th and 5th, Tom Lepper just got by Tim Linerud that lap through. The Mini Cooper on the Mazda 2, they're working Sector 1 as well, but I think that battle for H production, which is right behind them actually, is still the best battle on track.
No question, no question. Sean Lovett with those B-Spec cars right behind him.
Do you see the aero device on the side of that Mazda 2?
No.
Gas caps open?
I did not catch that. That's pretty funny. Yeah. Is it an adjustable aero device? Because, you know, that could be a huge advantage.
Right, depends on how hard you turn.
Exactly.
Right. O'Kell continuing to pull away from Fleming, and it's just an easing away, but it was seconds a lap a couple of laps ago. Now it's stabilized. Whatever is happening in Fleming's cockpit there is got to be so frustrating. And then that battle that I mentioned for B-Spec, that's the 4th and 5th place cars having their own awesome Duke.
Yeah. That's the good thing with these B-Spec cars. You can always find someone in your range to race with, even if you're not right at the front. There always seems to be at least a couple of cars around you to go have some fun with. So Michael Lewis should be coming onto that back straight now on his final lap here, keeping with these B-Spec cars until we get Michael Lewis a little closer to the line. Production midgets here. There is Michael Lewis coming into our frame onto the Lurdo straight with 2 corners to go here. He'll come through turn 9 and then through the Erlinson corner onto the front straight for the final time. The number 32 Mazda Miata out of Poway, California, Michael Lewis, multiple national champion, and now a race winner in the Super Tour in 2026 here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Looks like I saw something flapping on the front right of that car. It might have just been the way that the sun was bouncing off of our camera there. But here comes your second place car, or here comes Joe Carr, first place in E production. And right in front of him is the second place car, Daniel Snow, in F production. So there's your second place and third place crossing the line.
Great effort from Snow. He did drop the pace a little bit in those last couple laps once Stephen Powers had disappeared from the battle. So the final gap, 21 seconds, but that is a great recovery from yesterday's struggles in the Fiat X19. Battle for second in B-Spec is not all said and done, but Joe Gersh has almost nothing left. He has tried everything, I think, for pace and for passing on the back of that Mazda 2. Ali Naimi, though, has covered it every single time. Every time they get close, he's been bulletproof, following Sean Lovett in the Spec E30 in E-Production. Trenton Kramer, well up the road, has already taken the checkered flag and taken the win. Or at least it's due on the front straight any moment.
Yeah.
Just now, there he is, taking the win in B-Spec.
There you go, and here comes second and third place. Right through there with Sean Lovett in front. Sean Lovett, when he crosses the line, he'll be the third place car, podium finish in E-Production. There's your second place car, Kurt Fritchie, who just came in and out of our frame. So that's pretty much going to get everybody across the line. Let's talk about each of our classes here before we take our lunch break, our E-Production. Let's go to B-Spec real quick. We just mentioned it. Trenton Kramer, Ali Naimi, and Joe Gersh, your top three at B-Spec. In E-Production, Joe Carr is your race winner. Kurt Fritchie in second. Sean Lovett in third. F Production, Michael Lewis takes the win. Daniel Snow in second. Stephen Powers will come home third. And then in H Production, Bill O'Kell, followed by Lee Fleming, and Brian Lynn will not be considered a finisher because he did not finish enough laps. All right, that's going to wrap it up for our first race of the day. Our next race will come at around 12:20 Pacific time, so we're going to go grab a bite to eat, say hi to some friends, and then we'll come back for some more racing this afternoon. Spec Miata, Spec MX5 next. Any final thoughts before we take our lunch break, Tom?
Set your alarms. You don't want to miss this next race.
You do not. Well said. We'll be back in a bit. Stay with us, everyone.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit at Buttonwillow for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Round 2. Round 1 was yesterday. We've got a big field of SMX cars and Spec Miatas. Let's get right to our starting lineups. In row 1, we've got Lincoln Larson, who got the pole this morning with a great lap. Next to him, Jared Korth on the outside of row number 1. Moving on to row number 2, William Wallace will start on the inside of row 2. Emmy Kissick, also a great qualifying this morning, moved up to the second row. Now into row 3, Christian Hoagland on the inside, Joey Andrews on the outside of row number 3. All of these cars Spec MX5 cars, Ryan Gutile and Gavin Wardle, that is row number 4. Row number 5, Aiden Shimbashi in the inside of row 5, Bryce Johnson on the outside of row number 5. And you've got Wesley Molno and Andy Chittum in row number 6. Moving on to row number 7, Adrian Comstock and Richard James. And I believe, one more, SMX, Amy Mills will round out that field in row number 8. Split start for Spec Miata, Spec MX5. Here are your Miatas. They will start second in the field. Ryan Busk, your pole sitter. William Rasmussen on the outside of row number 1. Now we've got Tyler Vance and Wyatt Couch taking up row number 2. Row number 3, we'll have Nick Leveroni and Jeremy Rudder. Row number 4, starting on the inside, Jake Johnson and Sam Rezai. And Alex Poller and Cooper Hicks will make up row number 5. Row number 6, Hendrick Webster and Nicholas Stewart. And row number 7, Alan Lukart III, Preston Lewis in row number 7. And row number 8, William Sturgeon and David Mitchell. Last row in Spec Miata, John Rice and Lauren Lewis. That's how we're going to start. Tom O. This was a good race yesterday. I have no reason to believe it will not be a good race today. And I don't hear Tom O.
Sorry about that, Brian. Yeah, this was a great race yesterday, and 35 minutes or 19 laps. This is one of the sessions that got jumbled pretty well here in qualifying. I also noticed, of course, we saw Lincoln Larson jump up in qualifying 2 to the top of the grid. William Wallace does not appear to be present on the grid, so that will be the third place qualifier, promoting Emmy Kissick and Christian Hoagland to the second row. Everybody that I saw in Spec Miata, as you read the grid, appeared to be there, so that should be our only major shift. We'll keep an eye on Jared Korth in the white with black stripes, Lincoln Larson in the red and white. They are going to be your front row of Spec MX5 as we come to the green flag.
William Wallace had something broke on the car, so that's why he is not with us starting this race today. So that is from insider knowledge from my little bugs here around the racetrack. So here we come onto the front straight for the first time. Green flag as in the air. 15 Spec MX5 cars rolling down towards turn 1. Oh, big spin. 2 cars off on the right going into turn 1. I don't know if one of those cars hit the flag station here. Nope, looks like both of them didn't hit the flag station. Back in. Wow, Tom, I've never seen that before.
No, that was Lincoln Larson getting turned across the nose of Jared Korth. Or excuse me, Korth turned across the nose of Larson. Those two just, I don't know how that happened. We'll maybe catch a replay. But we do go green for Spec Miata. And it's the number 7 of Ryan Busk. Clean and clear, gets a push down into turn 1. They're still side by side, but ever so slightly. I think Busk is going to be able to slice across the front and lead turn 1. Ooh, big off in the background for one of the mid-pack cars. Gets back on, no harm, no foul. But we'll lose quite a bit of time up to the rest of the pack. They're still almost 3 wide. Leveroni up the middle through the exit of turn 2. Down into the braking zone. They now finally single file it out. Little look at the inside from the third place car there as well, but backs out.
What a great job by those 2 cars to get going again. So the Spec Miata cars were able to get their start without any problems. And but it's interesting to see now who's going to take over the lead here in Spec MX5 here. When we get to see them coming down off of turn 6 here, now turn 7, Emmy Kissick was in the second row. We'll see what she was able to do is to come forward from that. I believe that might be Ryan Gutile at the point now in Spec MX5.
No, it's Christian Hoagland with the darker blue. Gutiel in third. Emmy Kissick looks to have been the loser in that snafu on the front straight. Excuse me. She's dropped back to fourth, so she's not out of it for sure. But the number 111 of Joey Andrews jumped from sixth to second. Here comes Kissick up the inside. The 13 car with the great run is going to take the position coming into turn 9 over Gutiel, and she can set her sights on the back of this three-way battle for first.
Yeah, she probably had to check up when she saw all that schmozzle going on in front of her, but she's able to get her foot back into it, and now she's running down towards turn 1, past the start-finish line to finish lap 1. Hoagland, your race leader right now. Joey Andrews, the big beneficiary there. He moves into second place. Emmy Kissick third. Ryan Gutiel is in fourth, and Garvin Wardle in fifth place right there.
Tell you, Gutiel's been our camera car. We don't have the replays back that far, but his in-car video at the end of this race is going to be wild with that spin across the front. I took a scrub back through our YouTube stream, and it looks like Korth and, excuse me, the other car is, remind me the other car.
Lewis.
Lewis.
No, hold on. Yes. No.
Either way, they were not driving the same direction. One car looked like they were trying to keep the inside line. The other car was trying to move to the outside line. That's how they ended up coming together.
So it was Jared Korth and 1-2. 1-2 has continued. So that's the other car we were talking about. Lincoln Larson.
Lincoln Larson, excuse us. Lincoln, there is Larson, I think 12, moving very slowly at turn 3. That was the car that got turned. No, excuse me, that did the turning. So that car was on the inside trying to track towards the left side of the track and ended up turning Korth across his nose. That car did take a pretty big ride through the dirt. You can see a lot of mud splattered on the left front as the Spec Miata field now streams past. I think this driver is just trying to get back to the paddock as Spec Miata will focus now in on these NB Miatas coming into turn 6 for their second lap. Ryan Buss continues to lead William Rasmussen. Wyatt Couch is third in the number 66, and Nick Leveroni was all underneath the tailpipe of that car coming out of turn 5 into turn 6. Kind of packs of 2 spreading out here in Spec Miata.
It's possible those Spec Miata cars don't even know what happened in front of them. They're just doing their race. They were back far enough where they might not have even seen the dust there, and but they kept right in it, and they are doing their thing. And it is a good start for all of those cars as they now come through turn 8. Lake Ocho there on the inside.
Yeah, a little puff from Nick Leveroni's, I think it was actually either the right front or right rear even. Busk, Rasmussen, Couch, Leveroni, they're breaking away from the rest of the field. Tyler Vance, who was on the front row for yesterday, he's in the dark black with the yellow headlights, just there sweeping through in 5th. And this Spec Miata field, I don't know if that was relative to catching that Spec MX5, but they've spread out in a big way.
Up front, Hoagland, Andrews, Kissick, your top 3 in Spec MX5. They've spread out a bit, so it's 1.9 seconds back to Joey Andrews in second place, and then another half a second back to Emmy Kissick in third.
All right, this battle for second in Spec MX5. We have Andrews, Kissick, Gutiel, nose to tail. It's a bit of a breakaway for Christian Hoagland, who's ended up being, we didn't expect it necessarily, but he's ended up being the dominant force in Spec MX5 once the green flags wave in races 1 and 2. Andrews in the dark maroon, Kissick in the teal. Gutiel, we're on board with him now in the light blue. Look at the cars dance over the curb, a little bit of rotation on the throttle, exiting the corner for both cars, Kissick and Gutiel. Mazda's all about keeping the momentum up. Go ahead, Brian.
Brand new motor in that Andrews car to start this season. They had it rebuilt in the off season, and he's ready to take that car to most of the Super Tour events this year. You're right, look at Hoagland. He's pulled away a little bit. It's going to be even bigger than 1.9 seconds this time by, I believe. Coming across the line this time, he has extended his lead now. Waiting for my timing screen to refresh. Yep, 2.5 seconds now, the gap between first and second.
Pulling out about another half second there. Kissick, though, was quicker that time through again. There's a lot of pace in the number 13 car, the third place runner in the teal. And I think we're in a similar situation to some of the other classes we've discussed, where how do you work together other than to not trip over each other? Kissick tries to show the nose up the inside, turns in just slightly earlier for turn 3. She's practically leaning on the back bumper of Andrews through the entire turn 3 section, just trying to keep all momentum up as she possibly can down the back straightaway for the 3rd time.
Yeah, and as far ahead as Hoagland is, there's no real benefit for Joey Andrews to let Kissick by, who may be a little faster right now, because they're probably not going to catch Hoagland even if they work together. So it's right now, unless Hoagland has an issue, they're already battling for this second place on the podium.
Right. Yeah, this group was one of the few that ended with, or was interrupted and ended under yellow. So that's going to be a little bit fresher in their minds that, track position is probably king over everything else, over strategy, over gameplay, because that caution could come out at any point, or at least they're going to feel a little bit of pressure from that. Aiden Simbashi moving up into the 5th position. That's the red and yellow accented car starting to break away as we jump on board with that driver. There's what the distance looks like when you're in the car. It looks like a lot less on camera when we're outside, but in the car, that looks like a big gap to close. But every inch you get closer, the more motivation you get.
I was going to say, still close enough to know when you're getting closer, and that is the carrot that these drivers are chasing. Also close enough to know when you're not getting closer.
Right.
You can see he's even got on that camera, gap to P1, gap to ahead, our camera. Of course, we want to thank all of our in-car camera providers this weekend. We don't get them unless they give them to us, so we appreciate that.
Keeps us in the know for sure. That car stopped on driver's left. That is your pole sitter from this race, Lincoln Larson, I believe. At least the livery matches. That car had limped around for at least one lap, but maybe exiting the pit lane to rejoin. You think that's possible, or maybe just pulled off to the left?
Maybe thought he was gonna. Yeah, there he is. He's rejoining.
All right.
It's interesting. I wouldn't expect them to stop there, but maybe he's still trying to figure out whether this car has got enough mechanical ability to make it around lap to lap.
Also, beautiful awareness having the Spec MX5 field coming through. Maybe just pulled it up there for a second so as to not interfere with the rest of the racing. Hoagland, man, he's gone. Just checked out on the rest of this field, starting to pull away now, the tune of 3.5 seconds. So it's close to a second a lap in the early stages of this race. Still 26 minutes to go. We're only a third of the way in, or roughly thereabouts. And I think that fifth place pack is starting to run down the battle for second just a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, and he knows he's not going to knows he's not going to win this race or even be in contention, but he needs to try to probably get to halfway so he can log the race as an official race for his runoff's qualifying potential. So,
right.
That's the motivation to keep trying to circulate, even if you're way off pace.
That's really tough for Lincoln Larson. Worked really hard this morning to get up onto the pole after. I don't know that car was in the position they wanted to be yesterday's race. And then just to start with that miscommunication, again, on the inside row, wanted to get to driver's left for the entry of turn 1. And the car alongside just didn't let it happen. I don't know that it was at either one's fault. That's not our choice to decide either way. Dust flies at the exit of turn 10. Emmy Kissick up the inside on the brakes, goes for second position.
What a great move by Emmy Kissick, moving into second place now. Now it's the question is whether Joey Andrews can keep up with her, because she was definitely all over him for three laps or so. And now we'll see if she can pull away and put the fight to Christian Hoagland. But Christian Hoagland's 4.8 seconds ahead. That's almost an insurmountable gap even this early in the race, unless we get a full course yellow. But they're still going to race it out and try to get there.
Kissick had a little bit of a slide when she picked up the power at turn 1, but covered it beautifully into turn 2. Now look at them choosing different lines through turn 4, which is nearly flat out, and Andrews goes for the slingshot, opened up the entry, gets the look up the inside for turn 5 for a moment, but thinks better of it. This is not a huge braking zone at these cars. Look at on the brakes, scrubbing maybe 25 miles an hour into the banking for turn 5.
Yeah, and when you know you're really not going to catch the leader, patience is really important here. There's no reason to get around her quickly, or any of these cars real quickly here, with 24 minutes at least left in this race. So it's good to just figure out where your best spot's going to be and not do anything crazy here.
I agree with that all but, and these drivers may not be fully aware of it, that battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th is getting closer and closer. And the more they battle for second, as I say that, Aiden Shimbashi runs a little bit wide at turn 7, seemed to be able to get away with that pretty okay before getting on the brakes down for turn 8 here, rounding Lake Ocho up onto the Lerdo Straight. And we're already into lap traffic for Christian Hoagland.
Right now, your top 5 in SMX, Hoagland, Andrews, Kissick, Ryan Gutile, and Aiden Shimbashi. Then 6 through 10, we've got Gavin Wardle, Bryce Johnson, Andy Chittum, Adrian Comstock, and Richard James. Taking a look at our Spec Miata field at the moment, and the leader there is Ryan Busk, William Rasmussen, Wyatt Couch, Nick Leveroni, Tyler Vance. That's your top 5. Followed by Jeremy Rudder, Jake Johnson, Alex Pollard, Hendrick Webster, and Preston Lewis. So that's where they stand here with 13 laps to go from the circuit at Buttonwillow.
Big rotation from William Rasmussen coming through the middle of turn 8. Got the car rotated beautifully for the exit, but left a lot of Hoosier tire down on the left rear. So he's trying to keep up with the back of Ryan Busk, who did not qualify yesterday, drove through the field up into the podium contention, then moved up into qualifying on the front row this morning. Seems to have this field pretty well controlled. Trying to break the draft a little bit down the front straightaway, but I don't know that that's going to do much because I don't think the draft does that much here.
Yeah, that would be the one spot where it would do something. Front straight,
Yeah.
There's 3 fairly decent length straights, but nothing like you would see at a Road America or Road Atlanta.
Oh no, Emmy Kissick spinning, driver's left, exiting turn 5. We saw the back of that car move a couple times. Here's the replay of it. She has a couple of car lengths over Joey Andrews. Just way too much speed through the middle of the corner, loses the back end pretty early. When I say way too much, I mean she was probably right on the line there and just didn't have enough steering lock to save it. So now dropping back, probably going to be somewhere still in the top 10. And she showed her stuff early, but that car maybe just a little bit too loose in this race.
Well, I don't know if it was as close as it looked on our camera, but what a moment for Joey Andrews, keeping his foot in it as she's sliding in front of him, and it looked really close there.
Ooh. Another big slide for Kissick in the background. The back end of that car is not happy at all. Maybe some tire temp issues now, having slid as long as she did in turn 5. But we'll focus our attention on Andrews, Gutile, Shimbashi, Wardle, and Johnson. That train of 5 coming through Spec Miata back markers in SMX. On the brakes for turn 1. We're starting lap number 8. Still a long way to go in this race.
Yeah, I'd have to wonder if maybe either there's a little bit of a problem with that right rear tire after that spin, like you said, or maybe sometimes it takes you a lap or two just to or a corner or two to recollect your thoughts and get yourself back into your rhythm.
It's also a fine line you walk with these cars. You really do drive them on a slip angle, and when I say slip, you're not drifting, you're not sideways, and you're certainly not even counter steering, but you're living in that float. When the car is rotating underneath you, you can play with the wheel and it doesn't really do much. You're just relying on raw momentum and vaguely aiming the car with the steering wheel, more driving it with the pedals than anything else. So you want to set it up to be nice and loose. You want to set it up to be able to stay on throttle and float speed through these corners. And if the car's just a little bit too loose, at some point, you know, it probably gets faster and faster and faster until it doesn't, and then you end up backwards.
Yep, here's your battle for second place in Spec MX5. That is, we're on board with Ryan Gutile, and he is going after, and coming up underneath him is Aiden Shimbashi to move into third place there. Nice clean pass coming through the hairpin as they now go down to turn 7. I didn't realize how much water is off to the right there, seeing that on that camera. And now, if we stay with this camera here, we're going to see this turn 8 is this continuingly smaller radius corner. It really bites down on you hard here at the exit of 8. And a lot of drivers sometimes have a problem keeping, just like that, keeping the car on the racetrack there. That's going to open the door for Gutile going down towards turn 9. Looks like he'll be able to complete the pass this time by, and that'll go into the memory bank of Aiden Shimbashi to A, not do that again, and B, don't let that door stay open.
Another big slide for these cars. Again, just pushing to keep that momentum up, be on throttle as much as possible. That gives a little bit of a gap to Joey Andrews across the line. These drivers are 8 seconds back from your leader, Christian Hoagland, well up the road in Sector 1, but it's only 1.5 seconds between second and third. only is a lot, actually, here in Spec MX5 for Joey Andrews. He's almost essentially broken away from these cars. Gutile dives in really early for turn 2. You see that line actually puts him perfectly on driver's left for turn number 3. Starting to pull away just a little bit. That lighter blue with white headlights. Do not want to let Joey Andrews get too much further, and in fact, they look to have reeled him in by maybe a car length or two. There's Hoagland with the red headlights just leaving frame. And in Spec Miata, not much has changed. Still pairs of cars running in pretty good formation through the top 10.
Well, and Hoagland's in that weird spot where you don't want to necessarily just manage your pace, but if you get a full course yellow here and this field gets and bunches back up again, it's right back on, and the more he can manage his tires when he's not being pressured, the better chance he's going to be if he has to have. Laps to go here as we come down between 7 and 8.
Brian Gutile has some really strong pace in the middle of this race. That lighter blue MX5 is driven all the way to the back of Joey Andrews. Andrews had the gift of a little bit of a break. Here's some trouble for this pack of cars. Some back markers in Spec Miata at a very awkward spot in these high-speed S's, the turns 9 and 10. Car's actually going to dive to pit lane, possibly to just get out of the way of this battle for second. I was going to point out, I missed if you had said it, but with all these classes only getting one set of tires per the weekend, these tires are going to be pretty deep into their third or even fourth heat cycle at this point. They're going to start to feel a little bit worse than they did at the beginning. The potential is still there, but they're not as forgiving. You got to be a little bit more precise of what you ask of the car. Look at the difference in lines there. Gutile really working that inside lane up the banking through turn 2, runs it a little bit wider here and still ends up in a great spot.
Well, and with this being a new tire, many of these drivers, I'm going to guess, have never been this deep into the tire wear on a set of these tires. So every lap now towards the end of this race, they're learning a little bit more about what they can expect out of this tire lap to lap. You know, and it may not fall off at all or much, but they just don't know. So they're learning as they go.
I think there might be another car in this battle. Bryce Johnson, is that in the dark with pink headlights?
Right.
Or is that... Yeah, I believe it is. That might be another car. This is maybe a four-way battle now for second.
Yeah, looking at the leaderboard, it does look like several cars all packed up there.
So that was either a pass of Brian Johnson on Gavin Ward. Oh, awkward. Someone misses turn 7. They run a little bit wide, just in a little bit too hot. I missed which number this black and orange number car is.
I think that's the car that actually drove off, so now there's going to be a bunch of cars coming up on that car, which is trying to get back up to pace. They all navigate through 8, no problem. There's your second place car, Andrews, followed by Gutile and Shimbashi. And then right behind him, we believe that's Gavin Wardle.
Yeah.
We'll know more as they come across the line in our timing and scoring screen updates. Yeah, so it does look like that was the Bryce Johnson car that went off at 7 and then came back on, because it's now 12 seconds back from Wardle, so that makes perfect sense there.
Yep, had them backwards between those two. Apologies to those drivers, but that does break Gavin Wardle's touch with this battle for second just a little bit. If you inserted Bryce Johnson's car in there, it looked like he's right in the train, but unfortunately now ends up about 5 car lengths back. He's going to have to put in a couple of really quick laps, as right now Gutile is not letting up, full throttle into the battle for Joey Andrews in second place.
All right, we're at the halfway point. Your leaders in SMX, Christian Hoagland, Joey Andrews, Ryan Gutile, and in Spec Miata, Ryan Busk, Warren Rasmussen, and Wyatt Couch. So at the halfway point, we'll take a break. We'll come back and get you to the finish here. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Buttonwillow Raceway Park.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back live at the circuit at Buttonwillow, we are seeing the second and third place cars here in Spec MX5 coming up on some slower Spec Miata cars here as we reach into the latter half of this race. And it has been a pretty strong battle here for second through fourth for most of the race in Spec MX5. Christian Hoagland, no battle there. He's stretched out an 11-second gap between him and that second place group. So he's having, without the risk of the announcer's curse here, a pretty simple run for himself early on here, but there's still 11 minutes or 8 laps left to go in this thing, Tom. Anything can happen.
And we've seen plenty happen already. A couple more Spec Miatas in the slower class getting lapped by our second place battle. This is, again, really awkward stuff in these faster corners. It becomes fairly single file or else you lose a lot of speed. Gutiel's finding it out the hard way right now around the outside of one of the Spec Miatas and loses 2 or 3 car lengths down the front straightaway. And that might actually put him closer to the touch of Aiden Shimbashi and Gavin Wardle. Wardle was looking really racy. No, they're going to get caught up by the same traffic through turn 1. Traffic giveth and taketh away.
Yes, so it looked like Andrews and Gutiel navigated that traffic a little bit easier. Not much to talk about in the Spec Miata race right now. Ryan Busk with a 1.3 second lead. Then he has a 5-second lead over Wyatt Couch. The only really battle in Spec Miata right now is for the third spot on the podium, where Nick Leveroni and Wyatt Couch are kind of duking it out for that position. Here they are. Oh, no, that's not them.
In the background.
I believe it's the second and third. These two cars coming at us right now. I believe the second car is Nick Leveroni with Wyatt Couch there right next to him. Leveroni's trying to make the pass going into turn 9, and it looks like he's going to complete that pass now. Can Couch fight back here? Not on this lap, so Leveroni's going to take over the third spot on the podium here as they come across the line here. 7 laps to go in this race.
Leveroni must have really nailed that exit because he got a really good run. But as I say that, now Couch comes back at him up the inside. A breaking duel between these two for third place in Spec Miata. Couch takes the point, picks up the throttle early, rotates the car all the way out to the dirt, and now covers the inside just enough for Leveroni not to dive in there in turn 2. Oh, he dives late anyway, up the inside. Not quite able to do it, but he tried it.
There he goes. Yeah, these two have been at it now for several laps. All of this good information to pack away for the final couple laps in this race to make decisions as to when you want to go and when you don't. As we've said several times, because this is kind of an intermediate length track, some of the rules that we used to play with here about waiting till the last lap to make your pass, all that kind of stuff, don't always apply.
Especially once you're in one of these little duels. kind of can kind of just go for it, especially if the opportunity presents itself. Leveroni looking very patient, kind of mirroring all the moves so far of Wyatt Couch. Gained the position for about 2 corners and then lost it again.
Yeah, Leveroni has got a lot of time in these Spec Miata cars. If there's one person in this field who I might not want in my rear mirror in the final laps of a race, it would be Nick Leveroni. Couch holding stand right here through turn 8.
Beautiful rotation for Couch through turn 8 that time. No anti-lock brakes in these cars, unlike the newer SMX, so it's all right foot modulation unless anybody's left foot braking. Very difficult to do with a 5-speed transmission, but it's doable. Likely grabbing downshifts to 2nd gear before they run up through 4th, almost flat out, if not flat out. The car's set up well, the conditions are good. You can be pinned from about the apex of turn 9 all the way to the braking zone here for 1. Leveroni tries to come back at Couch. It's another braking duel, but a mirror image of it this time. Leveroni takes the inside. Can he pick up the throttle early like he did last lap? No. Couch is going to hold the outside. Couch really strong in turn 1.
Side by side going into 2. Let's see how side by side they stay coming through 2. Looks like Leveroni is going to pull right behind, but he has an opportunity now to duck back in here going into 3. Not going to take it. He'll follow through 3, and then they'll head up the short chute to 4. Both of them keeping just together there. Just a couple of bumpers widths between first and second, or third and fourth place here. No wheels off at the exit of 5. Or 4.
Leveroni taking the narrow lane, trying to put the move on Couch up the inside for turn 5. I think he's there. Very little braking here. And Leveroni's through, clears him at the apex of turn 5, shuts the door for 6, cuts back across the track, and now Couch has a completely different job trying to find a way around on a different side of the track.
You know as well as anybody, Tom, a battle like this is just an absolute blast. Lap after lap. Now it looks like we're going to get a change again, potentially here going into 7. Couch ducks in. Leveroni now on the outside, which will set him up a little bit better going into 8, but he's going to tuck back in. No, he's still side by side.
Yeah.
Woo.
Oh, that was commanding from Couch. Cuts the nose off of Leveroni. Leveroni kind of saw it coming and slots back in behind. Goes for a good exit. He gets it. Pops out. These drivers are spending more time side by side in the last lap and a half than they are nose to tail. Leveroni will easily cover, I think, on the way into 9. But we've seen that this gives the advantage to the 2nd place car. Every time they come through turn 10, it turns into a braking duel for turn 1. We still have 5 minutes. Call it 6 actually to go, so 3 maybe 3 laps left. For the first time, I think Leveroni's going to lead with no challenge. No, Couch comes back at him again.
All right, let's see if we can get Jordan to find our 2nd place battle for Spec MX5, because that one is now heating up also. Andrews and Gutile, less than a half a second covering the 2 of them, and right where I asked for it, we get it. Thank you, Jordan. In car with Ryan Gutile here as they go down here. Where are we at? We are going in...
Turn 9.
Turn 9, yep, thank you. Onto the front straight here. Now they've got some Spec Miatas that they can work a draft off of. Can Andrews take advantage of this slower traffic going into turn 1? Looks like Utile's going to make a move to try to stay with him, and he'll keep it together. So good move by that number 116 car to stay hooked up with Joey Andrews.
Just coming through on the battle for 8th in Spec Miata. That's Alex Pollard in the kind of Gulf liveried colors. I'm not sure if they're actually Gulf, but they're maybe petty liveried colors. And then the yellow of Hendrick Webster. We got some fans of Hank in the chat. That's battles raging on, but there are better battles further up in the fields, including this one for 2nd and 4th in Spec MX5. 4th place, look at that. The 2 cars in the background, I think it's Gavin Wardle has gone through on Aiden Shimbashi in the first sector of this lap, picking up the 4th position.
While the battles for the lead have been non-existent, 2nd through 5th in both classes has been pretty fun to watch. Coming up on 4 laps to go, 4 minutes. I'm pretty certain we're going to be on time. We're not going to get 4 laps in 4 minutes. So we should be keeping an eye out. Probably not this time by, but the next time by we'll probably be getting our white flag here.
Here they come down from turn 6, going towards turn 7. A little bit of a gap that Andrews has this time by. That's now stretched out to about a car length and a half, maybe. And then right behind them are the fourth and fifth place cars. Shimbashi and Wardle. Wardle's in the black car with the pink headlights. Shimbashi's the red car. Now they have gotten through those Spec Miatas. So a battle here for second and third, and then a little further back, a battle for third and fourth, or fourth and fifth. All the while, Christian Hoagland has essentially checked out here, your race leader.
Update on the battle for third in Spec Miata. Last we saw them, they were side by side exiting turn 1 a lap ago. A lap later, Wyatt Couch led across the line by 0.7 seconds over Leveroni. They're still in close quarters, but that was the first time they were not side by side across the line in a while.
Just got the official word from race control. Next time Christian Hoagland crosses the start-finish line will be his white flag lap here. So it is crunch time for some of these battles a little further back. There is the battle for fourth and fifth. And here is your battle for second and third in Spec MX5. The car in front, Joey Andrews. The car in back, the blue car, Ryan Gutile. Then you've got Couch, or Wardle and Shimbashi in the black and the red car. That's fourth and fifth. Up the hill towards 6. No change here. Not quite sure if that 116 car, the blue car, has anything for Joey Andrews, but he's coming and running out of time. Only 3 or 4 good spots to make passes in the rest of this race, Tom.
Yeah, it's waning for sure. Gutile had so much more pace in the beginning of this race, but that time through, especially in turn 6, looked like the car had a bit of a push in it. Makes me wonder what tire condition each of those cars have, or it could just be an ebb between flows for Gutile.
Well, if he has saved anything in the tank, he better open up the flow here, because he's got 11 corners to go, 10 more once they come through 10 here. Onto the main straight, white flag is in the air, it's still up for grabs, the second and third spot. Who's going to get those positions? Doesn't look like Ryan Gutile really has anything left for Joey Andrews.
But this battle for fourth isn't over yet. Wardle and Shimbashi. Shimbashi looking for a sight line, maybe trying to fill the mirrors a little bit down into turn 1, gets on the throttle super early. A great exit from 1. Ooh, Wardle feels the pressure, cuts back across the track. Grabs a downshift there. You see the puff of smoke. Probably zinging the engine up into the high revs to get through turn 2. Hoagland well up the road, 16 seconds. He's taking the white flag on his way to potentially sweeping the weekend. Knock on my desk here. It's made out of wood, I promise, Christian.
All right, here comes second and third. They've got one Spec Miata in front of them. Hopefully that car won't get into the mix here and make for a problem here. Far enough ahead where I think they'll catch that car coming down off of turn 6 here. Probably should be able to clear it on the straightaway without any issues. All right, here comes your battle for second and third. It's Spec MX5 down through 7, down towards 7 for the final time. They're going to make the move past that Spec Miata car. Nice and easy, no problems there. Now let's see, 3-4 corners to go here for the deciding factors to who's going to be in second or third place. That is Andrews in front. We're on board with Gutile. Gutile pushes it as deep as he can into 10, makes up a little space, but not enough. Without any problems, Joey Andrews is going to take home the second place car here.
No, there's something wrong with the car. He's pumping the clutch with his left foot in the upper right of your...
He's going to lose second, it looks like, possibly. Where is Wardle and Shimbashi? Is there going to be enough? Are they going to be able to catch him? Wardle is not going to catch him. It looks like he'll be able to stay here. So Gutile's going to be able to hold on for the third place spot here. So at the line, it's Hoagland, Andrews, Gutile. Not sure what happened with Gutile, but it turned out to not be enough.
No, something with the clutch was wrong in the final couple corners. As soon as he got to the apex of turn 8, he was pumping the clutch. I thought he was clutch kicking for a second, which you would never do in a grip race, but unfortunately continued to pumping that left pedal all the way down the straightaway. I'm gonna guess.
All right, let's see if we can pick up that wide couch Nick Leveroni battle here, because they're still battling for the last spot on the podium in Spec Miata. And here they are, Couch going into turn 6 first. Right next to him is Nick Leveroni. This is for the last spot on the podium in Spec Miata. Great job by our director to pick this up for us in the final 5 corners here. The drag race now to turn 7. It's Wardle in front in the white car. Nick Leveroni, you can't even see him. He's so close to the back of that car going into 7. He's got one more good shot, maybe 2 shots to pass. Where will he pop out? Will it be Leveroni? Where will he make the decision to go? Trying to set him up. Protecting going into 8 is Wyatt Couch. So far, so good. He'll swing out a little bit wide here. Trying to get a better exit is Nick Leveroni going on towards 9. Last chance to pass right here. Does Leveroni have anything for him? It does not look like he's going to be able to, but he's right there going through 9, onto 10, and onto the front straight. Lots of pressure. Wyatt Couch stays in front. Leveroni's not going to be able to pop out to take the 3rd place spot, so the end in Spec Miata is going to be Ryan Busk, William Rasmussen, and Wyatt Couch on the podium. Woo! I got to tell you, Tom, if you hold off Nick Leveroni on the last lap of a Spec Miata race like that, you've driven well.
Absolutely. Can you hear me now, Brian?
I can hear you, absolutely.
Gotcha. We were in and out a minute ago. I noticed as I was saying, I forget what I was saying as I realized my mic not be working, but I noticed for Gutile, he was pumping the clutch coming out of the final couple corners, and I think that car probably had a clutch issue of some kind, and that's what lost him the drive out of turn 8 at the very end of that race. Great battle between those two, and then also, yeah, I totally agree, Leveroni. Tons of pressure, but the opportunity didn't present itself because Wyatt Couch was just bulletproof. It was a great race between those two.
All right, well, that's going to wrap it up here. Let's go through our top 5 in each. In Spec Miata, it's Ryan Busk with your win. William Rasmussen and Wyatt Couch is your podium. Then you've got Nick Leveroni and Tyler Vance. Looking at Spec MX5, your race winner, Christian Hoagland, driving away with a 16.7 second win. Joey Andrews will take the 2nd spot on the podium. Ryan Gutile is in 3rd. 4th and 5th, Gavin Wardle and Aiden Shimbashi. That's how they wrap it up. We'll take a break. We come back, Formula F and Formula V. We are live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be back in a few minutes.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Back here live, Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We're racing at the circuit. This is our second year here at the circuit, and we're having a great time here. Tom O is with me. And Tom, let's get right straight to our grids here. Small group of cars, but a fun group. Our top two are Formula Fs, Ed Erlinson and Johnny Crean. In row one, now a whole bunch of Formula Vs. Gavin Sweeney's your pole sitter in Formula One, Mace German in second place. Then we move on to row three. And in row three, we have Marjorie Lundberg and Blake Tatum. Row four is Mark Edwards and Don Manthe. And on to row five, Ronnie Chuck. So a very odd Formula V race yesterday, Tom. Let's hope it's less odd today.
Yeah, these drivers are going to want a clean run through. We had multiple self-spins. We had a little bit of contact. We had an extended caution to get cars recovered in an awkward position on track, but they're all back. Not too much chaos caused necessarily, not too much carnage, I should say, but plenty of chaos. And then we also have those two FF cars. FF was essentially uncontested after the restart yesterday because Johnny Crean couldn't get the car going again. Those two ran, interestingly, very close together in qualifying today, despite qualifying relatively far apart yesterday. So, I mean, we could have a great battle in both of those categories, but I know a handful of these V drivers are going to be looking for a smoother race today.
No question. No question. Pat Tritico in the chat. Hot Rod 26 coming to us from Wisconsin. Jeffrey DeWald in the chat. And who else we got? Joe Harleman is in our chat today as well. Hi, Joe. Sometimes with us here on the Super Tour. All right, we got our cars 2x2. Two cars up front, Formula Fs. Then a whole bunch of Formula Vs. Coming through turn 10, which is now the Erlinson corner. So the guy driving on the pole, the corner he's driving through is named for him. And really instrumental in getting this track off the ground. Green flag is in the air. He'll bring him down to the first turn for the first time here as we have our small bore Formula car race underway here at Buttonwillow. Here they come down to turn one for the first time. Erlinson pops out to an early lead. Right behind him, Sweeney in the yellow Formula V. We'll see how everybody settles in behind them.
German and Lundberg's jockeying. Those are the two red Formula Vs, and then we're still side by side for Blake Tatum and Donald Manthe. This is the place we need to get through. So far, so good. Tatum runs a really high line around the outside. Mark Edwards in the older V on the high line through turn 2. Gets the inside for turn 3 in front of Donald Manthe. Picks up the 5th position back after losing it momentarily. And also keep an eye on Blake Tatum. That's the silver car, now in about 5th position, trying to find a way to stick on to the back of that battle between Lundberg and German. He's there. It's a bit of a breakaway for Erlinson at the front. He wasted no time at the green flag to break away a couple car lengths and has set sail already.
Those three cars in the back, Manthe, Edwards, and Chuck, have literally many decades of experience in Formula V amongst the three of them. So they've been Formula V out here for a very long time. So I know Marjorie Lundberg's looking to have a straighter forward race today. Had at least one spin, I thought maybe two yesterday in the race, but she's going to try to have a better run today as well. So far, that's working out.
Yeah, for whatever reason, the Vs were struggling to keep pointed in the right direction. We mentioned multiple spins, so I don't think it was necessarily any one driver, one car thing. Conditions is probably my guess, but this battle for second place in V is great right now. It's Mace German leading Marjorie Lundberg over Blake Tatum, running line astern. Gavin Sweeney, the first yellow car in shot, is your first Formula V. It's already started to set off just a little bit. German also pulled a nice little gap coming out of turn 8. This car's flat out through turn 10. Erlinson corner up onto the front straight for the first time at speed, starting lap number 2. Lundberg was a little behind the flow through the final couple corners. Can Blake Tatum do anything with it? Save behind the flow. She actually pulled away. It was behind the flow maybe is the way to go. Readjust what it looks like for me to watch a V through the corners. Lundberg, great run through the exit of turn 1 up the inside of German. It becomes the outside. Lots of camber here. Can she do anything with it? Oh, she tags him. German goes around.
Wow, that was, we've had a couple of situations, one big one yesterday in Formula V's in this corner as well. Now those cars start to get back up to speed, or that car starts to get back up to speed.
hard to say if there was definitively contact between those two, but I can't see how he would have lost it other than a little bit of help. So now it becomes a two-car battle. Go ahead, Brian. Excuse me.
I'm just listening to, hold on one second. They're not calling contact from the corner station. It also doesn't mean that the corner worker they don't always get to see everything, but corner station is just calling it a spin and continue.
There you go. He did get to continue. That's the good news. Lundberg dropped the right side tires coming out of turn 5. Didn't lose anything for it, but there's definitely some dust flying in the face of Blake Tatum, just behind Tatum, up the inside for 7.
Makes that pass nice and clean. Mark Edwards right there, keeping an eye on those cars. Ready to pounce if the opportunity provides itself. Another call in from the corners has said that there was nose-to-tail contact between those two Formula Vs, so it does seem that even from off in the distance, what we saw is now confirmed from our corner station. Seems like turn 2 didn't see it, but turn 3 saw the contact, which makes sense. It was probably closer to turn 3 at that point in time as far as the corner stations goes.
Right, and the good news is it was barely enough to lose a straightaway's worth. That car coming onto the front straightaway now is German. If he can run some quick laps, it'll be okay. That lap through, Mark Edwards, due to all the shuffling, has gained a huge amount of distance on this battle for second. And it rejoins with 3 cars now battling for the bottom 2 podium spots. Tatum, Lundberg, Edwards, and then German there coming into turn 2.
Right. So there is your top 3 in Formula V. No real battle right now in the Formula F race. Erlinson with almost a 1-second lead over Johnny Crean. Erlinson just went purple, also with a 1:56.560. He is starting to stretch that out a little bit over second place. So the real good battle, we're watching it here in Formula V. We have someone in the chat called Bearded FV Mechanic. My guess is he might know a little something about these cars.
Sounds like we have, an expert in the field joining us in the chat. I also just noticed, Brian, at the front of Formula F, Ed Erlinson is only leading Johnny Crean by a second. That's a very small gap between the two. I think Erlinson had pulled out a little bit further than that in the first lap, but the difference between the two, very, very close. I haven't seen these cars in frame very often together. They're the same color. They've been throwing me off all weekend with that, and I just realized why.
Well, yesterday there wasn't an opportunity for this because when they came in for the full course yellow, Johnny Crean's car didn't answer the call when he tried to fire it up. So they had he didn't make it back on the racetrack with the rest of the field. So we weren't given the opportunity to see this race yesterday. But now, car's running fine, and he is losing out a little bit each lap to to Ed Erlinson. It's now a 1.9 second lead at the gap, but we didn't even have the opportunity to see that yesterday.
Right. Erlinson with the Honda Power in his Formula F. Johnny Crean running the Ford motor. Essentially to the same effect. The cars will handle, not chassis-wise, but they will run a little bit differently, of course. We saw the Ford motor come back really strong at Road America, I think 2 years ago, and win a national championship for the first time in a long time in Formula F. So the balance between the two is still there. Crean was quicker in the speed traps, but Erlinson just sets the fast lap of the race. 54.7, pulled out about another 9/10 over Johnny Crean, but Crean is not going anywhere. Those two opening the entry of turn 6 up really nicely.
Yeah, it's my experience that when you've got 2 cars, 1 Honda, 1 Ford, both well prepped with well-equal drivers, they're pretty on point as far as how they've make those 2 engine combinations work together. So
these cars, of course, super highly adjustable. You can adjust, by my understanding at least, gear ratios and all sorts of stuff in the driveline of these cars to make them work the way you need to make them work for the road course. They're also very popular in SCCA Solo and Autocross, essentially with their own class, C modified. I've only driven them in that class. They're a ton of fun to autocross, but I'm sure they're even more fun on a road course.
Well, and Formula Fords in Europe are pretty much a required step up the Formula 1 ladder. But every Formula 1 driver spends at least 1 season doing Formula F before they start moving up the ranks Here, it's not quite as a required step in the open wheel ranks, at least as it used to be. It used to be that way here too. Now there's a lot more options in the U.S., so people sometimes skip the Formula Ford step.
Right. I imagine there's a little bit of stigma to driving a non-winged car in a Formula ladder as well, especially here in the States. We don't see many non-winged competitive Formula ladder series come about. Formula F1600, if you will, is essentially the only one. So if you know you're going to be driving downforce cars, I could see the instinct to want to start in Formula 4 or something similar, Formula Enterprises, etc. But a non-downforce mechanical grip car will teach you so much more than you can ever give it credit for. All of these drivers dealing with that situation out here. And Johnny Crane just took 9/10 out of Erlinson last time through. So we'll keep an eye on that battle for second in Formula V. Blake Tatum still has Marjorie Lundberg covered, but Lundberg hunting goes right really early in turn 1 at the exit, trying to open up turn 2 for anything she can.
This battle for first, second, third in Formula V, the best battle on the racetrack, and that's actually the fourth place Formula V guys. This is second, third, and fourth, right?
Right.
Yep. Gavin Sweeney has pulled out a 10-second lead. Wow. That's really unheard of in Formula V, to be able to break open in the early laps of a race that big of a lead.
Right. Yeah, that could be the difference between, as we do the Super Tour, nearly 10 events nationwide here for the top level of SCCA road racing, before we get to the championship runoffs at the end of the year in October. But the difference between a national championship effort that can win at the runoffs and the top level of a regional area, let's say the fastest person in West Virginia but never travels, that can be what it looks like between Sweeney and Tate. I'm not saying that they're in that situation explicitly, but just to paint a picture that how high the ceiling can be, it can all of a sudden make everybody else in your area look slow as a byproduct. And it's not that they are necessarily, it's just you're pushing the ceiling even higher and higher. This battle for Formula F is on.
And Sweeney has got a hometown of Brooklyn, New York. Now, I don't know if he lives out here now and he's from Brooklyn or what the situation is, but, you know, if he's come out here from the East Coast to get an early season warm weather race in, you know, he may race very heavily. And I know there's a huge Formula V series in the Northeast that has got a ton of participation. So he may have a lot of laps in these cars. So, and here is the big factor here, and no matter how a 10-second lead looks right now, as soon as they throw out the full course yellow, which we are about to see, it doesn't matter anymore. That 10-second lead is going to be erased here. I'm not exactly sure what the full course yellow is for. Let me look and see if I can see something. Yeah, we have some situation, and I don't know exactly where it is, but they're going to slow this race down and put out the full course yellow. So that's going to bring all these gaps together here. Let's take an opportunity right now, since we are under full course yellow, to take our break so I can figure out what's going on. And we'll hopefully have some information for you when we get back. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Well, yeah, at least he has the top 3. Yeah.
All right, we're back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. As you can see, our cars are heading to pit lane. We've transitioned to a full course black flag situation. Essentially what's happening is we've had some sort of a medical emergency here at the racetrack, off the track, not having to do with the race, but the medical personnel are attending to that situation, and while that's happening, we don't have then the medical personnel to deal with what might happen on the racetrack. So for safety reasons, we're going to take a moment and get that situated, and let those folks take care of, health and wellness is more important than anything else, Tom, whether it's on the racetrack or whether it's in the paddock. So I think it makes sense for us to take that moment to make sure that whoever is in need of medical attention gets that, and then we can go back to racing. So we're going to take ourselves a short break here while they deal with that, and as soon as we know we're going back to green flag action, and they've actually just thrown a red flag as well. So we'll get all sorted out, and as soon as I know what's going on, we'll check back in with you, so hang with us, and we'll be back as soon as we know.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your call. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee Region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. If you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a Time Attack Challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, you know, good people.
Oh, it's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. You know, I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and you know, just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone, is honestly just something that you know, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. You know, if you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. You know, my husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house.
These are going to make
All right, we are back here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. Brian Bielanski, Tom O'Gorman here. I want to apologize for the brief delay we've had here for a medical hold, but we're back to racing action now. The cars that were on the track when we had to go black flag were the Formula Vs and the Formula Fs. When we go back to racing, it's going to be a 5-lap or 10-minute shootout for these cars. And as far as how that's going to affect the rest of our day schedule, we don't know just yet. But we will let you know as soon as we have been alerted to how it's going to work. So, Tom, after a long break like this, I'm sure you've been through this before. How do drivers get their mindset back ready to go racing here?
Oh, sure. It's different by driver. I find regardless of if there's a pause or not, each driver has what a couple of my friends and I have deemed their RPM, if you want to call it that. Some drivers do really well at idle. They need to be chill. They want to listen to maybe some music. Some of them even take naps before. You know, some of the drivers in these cars may very well have fallen asleep between the time that they parked and the time that they refired. Other drivers, they need to be up on the rev limiter. They need to have music playing. They do jumping jacks, jump rope, whatever. So it kind of depends on who you are and what you've determined is your RPM, and then getting yourself there. If it's an amp up process, there's a particular autocrosser we know from the SCCA world who would pound his fist on the roof of the car and nearly punched his sunroof out once because that was his pre-race. He needed to be up and ready to go like that. So once you get better at this stuff, part of it is a lot of it is mental, and part of that is determining where do you need to be when you get in the car mentally.
Yeah. And also a lot of it has to do with whether it's the first time you've sat through one of these or whether it's the 100th time you sat through one of these.
Right.
You know, you might not know what you need if you're new to this. And usually, as someone here, I usually think about my poor life choices that got me to being in the grid in the car. Thank you to Ewan Motorsports. I love that. That's a good idea. Yeah, I was a napper. I was trying to close my eyes and maybe not necessarily fall asleep, but just kind of zone. And then, you know, give me a swig of Gatorade and let's go green. So, all good.
I'm very much the same. And then the last part of it is it's just out of your control. I mean, if you're getting spun up about why things aren't happening, or if you're concerning yourself with what's going on outside of your own little world, it's just a distraction. So staying focused, figuring out what your process is, getting back into the rhythm of that process before you turn the car back on, or as you roll in this warm-up lap. A lot of the drivers are going to get in the zone on this warm-up lap, but this race has taken a couple different shapes. They've had a very disjointed weekend, this particular run group, unfortunately, just circumstantially. But Ed Erlinson and Johnny Crean are the two Formula Fs at the front of the field, very similarly colored. They had been very, very close before the black flag came out. And then the rest of the Formula Vs, I mean, it's a reset for Gavin Sweeney, who had been dominating. But Marjorie Lundberg, Blake Tatum were battling really well. Mark Edwards was right in there. Mace German gets a reset. He had some issues, got tagged at one point, was backwards. This is his second chance.
Yeah, I also had a different mindset if I was in the lead and then lost it because of the situation, or if I was not in the lead and caught up, my brain would process it differently. Like, oh, yeah, this is going to be awesome. And, oh, man, that sucks. So, all right. Getting back to green flag action, we've got 10 minutes or 5 laps of racing to go. You see the yellow flags go away. And here they go. Formula Vs, Formula Fs down towards turn 1 in our restarted race here. And there is Ed Erlinson at the point. Both those Fs getting in. Sweeney there, the yellow car. He had driven away early. He'll try to do that again. And Marjorie Lundberg, Blake Tate, and Mark Edwards want to take this opportunity to stay with that leader this time and try to make his life a little difficult as they try to get through the final laps of this race.
Sweeney was defensive down into 1, but is well clear now. I think the rest of the race is just going to be Marjorie Lundberg and Blake Tatum battling it out for that second position, and maybe Mace German can get back there. That's the black and red car running in 5th. But he's still got to get around Mark Edwards in the yellow, number 74.
Yeah, even early in this lap, it does look like Gavin Sweeney's got a different gear in that car, because he's already pulled away 5-6 car lengths over the rest of the cars behind him. So we'll see if he pulls away again like he did last time. Certainly that pack of cars doesn't want it to happen, but sometimes you don't have a choice. Oh, look at side by side for the Fs going through 5 and up through 6. That's Johnny Crean trying to make the move on Ed Erlinson. Does he make it happen? I don't know. We'll know more when we get to turn 7.
Crean held the outside, though. He does slot back in. I don't think he made the pass happen, but both cars so similarly shaped and colored, it's going to be difficult to tell. Still going for a draft. It is the 54, still leading Ed Erlinson over Johnny Crean. The rest of the field single file, a little bit of a look from Mark Edwards, excuse me.
Got to get one of those cars drivers to put a yellow helmet on.
Right, yeah.
So we can tell the difference. All right, here they come towards turn 7, or through turn 8, I should say, and now on that little short chute that I have named Lurdo Highway. As you can see, the car is on the outside of the racetrack going. That is actually Lurdo Highway, so I've been calling this the Lurdo Straight. There's your Formula Fs now, and Gavin Sweeney is just starting to pull away, just like he did in the earlier part of the race. Oh, there's a spin!
Lundberg goes around at turn 9, and Blake Tatum has to dodge her, goes through the dirt. I think he held on to second place, but unfortunately, the 70 finds herself backwards yet again.
And that's the same spot where she spun yesterday, too. Going in here, we're going to have a great view of it in our replay camera. And it just looks like I don't even know, just got a little loose there and came around on her. And nice job by Blake Tatum to not slam into the back of that car as it was spinning.
Yeah, a really decisive turn in at turn 9. I have to imagine that part of that is just down to the setup. This track probably rewards having the car kind of steer itself through the corners with a bit of alignment stuff that you can do to these cars. So maybe just a little bit too loose for her to hold on to. And Blake Tatum lost 3 positions in total. Mark Edwards finds himself up to second. Gavin Sweeney is gone. That's the yellow car driving at us. And then the next yellow car is Mark Edwards, then Mace German, Donald Manthe also picking up a position over Tatum, but Tatum is still in the hunt. The silver car switches left, right, back to the center, up the inside for turn 5.
Yeah, and that second car, Mark Edwards, great job to keep up in front of these cars. He'll want to try to keep that position here. Just want to mention that our timing pylon says final lap. It's hard to reset the lap counters and everything when we go back to racing after a red flag. So ignore the final lap part. We'll let you know what the situation is here on the commentary as to where we are. So should it be 3 laps to go here now, this time by.
V drivers certainly keeping things exciting for us from start to finish this race weekend. Mark Edwards has a lot of pressure from 2 of the faster cars in the field. Donald Manthe's also in there, who's had a very disjointed weekend, but seems to have some good pace. That's the black with yellow nose, third in the line. It's been involved in a couple of little hiccups here and there. I don't really know. I could say they were his fault, but good to see that car running. Feeling defensive down into turn 9. Covers Blake Tatum just a little bit. Doesn't need to, though, can slot back in on the racing line easily.
And you see Mark Edwards not having any real pressure at the moment. They're not right on his tailpipe, but they aren't also falling back. Oh, there's a spin. One of those cars has gone way off there. I think, well, let's wait till they get closer till I know who that is. Didn't spin, but definitely drove way off and had to get out of the gas.
Yeah, that was Mace German going quite wide, maybe 5-6 car widths off the track at turn 10. That corner likely flat out in these cars, so just missed it. Blake Tatum picks up third position now through turn 1 over Donald Manthe. And all of that action. Oh, Manthe knifes back underneath. Look at that. That was a beautiful move. The low end of the track in turn 2 working beautifully for the number 40 car. Manthe able to pick the position back up over Blake Tatum. We're getting racy for the podium in V.
While all that's happening behind him, Mark Edwards continues to motor on, trying to hold on and keep hold of second place in this Formula V race here. Those 3 cars, that is second, third, and fourth in Formula V just coming through our screen there. Now they start to put a little pressure on Mark Edwards. Mark Edwards, a little defensive move there to be a little closer to the inside going into 6 as they go through that hairpin. He will sacrifice that place or that track position, which could hurt him at the end of the straightaway here, but it looks like he's doing okay.
Yeah, Donald Manthe has some serious pace in that car, the second car in line at the front in Formula F. Meanwhile, Johnny Crean led the last lap. As far as timing and scoring shows us by 1.2 seconds. We might have a new leader. Need to double check as they both look so similar from far away. This time through, completing another lap. Surely enough, the 35 of Johnny Crean from Hawaii leads one more time as these laps are closing. Ed Erlinson has a big challenge.
Okay, official word from race control. Next time by, white flag will go to either Johnny Crean or Ed Erlinson as they circulate through here. first and second right up together here. So there is our best battle for the lead on the racetrack right now. Erlinson kind of drove away with yesterday's race, but Crean had issues early, so he wasn't really part of the discussion. This day, no similar problems for Crean, so he's been right there the whole time, and now he's taken the lead here as we come into the final lap and a half here in this Formula F, Formula V race. Crean goes way wide there, puts a wheel off. It might open the door a little bit for Ed Erlinson. Green's got a lot of laps around Buttonwillow and as many laps around here as any Formula driver since this track is opened a year ago. Erlinson also knows his way around here pretty well too. Here he comes now. It's going to be Crean and Erlinson going into turn 8. We call it Lake Ocho for the final time. Now they're going to come onto Lerdo Highway, heading down towards turn 9. One more set of corners here before they will Erlinson try to pop out and take a pass here late in the race. Here comes Crean and Erlinson through Erlinson corner for the final time here onto the main straight. Who is going to get the win? It looks like Johnny Crean will take home the lead here, take home the win. Checkered flag. Oh, wait a second. I'm a lap early. All of that a lap early.
Oh, what a tease. What kind of redemption would that be for Crean? Luckily, he probably can't hear us. He knew that there wasn't the white flag out. He's got one more lap to get it done. And last time, Erlinson had the session best Sector 1, but kind of ran out of steam in the second half of the lap. Crean pulling out now to 1.3 seconds, 0.3 quicker than Erlinson.
I didn't follow my own advice, Tom, when I told people not to take a look at the last lap, final lap mark. I looked up and saw final lap and started talking. All right, Johnny Crean still trying to hold off Ed Erlinson. We will do it one more time here. Out of 4, down the hill towards 5. And Erlinson's still hanging in there, but Crean's not giving him really much to look at. There's still 3-4 car lengths, and that's a lot of space in a Formula Ford car. Maybe even 4 car lengths. Crean went wide there out of 5 last time. No such problem here this time. Hit his marks perfectly as he comes through 6 and down the hill. Erlinson not close enough, I don't think, to make a move going into 7, but he is showing his nose there. Yep, still too far back to get the job done there, but he might be close enough coming into 8.
Tried to lob the grenade in there, see if Crean would open the door for him, and Crean was having none of it.
There's Erlinson a little tighter line through 8 as he goes down the straightaway towards 9. This time for the final time, I promise, folks. Now as they head into turn 9, not close enough to make the move here. Looks like Johnny Crean's going to take this one home as long as he makes it through the last corner without any issues, and it looks like he's going to. Onto the main straight. Checkered flag is in the air, and here we go. Your race winner, Johnny Crean. Ed Erlinson will finish 2nd here. Now let's take a look to see who wins or comes in 3rd or 2nd for our Formula Vs. There's Mark Edwards in 2nd place. Right behind him is Blake Tatum trying to get around. This is the battle for 2nd in Formula V. Side by side, it looks like, going into turn 8.
Oh, so close. Tatum had the run, but had to bail because Mark Edwards went for the apex. So close between these two. We lost Donald Manthe last time through at a 2-minute 40 lap time, so he's gone from this battle. This for 2nd place. Gavin Sweeney already with the win.
Mark Edwards defends a little bit going into turn 9. 2 corners to go. The yellow car is Edwards. The silver car is Tatum. Doesn't look like there's much place here, but let's see if they can hold it on the racetrack at the final corner here. Edwards is going to come to the line. It looks like he's going to take the win. Cross the line the final time, or not the win, 2nd place. Gavin Sweeney so far ahead. He is the winner in Formula V. Edwards comes home 2nd, and Blake Tatum takes 3rd. Well, there you go.
How cool for the Formula F drivers to end the weekend on such a great battle.
Yes.
Formula V was exciting all the way through.
All right, let's go through our finishing order here. Johnny Crean, your race winner. Ed Erlinson comes in 2nd in Formula F. Gavin Sweeney wins Formula V, followed by Mark Edwards, Blake Tatum, and Mace German, your top 4 right there. And then you've got Marjorie Lundberg, Ronnie Chuck, and Don Manthe. That's how they're going to finish up here in Formula F. Formula V. Up next is going to be Spec Racer Ford 3. We've just heard that we're going to shorten the remaining races to 30 minutes, and to make up for the time we had under the black flag or the red flag. So a little different shift in schedule, but still 30-minute races, plenty of action ahead. We'll be right back with all of it.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
And we are back live with race number 4 of the day. And it is our Spec Racer 4. It's a lot of cars here, so let's get right to our starting grids. On row 1, we have Asad Nikodimbayev on the inside of row 1. Your pole sitter next to him and behind him, national champion, national champion, national champion. The defending national champion, Caleb Schrader, on the outside of row 1. Multiple national champion Mike Miserandino on the inside of row number 2. And I think John Black is also a multiple national champion. He's at least got one. He is on the outside of row number 2. All of that experience, and there's a 14-year-old on the front on the pole. It's going to be awesome to watch. Robert Edmondson and EJ Abed on row number 3. Row number 4, we've got Michael Newmeyer and Rob Peelsticker. On to row number 5, Steve Fogg and John McClintock. Now to row number 6, Paul Marino and Umberto Malete. Row 7 will be populated by Sean O'Boyle and Maguire Dickerhoof. Row number 8 is Eric Han and Mark Ballingy. Jay Rosenthal and Tom Miserandino will be in row number 9. And we've got Tom Burt and Clayton Powers in row 10. Row 11 will have Paul Gowdy and Vince Balch. And row 12, Denny Fostick and Michael Moshe. And then lastly, we've got Doug Stewart and David Roth. Don Pella is your row 14 car. So that's how they're going to start here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit. Now this race originally scheduled for 35 minutes. They're going to be 30-minute races for the rest of the day now. So we'll keep that in mind. As our
Brian,
field now. Oh, go ahead.
We came close to the 19 laps in some of the slower run groups. So as these race groups get faster, that time change actually will probably take care of itself. We're going to hit the 19 lap mark, pretty quickly as the race groups get quicker. These Spec Racer Fords, one of the quickest that we've seen so far on the day. But what does Nika Dumbayev have for all the champions around? What do the champions have for the youngster starting at the front, who ran that lap very late in qualifying? He did one cool down mid-qualifying, but otherwise, that car seems very strong over a longer run. Miserandino in black, on the other hand, seemed to struggle as the race went on yesterday. Maybe they've made some savvy changes and can bring the fight to the front.
Well, we will know in 30 minutes' time if any of that is true. That's why we run the races. Here's our pace car, lights out as they come down that little short straightaway till the turn 9-10 combination. Mostly, I say, what would that be? Probably top 10 rows, nicely 2x2. So pretty well-formed field, and there's still time for the back rows to come in and get tightened up as well. I think that is certainly close enough that the starter will like that little bit of line up there. John Black trying to get a little bit of heat in the tires there as he comes around turn number 10. Now onto the front straight, waiting to see the green flag fly, and it's in the air. We are racing again here at Buttonwillow. 27 cars looking to be 4, maybe 5 wide back in the field. Let's see if this turns out good. We hope it does. Look at that, the 14-year-old in between, in the middle of a three-car sandwich. He comes through, and it looks like Caleb Schrader's going to take the point early. Nika Dumbayev will go side by side with Miserandino. Oh, we got a spinner there at the back of the field. He'll be able to continue. Won't be an issue. Let's keep going with our yellow flag action, or red-green flag action, I should say. Here the cars come through turn 3. Some still side by side. Haven't quite sorted out the field. Caleb Schrader takes the point early, followed by Nika Dumbayev and Miserandino as they head through turn number 5.
Yeah, Miserandino had such a good start, but it buried him right in the middle of turn 1 down the inside. He had no momentum to work with. Schrader was able to sweep the outside and take the lead. So the two on the front row maintain those top 2 spots, but they've swapped. Caleb Schrader will lead the early stages of this race. That one spin will try to catch the number, and everybody else gets through pretty clean and clear. Still side by side through turns 5 and 6 for the back, maybe third of the field, but everybody's going to undoubtedly get single file down in this long straight towards turn 7.
John Black's a 4-time national champion. GT3 won 2. Spec Racer Ford, he's got 1. And he's got 1 in Spec Racer Ford 3 and 1 in the older model Spec Racer Ford as well. Thank you to our partner Greg Ginsburg for throwing that bit of knowledge at us. Here they come now through turn 8 for the first time, heading down towards turn 9. Single file back through the first 10, 12, maybe even 15 cars now. Everybody coming through there just fine. I don't see any puffs of dust from the back of the field here. And now they start to figure themselves out. This is, at least early, looking a lot like what we typically see in a Spec Racer Ford race. A long train of SRFs, nose to tail, trying to draft around a racetrack.
Dust is flying, exiting turn 1 as a couple of cars dipped tires through there. Schrader, loose on the brakes, trying to drag the brake pedal down into turn 3, has a bit of a wiggle, and that lets Nika Dumbayev get a little bit closer. Schrader tends to be really, really strong in the car control and just using every inch of the track in that number 99 car. Has usually been so impressive on solo pace. Uncommon to see even a little bit of a hiccup. I feel almost bad calling out that small little wiggle there, but it does give Nika Dumbayev a close run down the back straightaway towards turn 5. He's right there, and I wonder, these drivers need to be a little bit savvy. This is a long race, 30 minutes. Take your time. If you've got the faster car than the 2 behind you, you don't need the position yet. Maybe they can work together a bit. Schrader, though, look at the charge that he has out of turn 6.
Tom, you might not normally mention a little wiggle like that, but when these cars are so evenly matched, you know, a big enough wiggle and you end up losing 3-4 positions. So,
and this is not a track that requires a lot of threshold braking from my read. I am sitting a couple time zones away and I haven't driven this track, but there's only a couple threshold braking zones. Turn 1 and turn 7 come to mind. The rest are going to reward a lighter brake pressure to keep the momentum up, to keep the weight balance up, and those little wiggles. Maybe he grabbed the pedal a little less than he needed, a little more than he needed, but all the drivers have certainly been dialing that in. Rather than getting to the corner and slamming on the brakes, you get to the corner and breathe onto them a little bit softer. It's easier to...
Most of these drivers, this is their second Super Tour. Many of them had several races last year here outside of the Super Tour as well. So the knowledge base of how this track races is growing amongst all the drivers this weekend. So that's also something that they get to do. I know Caleb Schrader was here for the race last year, the Super Tour. I don't think he was here for any of our other races. This will be his second time here at the circuit.
Couple of position swaps that lap. Umberto Miletti did pass John McClintock for 11th at the start-finish line at least. Clayton Powers, we got some fans of Clayton in the chat, as well as at least a son cheering for dad, number 70. Picked up a position over Danny Fostick for 19th into the top 20 for Clayton Powers. But it's a top 2 breakaway. This is what we kind of thought we might see with these top 2 being so quick. They're being patient with each other and they're breaking it away.
Yeah, and it's not in your racer DNA to just follow somebody around, but you have to have a little wisdom sometimes with when you're racing these races and understand that if you work together even in a cursory way and you can pull away, then you could race each other hard for the rest of the race. So smart move by that 144 car to just kind of file in and see if they get a couple of laps logged here as they learn what's going on and get themselves into the middle half of this race.
Number 22, Robert Edmondson, also clinging on to the top 5. I don't know if clinging is a fair word. He's keeping the pressure on Jock Black and Mike Miserandino. Those three kind of running nose to tail there in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions before the first real break between the packs of cars, starting with Michael Newmeyer on a better drive than yesterday, ended slipping a couple positions. He's running in front of EJ Abed, Rob Peelsticker, Steve Fogg, Paul Marino, all in that train.
Yeah, this is the more typical train-like Spec Racer Ford that we're used to seeing here. Those first couple cars, Miserandino and Black, are going to have to try to catch up to make this a race with the cars up front. But right now, it's become a 1.7-second gap between 3rd and 4th, and it doesn't appear to be getting any closer lap to lap.
No, that's raw pace. Really impressive from the top 2, because Caleb Schrader, although he didn't have the draft that Nico Nabayev had, Nico Nabayev sets the fast lap of the race at a 152.1. But either way, Schrader cleared Miserandino and Black and the rest of the field by 3/4 of a second. So those two just have something that the rest don't.
Yeah, for many years, this Spec Racer Ford group was, guys who would buy this car and race them for years and years. And we've seen kind of a youth invasion in the last maybe 4 or 5 years where some younger drivers are really getting in and they're really putting the screws to the older drivers in many cases. There's a car going a little bit wide. That is the 127 car. I believe that's Mark Bielanski. Let's see here. Yeah, that's a 197 car of Mark Bielanski who went off there a little bit. Just put a wheel off and then kept moving on.
Yeah, a little slip as well for Michael Newmeyer, the black car at the front of this train in our camera right now at turn 8. Dropped the right side tire off at turn 7. Didn't seem to lose much from it. That might be one of those corners where you're not going fast enough until you kick up a tiny bit of dust with the right side tires. It's broken away from the 27, EJ Abed, Rob Peelsticker, Steve Fogg that I mentioned, and then Umberto Miletti is on a really good charge. He's now to the front of the next train. That's the white car with the red and green accents.
The Italian liveried race car. A little bit of puff of smoke there as they come through turn 10.
I think that might make them side by side. That's Marino up the inside. In fact, clears Miletti down the front straightaway and leads the lap. This is the battle for 10th, so a top 10 on the line between these two. They're still looking side by side for turn 2. Inside and outside both work here. Marino's going to shut the door.
We've talked about all of the different ways to qualify for the runoffs. You have to have a certain number of races, a certain number of weekends, but there's a whole bunch of points championships going on as well. So, you know, finishing 10th gets you some points, and that's all really important. When we started the season, you don't think about a points race. Oh,
Brian, there's a car on. Yeah, driver's right. With at least from this angle, it almost looks like it's missing a little bit of body work, but it might just be the haze of the heat off the track.
Tough to tell, but yeah, whatever it is, they'll have to figure out what they're going to do there. It looks like it's probably far enough off the racetrack where they could just leave it there, but we'll see what they do. Let's see if there's anything in our... They are
just
asking
based on
for
this
that car to be towed, but we'll see what happens.
Just based on the sectors, I speculate it's the 65 of Vince Balk, who did not complete... So, no, they just completed Sector 2, so scrub that. We'll figure out who it is a little bit later.
Yep. It is, according to the race log, it's too far away from the corner station for them to know which car number it is.
Same problem we have.
Exactly. I know how that feels. There's your leaders now through 9 and 10. Now Mike Miserandino's pulling away a little bit from John Black, but not making up any ground. It's now a 2-second lead. Is it 2 or 3 seconds? It's a 3-second lead for the leaders over the third place car. So that is just slowly growing a little bit each lap. Almost a second a lap difference between the front two cars and Miserandino. So that's not a good sign for the rest of the cars. But these guys here up front, they are, at some point in time, the patience goes away and it's time to go racing here. I'm going to guess they'll wait till the 10-minute mark to start doing that, depending on how far away they are from the third place car.
Yeah, that sounds about right. This place will be covered in local yellow exiting turn 3, so anything side by side entering this corner will need to sort itself out, as they're going to notice coming through turn 4, the safety vehicle on their right. But I agree, the gloves have to come off at some point. So far, Asad Nikitabayev in the gray and green has not shown any urgency. In fact, Schrader slings the car into turn 6, almost backs it in a little bit more than he wanted to, as I think Nikitabayev got a better entry. But I don't think Nikitabayev is in a hurry, is the point to, at this point in the race at least.
Yeah, he's looking like he's showing a lot of maturity and patience for a 14-year-old. So doing a really good job at this moment. Here comes most of our field through turn 7. Leaders now through 8, just picking their points, hitting their marks. You can see the mountains off in the background there. Beautiful, picturesque, a clear day like we do today. Haven't seen the local crop duster make an appearance yet. That'll happen at some point. He was here late yesterday. And there are our leaders one more time through turn 1, nose to tail.
Starting lap 7. Cool. Go ahead, Brian.
I said temperature's cool enough today where I don't think there'll be any overheating issues on the second place car being tucked up under there. And there is John McClintock's car. He is, at the moment, he is racing in the, where is he?
Slipped quite a ways down, running for 19th right now, having started in 11th, I believe. So this car's gone the wrong way. Now up to 16th again, so yo-yoing a little bit as this field shuffles around. That could very well just be this pack that he's finding himself following. Through turn 3, a little bit of lockup in front, going for a nice late apex on throttle early. We're likely still local yellow starting at the flag station on their right. There you see the flags waving.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure you can just keep the pace up and move left to stay away from the safety vehicle.
Looks like they've got that vehicle now, that car at least hooked up, and they'll start to try to bring it back to the racing surface, and hopefully it can just fire up and move on. Up front, we've got Schrader, Nikitabayev, Miserandino, John Black. That's your top 4. And then you've got Robert Edmondson, Michael Newmeyer, AJ Abed, Rob Peelsticker, Steve Fogg, Paul Moreno. That is your top 10 right now as we get to the 17-minute mark. 17 minutes to go. seems to be okay with their position at the moment. And it's interesting that when there's about a 2-second gap between first place and all the way back to 8th place on the fast lap times. About 2 seconds covering all of them.
Things getting racy for 6th place. Michael Newmeyer continuing to hold off Abed, Peel Sticker, and Fog, but Abed is losing patience. Showed the nose down the right side of the front straight that time in the red car, trying to get by the black car, just coming into turn 3 right now. You're going to have to be, a huge slide. That was almost 30 degrees of opposite lock, I think, for Newmeyer, holding on for dear life at moments, but seems to still be in nice control of that battle for, again, 6th through 9th. Safety vehicles are clear.
Leaders have now opened up a 4-second lead over 3rd and 4th place. Coming up on 15 minutes and 46 seconds to go. So let's do this. Let's take our break. And then when we come back, we will have the rest of Spec Racer Ford. That's next here from Buttonwillow on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Back live at Buttonwillow, and Tom, this is setting up for a potential barn burner here with our leaders. At some point, this is going to become, I think, a slugging match between these two cars. But they're just pulling away slowly but surely from our 3rd and 4th place cars. Now the gap 4.2 seconds. But at some point in time, if you're that 2nd place car, it's like, let's go.
Right, I agree. They certainly have us leaned forward with anticipation as we roll through turn 5. The first slip, Caleb Schrader runs a little bit wide at turn 4. This is going to give Nika Dembayev the opportunity to run around the outside of turn 5. It's a drag race. Does Schrader breathe it and let him go? No, he challenges it barely. Nika Dembayev gets across the nose at the apex of 5 and will lead for the first time in this race since the start, where he was the pole sitter.
All right, now we'll see if Schrader answers back or if now he'll be okay with following for a few laps as they come side by side out of turn 6 down towards turn 7. It's Nikitin Dubayev on the inside, Schrader on the outside going towards 7. Schrader takes the position back as they head now down towards turn 8.
That is interesting. He was able to make quick work of getting back around. So there's a little hint as who's got what. But he was the first one to make a mistake as well. John Black also has rallied a couple of tenths over the last couple of laps and has pulled up underneath the back of Mike Miserandino. Miserandino in the white, number 11. Black in the blue and red, number 17, just behind. So we have 2 races developing here.
Yep, a race for the lead. And then there is the race coming through for 3rd place, the final step on the podium. Some point in time now, we're still 11 minutes ago, so it's really a lot of time left in this race.
And Brian, I'm not so sure that Nikitin Dubayev wants to be leading this race. That almost happened, in my opinion, a little too easily down into turn 7. Yeah. Schrader around the what became the outside before the braking zone. Nikitin Dubayev just slotted back in for 2nd. So I think there might be some games being played.
Yeah. Well, and that's a very telling move. If in fact he didn't really contest the move back around by Schrader as much for him, but also for Schrader, because now Schrader knows that Nikitin Dubayev wants to be behind him if he made it really easy. And that now makes him think, okay, where is that move going to come? So now you get into your head and you're wondering, you're trying to drive the car behind you as well as the car in front of you.
Yeah, you're trying to think what they're thinking and think through for yourself as well. I mean, the best thing to do is just to continue to do your laps, hit your marks, of course. But if there's any emotion or any sort of pressure that starts to creep in, it becomes that much more difficult. Here's your top 5 and just how far clear they are of the rest of the field, who just now come through the apex of turn 6.
Just showed a little bit of nose. They're going into 7, barely enough. But if you're looking in those mirrors, which don't show you a lot, you probably say that, okay, we got a yellow waving flag here, so somebody went off in turn 6.
There's a quick replay of it. I think one of these cars about to go for a big ride. The 9.
The 6 car, or the 9 car, and the 2, little contact 9 car, which was Michael Newmeyer in 27, AJ Abed. And look at all the cars here who are going to drive past them. See if everybody can get through without any issues, and both those cars move on, but 5, 6 cars move underneath them.
Here we go for the lead.
There you go. There's Nikitin Dubayev going for the lead again. He's going to take the front of this race with Schrader tucking in behind him. So now with 9 minutes to go, things starting to heat up here at the circuit at Buttonwillow.
Going back to that incident in turn 6, Newmeyer had been pretty ragged for a couple laps. He's been spitting dirt up in multiple places, just lost it on entry there. And unfortunately, I think the car, EJ Abed, that hit him also stalled into him and crinkled up the front floor pan that sits under the bodywork on the front of that car. So I'm not sure. I think Newmeyer will be able to continue no problem, but there may be bigger issues for Abed in the 27.
Yeah. It doesn't take long for these cars to overheat if they don't have any air going into them. So if we hang with this shot long enough for those guys to come back around, we'll get a really good shot to see how bad that front end was crinkled up. Because this is probably the best angle you're ever going to get of the front of these cars on any racetrack.
So that promotes this car here, the 33 of Rob Peelsticker, up to 6th, then the 21 of Steve Fogg. Both had been following those two, and it's going to be still a handful of cars yet before they come through. Dirt flying behind Umberto Maletti and behind the 43 of McGuire Dickerhoof, who picked up the position last time through for 8th. There's the damaged EJ Abed. He's continuing to run with the right front of that car barely hanging on for dear life, exposed right front tire, but it's not bothering him too much, I don't think.
Yeah, it looked like the radiator had pretty decent air flow to be able to get into it. So I think from that standpoint, I think he's okay. Here comes our leaders now down towards turn 1 again. This time coming through turn 1 in front is the number 144 car. Schrader doesn't try to make a move here. Now we're in the final third of this race with 7 minutes to go. Probably 3 more laps next time by. The
I'll tell you,
bed car,
Nick Dabayev is in the rhythm. That car is just. Go ahead.
Caleb Schrader, is he just now happy to be in second place for a little bit because he knows he can get around him also, Tom? Is that what you think is happening?
You know, I got to say, I think Nick Dabayev has proved himself from race one and the qualifying this morning to be the class of the field as far as pace goes. The way that car is rolling through the corners, the way he's placing the car with the momentum is just pretty beautiful to watch right now, especially in that shot half a lap ago through turn 2 into 3. It just seems to be in that flow state right now, and I genuinely don't know that Schrader has much for him, but he could make a liar out of me. They could have more in their pocket, but every time we cut cameras and shift to the next shot, I think Schrader seems to be dropping back. I mean, we're talking thousands and hundreds per corner so far. Hardly anything.
Coming through now, it'll be under 6 minutes to go. So my back of the napkin calculations tell me that this will be 3 laps to go now. John Black now putting some pressure on Miserandino. That's the race for 3rd place here. And that could heat up as well. Schrader doesn't have enough. You've got to be right up under the tailpipe on these cars to be able to pop out at the end of a straight. And he's not that close right now.
So here again through turn 2, running just a little bit wider through the second part of the corner to place perfectly into the pocket for the entry of turn 3. Both cars mirror images of each other, not mirror, but mirroring each other through the entry of 3 there. Schrader, he's not going anywhere. He's keeping the pressure on. Go ahead.
Yeah, as I say, keeping the pressure on, and the 144 car doesn't seem to be pressured by the pressure. It's handling it just fine. Haven't seen that car really put a wheel wrong all race. Took advantage of the one time Schrader put a wheel wrong, got around, and then Schrader popped back around, and then a couple laps later made the pass that has put us in this position right now. Got 3 more races after this one, so keep with us here, folks. Got a lot of action left here from Southern California. Both cars still pretty hooked up, Tom, though. Doesn't seem like you're seeing any excessive handling issues at this point, but it just seems like I said Nick Dabayev is just ever so slightly faster corner lap by lap.
Yeah, especially on the exits. I'm noticing that car is pivoting beautifully on corner entries, and it helps him not waste as much time turning through the last bit of the corner, if that makes sense. He's essentially getting the car pointed down the straightaway just that ever so slightly bit sooner, and it's giving him just enough on exits that I think is offsetting any draft that Caleb Schrader might be getting at this point in the race. We see down this front straightaway where moves have been made, Schrader is just far enough back to be discouraged of doing anything funny. And again, I think that tends to be, if you look just there, Nick Dabayev not rotating the car and not relying on turning the car all the way to the edge of the track. He just lets it get out there, whereas Schrader had to fight it to keep it out of the dirt right at the very end of the corner.
Yeah, and Schrader puts a wheel off at the exit of turn 1. And next time by, I'm hearing is 1 lap to go here from race control. But Schrader put a little wheel off at the exit of 1, and now that gap is open to maybe 3 car lengths here. With about a lap and a half to go, Nick Dabayev just went purple here with a 152.082, and that 152.082 nowhere near the lap record, so we're not going to even talk about that for the rest of this race.
But once again, we get to the late stages of these sessions. That 144 is just working so well. That's a driver and car combo. We can't just give it to the car or the driver, of course, but
right.
the young 15-year-old doing a fantastic job either way. And Mike Miserandino also starting to pull just a little bit away from John Black for 3rd and 4th. That's the furthest apart we've seen either of these 2 battles since, I mean, at least 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, definitely. Now through turn 7 for the second to last time. We'll get the white flag here in about 4 corners. Last time by, the gap between first and second, it was 0.4 of a second. Looks to be like it might be just a little bit wider this time by, and that's could do that little mistake coming out of turn 1 where Schrader put a wheel off. Allow the 144 to pull and open just a slightly more gap. All right, here they are. On to the main straight. White flag is in the air. We've got one more lap to go. A little over 2 miles for the 144 car. The young kid, 14-year-old teen, who's trying to hold off 4 national champions to take a Super Tour win here. I've been correct. He's 15 years old. Still.
Backs up
when
the
I was
performance
15
so
years
far.
old.
Yeah. He just backed up the pace that he's got with the best lap of the race, 152 flat. Again, goes purple as he takes the white flag. I think Dabayev, this is his to lose. I'm going to knock on my wood table here for you. Couple cars charging forward again. Further back, Umberto Maletti just picked up 8th over Maguire Dickerhorf. A little further back, Sean O'Boyle also picking up a position over Paul Marino, but all eyes on this lead battle sweeping through turn 5.
Turn 5 for the final time. No problems there for the 114 car as he comes through 6 now. Down the hill, one more really good braking zone here going into turn 8, but it's not. Trader's nowhere near close enough to compete for that position at this moment. It's going to take, I think, a mistake by the 114 car, and he hasn't put a wheel wrong all day. I don't even think he put a wheel wrong yesterday during the race. So here he comes now through turn 8, or down towards turn 8 for the final time. There's Lake Ocho coming through, no issues there. Down Lurdo Straight. Over one more set of corners here. It's a right-left combination through turn 9, then through Erlinson Corner onto the main straight here. Assad Nikadabayev is going to come through for the final time to take the checkered flag and the win for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour at Buttonwillow.
What a performance. Congratulations. And it's still close for third, but Mike Miserandino is going to hold off John Black, the 2 experts of SRFs, duking it out for the entire race, running nose to tail. Rob Edmondson, going to come through for a relatively lonely but well-earned 5th in front of Rob Peelsticker, who ends up 6th in front of Steve Fogg, and is in fact driven away from Steve Fogg, jumping on board with McClintock.
There you go. And then there is McClintock coming through now with that onboard camera. Well, that's going to give us our top 10 for sure. Your winner, Assad Nikadabayev, in first. Caleb Schrader second. Your podium finisher in third is Mike Miserandino. Then John Black, Robert Edmondson, Rob Peelsticker, Steve Fogg, Umberto Malete, Sean O'Boyle, and Maguire Dickerhoof. And that's how they round out the top 10. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Group 5, STL, STU, T3, and T4. That's next. Oh, look, there's a little damage there on that car. That was from that incident in turn 6. We'll be back, everybody.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Back here live at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, getting ready for Group 5. Real quick, I don't usually go back in the chat for the last race, but I got to say, Assad's that is exactly how she should be feeling right now. Great job for Assad throughout the race. I also want to say a big hi in the chat to KB Anderson, who's excited for the T3 race because there's a lot of Washington people up there. KB, one of the best data acquisition people I know. So very, very talented with the data. All right, coming up here, Group 5, Tom, STL, STU, Tony Rivera on the point after a fantastic race yesterday and a great qualifying session today. Ryan Hazelton right behind him. And then Gavin Wardle and Scotty B. White. This could be a barn burner here.
This group is so much fun to watch with all the different varieties. Scotty B. White has some pressure from Gama Aguilar Gomez in the 370Z. Those two cars starting third and fourth. Then we got Sean Lovett in the STU BMW. And then a whole bunch of STL cars. Most of them are Spec MX5s, double dipping. But it's going to be Gavin Wardle leading the field off in STL after picking up the pole position earlier today. Then in T4, Izzy Sanchez in the red FRS just there, sweeping through turn 6, will lead off the 5-car deep T4 field.
We've got our grids up here. Let's get through a couple of rows here before we get to the start. As we said, Tony Rivera, Ryan Hazelton in row 1, followed by Gavin Wardle and Scotty B. Wright. They'll take up row number 2. Row number 3 is Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez and Sean Lovett. Row number 4, we've got Jared Korth and Amy Mills. And in row 5, Ryan Gutile and Bryce Johnson, followed by Wesley Molno and James Schlechte in row 6. Row 7, Ron Tanamura and Adrian Comstock. And in row number 8, we've got Michael Lewis and Andy Chittum. Moving on to row number 9, Michael Lowe and Izzy Sanchez. And row number 10 is going to be Richard James and Christina Etherington. Row number 11 is Tony Kiratsas and Dale Shoemaker. And in row number 12, Rick Luckett and, well, Whitfield Greg, that's where he qualified, but he will not be racing. He blew a motor yesterday. Lynn Griffiths and Kayla Etherington in row number 13. Row 14, David LeCren and Lauren Lewis. And is there a row 15? That's it. Oh, perfect timing. Getting ready to go to the green flag here. Cars popping up out of turn 10 onto the front straight and waiting for the starter to throw that green flag if they like what they see. As I hear the cars outside ramping up, and there is your green flag in the air. And look at them fan out, Tom. 3 wide, 4 wide, it looks like in some areas. Oh my Lord, what's going to happen?
Top 3 get through cleanly, but it's 3 wide, 3 by 3 by 3. The field pinching down before they get a couple extra feet of track at pit out here. A couple of cars choosing to use that, but Rivera breaks away. He dropped 4 seconds from the pace he was running yesterday this morning, and he and Rylan Hazelton in the S2000 were nearly neck and neck yesterday, but now with that huge gain in time today for Tony Rivera, I expect that RX-3, if it holds together, knock Tony, on my desk, that car will just motor off into the sunset. Rylan Hazelton has a ton of pressure from Scotty B. White and Gama Aguilar Gomez coming through in the T3 cars. That S2000 in STU, not in class, but trying to keep those 2 cars between himself and Sean Lovett, who is his next competitor in the white BMW.
And Tony Rivera is hoping you're right also. He's hoping to be able to drive away. And look at that. Already broken out to, what is that, a 10-car length, 12-car length lead over Rylan Hazelton. Everyone seeming to circle through and cycle through this turn 6 hairpin. Not any issues right now. And you know, it's funny, we saw Rylan Hazelton drive up through the field yesterday. We thought he had the car to beat, and then we were like, holy cow, there's Tony Rivera doing a similar thing, but from all the way in the back. And now today he's taking advantage of all of that pace with being on the pole and now being on the front row and driving away a little bit. But there's a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, STL had some shuffling on the green flag. Aguilar Gomez is the 370 popped out there, just taking a look on Scotty B. White. But then the next 2 cars, the white MX5, the gray MX5 with the orange, and then the black MX5, that's your top 3 in STL. Call it 4, actually, with Amy Mills clinging onto the back there. Those 4 nose astern. But It was Bryce Johnson who got the best start. Jared Korth picked up the lead after starting second. One car a little bit wide. That's the white MX5 coming into turn 1 now, leading STL. Then Johnson in second. Gavin Wardle slipped to third. Amy Mills might have been the car that was off at turn 10. Lost a little bit of distance to the rest of STL. She's got pressure from James Schlechter out of class in the 300 ZX.
Yeah, that dust at the exit of turn 10, something we've seen on a regular basis here. Most cars able to just put that wheel off and keep motoring on through, so got some cars swapping positions there going into 3, or going into 2, actually. Now we're down looking at the cars coming out of turn 3, heading on a little short shoot up to turn 4. And at the line, after one lap, was already a 3.3 second gap between Rivera and Hazelton. It is going to be probably a little bit larger now, even. Scotty B. White is your T3 leader with Aguilar Gomez right behind him. So that's a little tighter battle for the T3 top spot here. And then Jared Korth, Bryce Johnson, and Gavin Wardle are nose to tail here in the STL race early on here as we get into our first few minutes of this race here at the circuit at Buttonwillow.
Glad to see Jared Korth back on track, by the way, leading that STL category. He had the scary spin across the front straight down into nearly the turn 1 flag station in the Spec MX5 race and did not resume. But that car back out and running, and he's probably got a little bit of a point to prove. He was on the front row for that race and is now leading this one. In the background, Gavin Wardle putting some serious pressure on Bryce Johnson. Here they come into turn 9. Wardle in the black with pink headlights, putting the pressure on the black and orange of Johnson.
This time across the line, it is a 5.1 second lead for Tony Rivera. He just set another fast lap with a 1:52.737. That 1:52.737 is a new lap record here at the circuit. So whatever he goes faster, it'll just be setting new lap records here for the rest of this race.
The pass around the outside for Wardle on Johnson. Wardle picks up the position, but Johnson almost shoves the nose down into turn 2. Still very close quarters. I like this STL battle, just basically a bonus Spec MX5 race in a lot of ways. A lot of the same cars and drivers. Amy Mills now going to sight her sights onto the back of this battle. She started to pull away from Schlechter, who's having a great race. That white BMW is not in the same class, unfortunately. Ron Tenemura is in T3, so they are battling for overall position, but not for track position in class.
Oscar Jackson Jr. in the chat. Good to see the Scotty B back in T3. Cosmos Archipelago in the chat, watching something from Arizona Speedway and us on a second monitor, having a great time watching some racing on this Sunday afternoon. There is Scotty B White right there in the blue car as he comes through. 24 minutes still to go, so still early on in this 30-minute race. This is our 5th of 7 races today, so we got still a few more to go here. Coming across the line now, we'll see how much of a lead Tony Rivera has been able to build up in STU. It is now 6.6 seconds. Taking a look at, let me get to my timing screen here. Take a quick peek at what's going on in T4. Izzy Sanchez has opened up a 5.9 second lead over Christina Etherington. And Tony Karatsu's another 2 or 3 seconds back as well. So no big battles in T4 at the moment. Our STL race right now is only a 4-second lead for Jared Korth over Gavin Wardle. Bryce Johnson now is in 3rd, so Wardle and Johnson have swapped spots. Amy Mills hanging on to 4th place right now, so she is having a good run so far.
Just behind them, we have that fun train of cars, starting with James Schlechter in the 300ZX. Tenemura, I mentioned. Adrian Comstock is stuck behind that BMW. A little moment there. Michael Lewis also. That's an STU-classed car.
Big wiggle coming out of turn 3 there, but he's able to collect it and move on. And that has allowed a couple of the cars behind to get a little bit of a run on him, but not enough. That little train with Lewis in the back trying to catch Schlechter. There's Amy Mills coming through right there. Here comes our field now towards us in turn 7. Everybody's kind of sorted themselves out, Tom, with this longer race. This middle third tends to be a little bit of figuring out your lot in life. I love seeing the flames out of the tailpipe or the side pipe on that Mazda RX-7. That is awesome.
Such a cool car. And yesterday we had, obviously just the one qualifying session and then the race. So there were a handful of cars out of position, a handful of cars that were still finding rhythms, and it extended the action through the entire race. This race being gridded by your fastest lap of the weekend. Any session prior to this race means that everyone's essentially gridded where their pace allows them to run. So I'm not surprised to see this turning into more of a single file lapping session, only in that all of these cars were gridded exactly based on the pace that they have to realize. So in theory, the car that starts in front of you should drive away from you ever so slightly. A little bit of splitter damage on the front of James Schlechter's car. I cannot tell you how violent that feels in the car. It looks like nothing on the camera, but when you're in the car, it feels like the whole thing's falling apart. He gets a couple wiggles coming out of the corner, maybe just to make sure everything's still bolted on.
Yeah, it's got to be very disconcerting to drive a car like that until you realize, okay, you just got to live with it. But until you realize it's going to hold together, it's really kind of scary. Your top 10 right now: Rivera, Hazelton, White, Aguilar, Gomez, Lovett, Korth, Wardle, Johnson, Mills, and Schlechter. Coming up on 21 minutes to go here.
Just behind that battle that we were talking about, the bright orange MX5 is another Spec MX5 in STL. They're just coming down the straightaway into turn 5. Andy Chittum took a position away overall from your leader in T4, the red FRS of Izzy Sanchez, who's in a obviously slower classed car. So that makes some sense. And he's leading the T3 car of Michael Lowe in that older body-styled Mustang, the mid-2000s generation. Ooh, little dirt drop for Chittum onto the back straight.
Yeah, we've seen a little more of that this weekend than I've seen in the past, but no one seemed to have any. Well, I think one car spun off in that area, but everyone else has been able to put a wheel off there and just keep on motoring on. We have a slower car here. This is one of the Miatas.
Yeah, same car that just dropped the tire in the previous corner. All of a sudden, no drive off of turn 7. It's still under its own power in some way, shape, or form. Maybe a missed shift or a hiccup there, but that's going to give Izzy Sanchez and Michael Lowe one position back each. None of these cars racing in class. It's still frustrating for Andy Chittum in the bright orange, who now is continuing to slow. Will he dive right to pit lane? Excuse me, left. Looks to be so.
And yes. All right, he was able to make it around without any issues there. And that car just coming through our screen there is one of our Spec MX5 cars running in STL. That's Richard James. Richard James, former editor of Sports Car Magazine. Nice little feature on him on SCCA.com today, written by our good friend Jim Llewellyn. So if you want to, when we're done here, go check that out. So.
Just scanning timing and scoring, I think. Whoa, awkward stuff there. Maybe the camera angle made it look like they were going to collide, but Michael Lewis is off pace in the blue RX-7. I thought for sure he was getting T-boned by a Mustang at turn 3. They made it out smoother than I called for a second there. Sanchez in T4 and Lowe in the blue Mustang, both having to navigate Michael Lewis, who's suffering another mechanical woe in the STU RX-7.
Yeah, it looks like he's looking possibly for a place to pull off and be as close to maybe a corner station here, running definitely off pace here. And he might be, they're saying the blue car's dragging something off the front. I'm hearing on the flag net right now. So I don't know if he got into it for a moment. Maybe in that situation, he got a little rear end or into the rear end of another car. Doesn't look like there's too much from our camera angle, but corner workers definitely have a better eye on that than we do. So it's interesting now that we've worked our way, Tom, 18 minutes into this race, and for a long time Tony Rivera was pulling away 2-3 seconds at a time. Now that's kind of stabilized, and the gap between first and second in ST has been right around 5.5 seconds here for several laps. I don't know, do you think that's the Ryland Hazelton car finding a little pace, or tires coming up, or do you think Tony Rivera is just kind of managing this car now to get to the end?
I'm going to bet the latter, just for two reasons mainly. I mean, the first, that is a former GT3 tube frame car that Tony Rivera sits in right now. Those cars are definitely more fragile out of just the way they're assembled, the way they're completely garage and home built, than a street car built into a race car in a lot of ways. So Rivera's going to know that. He works on this car and knows it inside and out. He's not going to push it too hard further than he needs to in a 30-minute race, but also the fact that they're going to start to work their way into traffic, I think that it's just going to ebb and flow. That's kind of probably what happened with Rivera's last lap, a 156.6 to Hazelton's 54.9. So Hazelton took a big chunk out of the lead last time through, and in fact appears to be catching this lap as well as we watch them finish sector 2 into sector 3. Rivera's car, I mean, he's cornering hard, he's pushing it, but it doesn't seem like he's going to keep pulling away just from this little couple corners that we're watching now, Brian.
Yeah, you can look at the times, and they've kind of stabilized up to 7-second gap, and now back down to a 5-second gap. So there's definitely something going on here. Not exactly sure what that is, but we'll keep a close eye on that. Traffic always an issue in these races, or at least a potential issue in these races, and especially with these big differences in the way cars make their pace, and definitely with the difference in the actual just regular pace from one class to the next. It can always be something you got to deal with. Some drivers do it better than others.
Little bit of either smoke or fluid coming out of the right side of Rivera's car in that camera shot through turn 2. That combined with the pace these last 2 laps, I'm not so sure that the RX-3 leading this race is particularly healthy, but we're fingers crossed for him getting through on the RX-8 lap traffic, one of our T4, I believe. STL cars. And it could be very simply that Tony Rivera just wants to keep Ryland Hazelton in his mirror so he can gauge that gap. But for 2 laps in a row, Hazelton has turned laps 1.5 to 2 seconds faster than Rivera. The S2000 is on a charge.
Maybe it looks like the last half a lap he's picked up the pace just a little bit. It looks like it's widened just a bit. We'll know when the stopwatch never lies. That is the old axiom of motorsports.
Very true. And then the headlights on in the background, Scotty White, that's your T3 leader. He was turning personal best and class fastest laps for the first 5 laps or so of this race. Now we're on lap 7. Things have stabilized, and he's essentially running the same lap times as Tony Rivera, the class leader, the race leader. Doing a good job in the EcoBoost Mustang.
I say let's wait till Rivera and Hazelton cross the line so we can take a look to see whether the gap is getting bigger or smaller. And then we will get ready to take our mid-race break here. Coming across the line this time, it's going to be Tony Rivera. Last time it was a 156.5. This time across the line, we'll get the new number here, a 153.9. So he's picked up his pace a little bit. Yeah. Hazelton is now back to a 4.3 second gap. So yeah, it definitely looks like Rivera has picked up the pace just a little bit. So we'll watch that for you, folks, and we'll have more for you on that when we come back from our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Buttonwillow Raceway Park. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, drivers. What's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Here at Buttonwillow, and when we left for our break, Rylan Hazelton was down by a little more than 4.5 seconds, and now that gap has dropped to 3.3 seconds, 3.6 seconds. So it's kind of an ebb and flow kind of situation here. Here are the numbers. As we said, the stopwatch doesn't lie. 3.6 seconds last time by, but you can see how it's fluctuated. Times 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds. You know, it's not holding steady. So traffic probably, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I struggle to come up with a reason for Rivera to be inconsistent as he is. I think there's definitely some management going on with the RX-3. I just don't know what it is. I don't know if it's something that he's banging his head against, maybe having to cycle the car, maybe having to deal with something in there that we're not aware of, or on the flip side of that, on the far opposite side, just managing the distance to the Red X2000 in his mirrors as best he needs to. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff that could be going on based on engine temperatures or something else.
Sure.
But Rivera is a super savvy driver, pro racing experience. I know that he's got it under control, whatever's happening in the cockpit of that car. Just difficult to tell from where we're sitting how severe it is, you know?
Right, right. Yeah, you looked at Hazelton's lap times, they were spot on, you know, really, really consistent, whereas the Rivera times were the ones that were a little more inconsistent, so.
Can say with confidence that Rivera is pushing the corners hard. So whatever it is, I think it's a drive issue, whether he's just lifting in straights or whatever. Every time we see the car in the corners, it is on the limit, starting to work their way through a peppering of lap traffic. They haven't seen much lap traffic, so I don't think the traffic is doing the inconsistencies. There's something else at play.
Yeah.
At least in my opinion.
Taking a look at our other classes, STL, your top 5, Jared Korth, Gavin Wardle, Bryce Johnson, and Amy Mills and Adrian Comstock. In T3 right now, it's Scotty B. White with a 19-second lead over Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez, then Ron Tamura, Michael Lowe. There's your 4 cars in T3. Now taking a quick peek at T4, there's 4 cars on the racetrack. Izzy Sanchez, Christina Etherington, Tony Karatsus, and Kayla Etherington. That's your 4 cars in T4. And then cycling back up to the STU class, which we've been following up front. Rivera, Hazelton, Sean Lovitz in 3rd, James Schlechter in 4th, Dale Shoemaker is in 5th, and Michael Lewis we've seen him really slow down with, I'm guessing, some sort of mechanical issue. He is still on the racetrack in 6th place.
Yeah, guessing that car just wanted to make half distance for scoring of points, etc. We just saw it peeling into the pit lane that time through, but this is the best battle on the track. This is for 2nd place in STL. Gavin Wardle and Bryce Johnson battling in their pair of Spec MX5s. These cars likely identical in every way, despite running the STL class here for extra seat time. And Wardle has picked up the position from Johnson in the early laps of this race, the black leading the orange, but he's not been able to drive away. Bryce Johnson keeping him honest, and both for a podium.
Yeah, I'm going to have to ask if these cars need to stay in regular MX5 trim to be in this class in the way that they're put in, or if they're allowed to make any changes between the 2 classes to give them maybe a little more competitive chance here.
Yeah, that's a great question I mean, it very well could be a Spec MX5s are eligible in this class as long as they meet all Spec MX5 rules.
Right.
So if you change it, then you might have to change a whole bunch of stuff. Or maybe you can just optimize it a little bit. The only thing you would really be able to optimize likely is taking some weight out to match the lower power.
Right, right. maybe a tire change because you don't have to use the spec tire anymore. That's a possibility.
Or
so
keep the heat cycles off your spec tire, put a different set on. There's the leader in STL.
Better reason, right?
A full straight up. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, especially if this were to have run before the Spec MX5 race, that would make a lot of sense. But since this is the Spec MX5 cars have already run, the heat cycles isn't as big of a deal. But definitely a consideration. 7 minutes 40 seconds to go here as we come to the last third of this race. Tony Rivera, now it's a 2.4 second lead over Rylan Hazelton. So it's an intriguing. It's not like they're right up racing each other, but the whole back and forth is added a little of like international intrigue to our discussion here. Conspiracy theories may fly.
I like that, yeah. This is the closest they've been coming through on a lapped car. That's the T4 FRS of Tony Karatzos, and it's going to put Rylan Hazelton in a bit of an awkward position around the outside into the gray. All that dirt around the outside of Edmondson Corner.
That is the RX3. One of those cars, if you do get a chance, and even, I should say even, Rylan Hazelton's S2000 car is a pretty cool race car too. If you can get up close to them, race, that is one of the cool things, is you do get to get up close to all these cars, take a peek inside, talk with the drivers. Very family-friendly, fan-friendly environment to be able to get up close to these. The RX3, I've spent a little time snooping around in that car, and there's some really fun stuff there. Tony Rivera's really done a nice job keeping that car, in the best way possible for a car that's basically being worked on and managed by him. So,
right, Tony and his dad, they definitely know their rotaries, and this car I think came into Tony's hands after Gary Bachman passed away. Wanted to race it exactly as it was, as best as he could. So it has the same livery, has the same essentially prep on it, but pushing it to its limits. Got moved from GT3 down to STU, or not down, but let's say across to STU. Melded in with that class, and so far it seems to be a really strong runner. That said, Hazelton a little bit closer lap after lap. Hazelton may not fully understand what's happening as far as the ebbs and flow. He's probably just driving his own race, but he's seeing the RX3 get ever so slightly closer lap after lap. It's going to be encouraging for him as they come into a little bit more of STL's and T4's lap traffic.
Coming up on the final 5 minutes in this race with 2-minute laps, I'm going to guess that after this time past the line, there'll be 2 more laps to go here. Is the S2000 a F20C, Tom? Do you know the answer to that?
I asked that question.
Oh, you were asking the question.
So that would the reason I asked is the Honda S2000. It comes with a 2-liter engine. You can do engine swaps, of course, for STU. But if it's an F20C, that's a new Honda Civic Type R motor. And that's I'm asking the person No Brakes Lifestyle who who was cheering on that motor, because if that's a swap in that S2000, that is a cool swap.
Yeah,
probably
definitely.
Putting out at least 300 horsepower in STU trim. I'd love to drive an S2000 with one of those engines in it.
Exactly. I'm like, yeah, that's a good question, Tom. Do you know the answer?
Yeah.
Clearly no.
That's great.
Now at 2.3 seconds, Berg Racer says he believes it's a SC 2.0.
That makes more sense. Yeah, supercharger on the S2000 engine. All the speculation aside, the gap has stayed very stable between these two cars, the top cars in the class for STU, the top cars on the track, Rivera and Hazelton. Hazelton still has, let's call it, next time by, they're going to get probably 2 more laps, so 2.5 laps total.
Right.
I would speculate to get 2.3 seconds closer to Tony Rivera, and then, of course, the problem becomes passing him.
Oscar Jackson Jr. says it's an F22C as far as he knows, and if there's anybody out there who knows his Hondas, it would be the Jackson Racing folks. So if this has been a managing the gap race for Tony Rivera, he's done a masterful job of just keeping Rylan Hazelton in sights, but not too close, and it has been really well done.
Yeah.
And if he's been managing an issue with the car, that's also pretty masterful as well. So let's see if he can hold on here for the last couple laps.
Just noticed in that shot through turn 10, this may not be relevant to our speculation of the car not being super healthy, but you could see the haze of heat off the back of that car more than any other car as he slips in the dirt through turn 1.
Yeah.
And Hazelton, for the first time, is within 2 seconds. It's actually 1.5 seconds between the two. Rivera seemed strong for the most of the last 10 to 15 minutes, but all of a sudden appears to be floundering a little bit.
Yeah, with that wiggle coming out of turn 1, maybe the tires are going away on that car. That could be the issue, and he's been just trying. But look, this is the closest Hazelton has been in the entire race since basically the drop of the green flag. So we'll keep an eye to see what's going on here, from international intrigue to exciting now, right now, for the final couple laps. There are some slower cars that they may come upon here, and look at this. Rylan Hazelton has gone around Tony Rivera, almost as if Rivera was standing still, so definitely not a good sign for that RX-3. Something's not going on right with that car.
No, and Rivera doing the gentlemanly thing to make it relatively seamless to get Rylan Hazelton up to the front of the field for the second time. He's looking to potentially sweep this weekend if he can hold on to it. Scotty White continues to lead Gamaliel Aguilar Gama. There by, it's a lot, 30 seconds or so last time by. The next car that these STU leaders are going to catch is the T4 leader of Izzy Sanchez in that FRS.
Yeah, it looked like Rivera had some pace coming down the hill, but then the gap widened again when he got in the corners, which makes me feel like this is more handling than speed.
Right. Yeah, it's odd stuff to try to speculate about. But
yeah.
You're right. Every time the car is turning right, it looks like the left rear of the thing may not be particularly happy.
Yeah. So now Hazelton with a 1.9 second lead coming out of turn 1, and it's even bigger now than 1.9 seconds when they cross the line. Hazelton makes his way around that slower car, no issues there. What a table-turning moment here in STU. Tony Rivera had led flag to almost flag here on the second to last lap. Did we see the white flag in the air? I do not remember. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Well, that would explain it. It was next time by, so I think we'll be white flag this time by. Well, they're calling the leader around. Turn up the flag net so I can hear it. You can see there is Rivera going around that slower car. Rylan Hazelton now through turn 7, over to turn 8. Oh, big wiggle. Is he out of fuel? No, he's not out of fuel. I think this is a handling problem, Tom. Because he seemed like he made good pace down the hill again, and then with that big wiggle coming out of turn 7, it really felt like a handling issue.
You're right. He was jerking the wheel back and forth as if the car was fuel starving.
Right.
Someone will have to give us an update. Maybe I'll shoot him or his wife a message after this and just try to put a button on it before we go off the broadcast, because this has definitely been a big mystery to us. But coming to the start-finish line, I think we may have lost our start-finish camera, but best we could tell, that was the checkered flag,
Yep,
right, Brian?
That is the checkered flag. Absolutely. I just heard the official call from race control. Checkered flag in the air. Your race winner, Rylan Hazelton. He comes from behind with 2 laps to go to take the pass and open up a gap of 3.8 seconds over Tony Rivera at the line. Scotty B. White is going to potentially here come across the line as your T3 race winner, and he does come in 3rd overall and wins T3. So a big move for him. Now we're waiting to see who is going to come across the line first in STL. It should be Jared Korth. Ron Lovett will come across the line next. Then Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez. He'll be your 2nd place car in T3. Now we're looking for the STL crew to come through, and here they are. Right there is the STL leader. That is Jared Korth up front, and Gavin Wardle right behind him. As they come on at turn 10, when they cross the line, on my timing and scoring screen will update. Then I'll know for sure. Don't want to speak out of office here. Speak out of turn. Yep, Jared Korth going to take the win in STL. Gavin Wardle will come in third. Bryce Johnson, it looks like, is fourth. And in third, I should say. And then Amy Mills will be the fourth place finisher in STL. Let's go through our other classes here, and then we will take a short break. There's going to be a little worker break here, so it'll be slightly longer. STL, we just talked about it. Korth, Wardle, Johnson, Mills, your top four there. T3, Scotty B. White, Aguilar Gomez, and Tanamura, your top three in T3. And finally in T4, Izzy Sanchez, Christina Etherington, and Tony Karatsus, your top three in T4. All right, that's going to wrap it up. We will take a break. When we come back, our Formula Continental, Formula FE2, Formula Atlantic, Prototype, and Proto 2. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Buttonwillow. Stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
So what is the Tire Rack SCCA Time Attack Challenge? It's Time Attack at its best. It's fast, it's fun, it puts you in the driver's seat at some of the best racetracks across the country. So you might be wondering, can I do Time Attack? Short answer, absolutely. On any given weekend, you'll find everything from a novice driver in their street car to a seasoned racing professional in a mean machine like one of these, both out here to have an amazing time chasing their fastest lap. Now I know what you're saying. John, my car's not ready for this. I don't have a Time Attack car. Well, the beautiful thing is, you do. We have classes such as Sport, where it takes hand tools to bolt on some minor modifications, to Tuner, where you get to do some adjustability with coilovers and add a little bit of power. Then Max, you take that, add wings, more power for pure awesomeness, and then you get to Unlimited, which is, well, unlimited. So what's a Time Attack Challenge weekend look like? Well, that's up to you. Whether you're here to get a new personal best, maybe get on the podium, or maybe your goal is that new lap record. Either way, you're going to get 2 days on track where you can chase your fastest lap. And then we're going to take a fast lap from each day, put them together, and that's your result for the overall weekend.
It's a great event. It's a great track. It's our second year here. We will definitely be back next year. We're from Dallas. It's a long drive to get here, but it's worth it. This place is great.
Dude, the event's awesome. These guys are so nice. And then on top of that, like, everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody improve, and it's just such a, like, the whole time you're here, you feel really good, you know. People are really nice, so I love it.
If you want to go the time trial route and put a clock on the car, everybody that's your competitor is also your best friend. You'll meet a new family here.
Sound like a good time to you? I know it sounds like a good time to me. So come join us. You'll find more information at timetrials.scca.com.
Back here live, 2 races to go here at Buttonwillow as we wrap up the 2026 opener of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Tom O'Gorman here with me this weekend. Greg Ginsburg will be back with us next 2 weeks from now at Road Atlanta, so looking forward to having him back. Jordan Worth, the director, having a good time. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype 1, Prototype 2. That's what's coming up next. And we are getting ready for our final 2 30-minute races of the day. And this should be a good one. Greg Labate was the class of this field for the last couple days. He's been up front the whole time in his Formula Atlantic Swift Swift 016 out of Redondo Beach, California. Tim Day Jr. has also been good here. He is also on the outside of row number 1. Moving on to row number 2, we have got Kevin Mitz and John McClintock. Both of those cars are prototypes. Moving on to row number 3, Joe Moran and John Manfroy, also in prototypes. Row number 4, 2 guys, Paul Marino and Tom Burt. Paul Marino put on a great effort to come and win yesterday's race. Tom Burt will start next to him on row 4. And then we've got Robert Armington and Sean Sarbacher in row number 5. And row number 6 is Bill Walshalager in a Formula Continental. Next to him, another Formula Continental, Greg Pizzo. And then in row number 7, who I don't think is going to make it out. I don't think he's made it out for a single lap this weekend. So Jim Davenport was registered, but I don't think he's here. So, Tom, that FE2 class yesterday, fun race to watch. Paul Marino ended up coming back to win that race in the end.
Yeah, they were the big battle in this group. But John McClintock this morning in qualifying went faster, and he went faster enough to put 2, not just 1, but 2 prototypes between himself and Paul Marino. So they're going to have a little bit, Paul Marino specifically, is going to have a little bit more work to do. That may all go away as soon as the green flag drops, depending on how much power these cars make and depending on when they get the jump. But the 2 cars that will probably have the closest class battle are going to start further apart than they have yesterday.
Right. Well, there's your entire field there on the short straightaway before the final 2 corners, before the really long straightaway, or at least really long for this racetrack. And they're all lined up nicely 2 by 2. Pace car is on pit lane. They'll come around the Erlinson corner onto our front straight here, and they will get, hopefully, the green flag. We'll go racing here. 30 minutes ahead of us for this race. Here the car's ramping up just a little bit. Green flag is in the air. Here they come now, down towards, wow, look at them spread out and fan out on this really wide front straightaway here. Let's see who comes through the first corner first. That looks like Greg Labate. Not surprised there. Tim Day Jr. wraps around to come in to the first corner, second place. And then after that, it's been, one car goes a little wide there, but it's able to keep it on the racetrack. And then we've got one of our Continentals coming up off the back there as well.
Paul Marino did a great job to get his start exactly what he needed. Those are the 4th and 5th cars in line right now. They're both open wheelers. They're both in class together, and they are now nose to tail. So he made quick work of getting those 2 cars between them out of his way. One of the prototypes a little bit off flow. I think that's the white store of Kevin Mitz looking to driver's right down this straightaway. But those FE2s, they look like they light up pretty quick.
Yeah, they were really quick off the first green flag here, and that was really important for Marino to get around those cars so he could be with his class leader, McClintock, going into and around on this first lap. And then you've got Labate there out front already opening it up here by a good little bit, but that prototype there is right there, not racing each other in class, so that's fine. But you got a couple of prototypes, a P2 car, and right there. So it'll be interesting to see where they are, where they cross the line here.
I had misidentified the white prototype in the battle there. That was actually John Manfroy, who was splitting the Formula Enterprises battle for just a moment. He's now gone past them, and he had a great blinding start yesterday before having to retire the car early. That white 08 running in about 6th overall is now just on the back of Tim Day Jr. out of Prototype 2.
Here comes your pack across the line for the first time. Labate in first, then Kevin Mitz in second. Tim Day Jr. drops down to third in his P2 car. John Manfroy, just what you were saying, up to 4th in P class. Then you've got McClintock and Marino as the FE2 cars, followed by Joe Moran. and Robert Armington, our first place car in Formula Continental after the completion of our first race lap.
Yeah, those Continentals have been spreading out, but Armington has been the class of the Continental field this weekend. They are the slowest class in this run group, so that's why they're down there. They're all running their own races with Wallenschlegel and Scharbacher. Wallenschlegel picking up one position in Continental there, but is this a new overall lead for the run group? It is. Greg Labate is, for the first time, not going to be the quickest car. He just got passed. I'm trying to identify the correct cars. They're both plain white. It's the 13. Kevin Mitz is your new overall leader.
Which is interesting because the fast car on the first lap was Mitz with a 143.3, about 0.5 of a second faster than Greg Labate. So he's now starting to pull away. And you're going to want to see if Tim Day Jr. can do something similar. Not quite sure what they did or what Kevin Mitz did to find a little more pace here, but so far early on, he is driving with authority here early on.
So much of these prototype cars is down to setup, and not just the setup to make the car go fast, but to be comfortable to drive. So if it was set up in left field yesterday and he wasn't comfortable with it, we also saw that car kind of build pace over the race. The driver's uncomfortable. I've been in a prototype car before like this, a Radical, in fact, that was set up very, very poorly, and it was terrifying. I mean, the speed potential is so high, and if you're not comfortable, you really don't want to be taking giant risks. As now Labate drops another position. John Manfroy is going after Kevin Mitz. The top two in prototypes are now the top two on the track.
So Mitz, Manfroy, Labate, and I wonder if because Labate's the only Formula Atlantic car, he let those two guys race because they're in class battle there with Manfroy and Mitz. That is a possible reason for that to be happening at this moment. Tim Day Jr. now in fourth. Drop back a little bit from Labate. And then we've got our two FE2 cars. They've got a little bit of a gap there between McClintock and Marino, which is kind of what happened yesterday, Tom. Marino's kind of hung back for the first half of the race and then started chipping away to catch up. And in the end, he found himself right there in the lead.
Yeah, Marino was the faster car at the end, and with this race being even longer, we have a challenge for the top of prototypes. It's John Manfroy up the inside of Kevin Mitz. Mitz with the black accents on the car. Manfroy with the solid white takes the lead.
Lots of action early in this race. Little, not as it happened yesterday, so we kind of got an expectation from yesterday's race how you think today's race is gonna play out. But you know, that's why we run these, because this has been nothing like yesterday's race. Can't really always predict what might happen here. Here they come across the line here after the completion of our third race lap. Manfroy, Mintz, Labate, Tim Day Jr. That gap between John McClintock and Paul Marino this time by is about 2.5 seconds. Pete Rose saying, "Let's go, Joe." I'm guessing he's talking about Joe Moran.
I was just going to point out, Moran is the prototype car, the rather large prototype that's following around Paul Marino, who may be a little uncomfortable knowing there's a car back there. We've talked a lot this weekend about how the mirrors can be really challenging in these single-seater open cockpit cars, and just knowing someone's back there. Right now, Greg Labate trying to go for the position on Kevin Mitz as he's got the Formula Atlantic starting to spin up into its own.
The other thing we're going to have to start thinking about here as we get a little later in the afternoon, as the sun starts to set here in the west, is the glare that these drivers might have to deal with here on some of our corners, go right up into the sun here. So that'll be something else that we might need to kind of take into consideration here as we dig ourselves through these last couple races here. So looks like Greg Labate has gotten back around Kevin Mitz? Yep, it does look like that. So now it's Manfroy, Labate, Mitz. So that's good news for Manfroy, as that puts a little bit of we had a car stop there in turn 8. Oh, and they hit one of the cones. So that cone now is right on the apex. I don't know if they actually hit that apex though, with how weird this corner is. Oh, we'll get a chance to see it here on our replay. Going into turn 8 here, that car, lost it all by itself. Good Oh, lucky that car didn't get high-sided on that curb there.
Yep. That was Paul Marino. We saw him have some brake lockup issues yesterday. It was all the front. That time he lost it from the back end. Locked the back just enough to bring it around on the decreasing radius turn 8.
Well, that'll be good news for John McClintock because that'll just make that gap a little bit bigger there. Yeah, Greg Labate put down a 1:37.8, so that was the fastest lap overall in this race to take over second place, and now he's got his sights back. Oh, wow. There was Manfroy putting a wheel off there, collected it barely just in front of Labate. That was definitely a character builder moment for the 35 car.
Yeah, did a great job to just keep the wheel straight, not ping-pong anywhere on the rough stuff. And now Labate's going to go for the overall lead. Down the inside at turn 7. Probably wants nothing doing behind the back of that car if it's going to be slinging mud at him and slinging rocks at him. Now back to the overall lead for the Formula Atlantic driver.
Yeah, I said that was a character-building moment for Labate, but probably for Manfroy also realizing that he was looking at the wrong direction coming out of turn 5. Wow, what a great catch there. So here comes your race lead. You're already coming to the back of the Formula Continental field to start putting cars a lap down here. Only 21 minutes left, only about 9 minutes into this race. So he will start moving through. Now we've got Labate, Manfroy, Mitz will come across the line in third place. Tim J. Jr. in fourth. We've got one Formula Atlantic and then a couple of prototypes before we get to our first FE2 car, John McClintock.
Talk about character building moments. Joe Moran also had one down in turn 8 when Paul Marino spun in front of him.
Yeah.
Covered about half the track before he looped it fully around. So that prototype driver is third in class and will maintain the 6th position overall. Ooh, tight stuff there as John McClintock comes through on, I believe, Greg Pizzo.
Now, Greg Labate. You know, I wonder if this is one of those situations we talk about all weekend where it took a little bit of time for the tires to come to temperature for that Formula Atlantic car, because now there is no pace that the prototypes can come up with to meet him. I think maybe with the extra downforce and all of the help that the prototypes get, that maybe they're a little better on the opening laps.
They also have a lot smaller tires, which are going to heat up much quicker. You see the big, especially rear tires on the Formula Atlantic, are going to take a little bit more time. This performance ceiling on the Atlantic also higher, much higher power output. Those cars running generally in this one, it doesn't have an engine listed on our timing and scoring, but running some version of either Honda, maybe a Honda, but either a Toyota or a Mazda Formula car engine out of a street car built up for racing. So it's probably a lot of car to handle on these cooler tires.
I gotta tell you, some of these cars are lifting off to make a gear change right outside our door here. And when they make that little rumble, it is the coolest sounding thing.
So the race for prototypes is still hot. John Manfroy has a 1.4 second lead over Kevin Mitz. In some of our classes, that sounds like a lot, but in prototypes, that can evaporate very, very quickly. Tim Day Jr. is the third prototype in shot here. He's the dark black-colored car with red accents out of prototype 2. So a smaller power output, a lighter weight, but ultimately lower performance ceiling on that car.
Well, things kind of sorted themselves out, Tom, the way you would expect them to with the classes structure that we have in this race. In theory, the Formula Atlantic should be our fastest car here. The prototypes just maybe slightly slower. The P2 cars even slightly slower than that. And then the next in the pecking order should be the FE2 cars. And for this moment, at this time, on this racetrack, they've all kind of assumed the way that the natural selection has happened here.
Oh no, Kevin Mitz with a mechanical issue coming out of turn 6, pulls hard drivers right and is rolling down the hill. If he has no drive, I don't know where you go in this section of track, but that is heartbreaking for our second place driver in prototype, who is having such a good battle, is going to ease his way across the track safely. Nicely done. And we've seen plenty of safe hot toes this weekend, so I would expect, knock on wood, that this will continue to go green, but that's heartbreaking for Mitz.
Yeah, if he could get to off track, even if he can get like 5 feet off track there, they could probably just leave him there. Problem is there's a whole bunch of water there to the left, where if he got out of the car, he'd have to walk all the way down to the flag station, which we can see on the right side. That tire barrier there is the flag station at turn 7. And they will definitely not leave the car on the track there. They'll have to go do a hot pull on that one. There's your race leader now coming through turn 2 and 3 again with 18 minutes to go here in this race. It's Greg Labate with John Manfred right behind him now with Mitz pulling over. That's going to elevate Tim Day Jr. to second place overall. It's also going to kind of give the one car that could pressure John Manfroy is gone now at the moment, so we'll see if Joe Moran can take over that. But Joe Moran doesn't seem to have the same pace even close to Manfroy. That yellow flag there at 5 is to cover the car that's pulled off, the Mintz car.
You're right about that for Moran, now in second place in prototype in that larger car. It appears larger on camera anyway, than Norma. But you're right, 4 seconds, maybe 3.5 seconds difference in fastest lap from Manfroy down to Moran. So they're not probably going to compete on the track as far as wheel-to-wheel goes, but Moran will pick up a second place if he can finish this one out. And then we mentioned John McClintock leading now comfortably over Paul Marino's spin, and Robert Armington leading by about 16 seconds in Formula Continental.
Hearing race control talk about what they're going to do with that car there, so haven't heard a definitive answer, but I imagine they'll go get him. There's your race leader coming through that 9-10 complex onto the front straight. And now I know what they're going to go do with that car, sending out one of our rescue vehicles to tow it to a safer spot. Hopefully the cars there will heed that waving yellow so that they can get that done safely. Do I see, is there something in the middle of the track there, Tom? Just on the inside, right there? No, it's just a glare on my television monitor. Never mind.
Go.
I'll shut up now.
The good news is that with that where that prototype ended up, where Mitz's car ended up, it's in basically the safest place you could possibly be. You have a huge sight line to it.
Right.
You have lots of width of the track there, and for the hot pull as well. I mean, this has worked out pretty well for most of the situations we've seen this weekend. Very much spread out at this point for the field, though.
Yeah, and the tow vehicles here for Cal Club are beastly in big size, so that you can't miss them. All right, we're coming up on halfway here, so let's take our break. When we come back, the rest of this race and one more after it. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here from the circuit at Buttonwillow. Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here live at the circuit of Buttonwillow, and we have ourselves a bit of a tete-a-tete going on here in Formula Continental. Robert Armington in front, Sean Sarbacher in second, and this is the closest Formula Continental cars have been all race weekend.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second at the line. This is good stuff between the two. These cars running, essentially it's Formula F with some wings on it, if my understanding is correct. Obviously a little quicker in every way. Here comes Wallenschlegel up the inside, trying to fill the mirrors on Sarbacher. Sarbacher is the dark-colored car, number 3 in the front. Wallenschlegel in the white, the 0 car.
So it's
Wallenschlegel, not Wallen. Excuse me.
Second
Brian,
and third place battle that we're looking at, not first and second. Okay, that's good. That is our closest battle on the racetrack at the moment, so we'll keep a little eye on those guys here, Sarbacher and Walschlegel, and it gets me the chance to say my favorite name of the weekend, Walschlegel.
There you go.
And look at
Up
the Cal
onto the front
Club
straight.
hot pole extraordinaire here, grabbing that car and pulling it all the way around to pit lane without having to go full course yellow. One of the best EV crews in the nation here at Cal Club, and I'm not just saying that because I get to share beer with them at the end of the race day. They truly are. If you do as many of the races as we do, these guys top-notch, guys and gals in our EVs here. Very good job. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. And I had misidentified these cars. Bill Walschlegel is the car that Walschlegel picked up second position. He is the black car. Sean Sarbacher lost the position. He is the white car. So they're coming at us now down the run from turn 4 to 5 with your overall leader, Greg Labate, passing them on driver's right. Now knifes under for driver's left at turn 5. A little bit of overlap between the classes here through 10 minutes remaining in the race.
Yeah, and the next car to try to come through on them is going to be John Manfroy. The good news for both Labate and Manfroy is that there's really no one that they're racing against, so they can take their time and not really interrupt this Formula Continental battle and just be nice and easy getting through because they're not really racing each other and neither one of them are being challenged for position. But there you see, I believe that was Sarbacher. Oh, did they make contact? Oh, it looks like they did. Oh, look at the front wing on the Sarbacher car. That is definitely askew.
Yeah, Sarbacher was making moves up the inside for the last 2 laps down the straightaway, made a really late move here, deep on the brakes, and just as they left our camera, it locks up. They locked tires for just a split second. Luckily, I think Walschlegel got away with that with basically no harm, no foul. Unfortunately, the front wing of Sarbacher's car, that may force a retirement as he's now running it over.
I wonder if Walschlegel was obviously paying attention to the faster prototype coming through and didn't really think Sarbacher would toss it through down there. Now that wing's completely gone on the front of that car. So that might be a piece of debris we need to look at somewhere between turn 8 and turn 9. Hopefully that's not in the racing line. Coming up on 9 minutes to go in this race. Final third race minutes of this almost second to last race. Well, it is a second to last race. Because I certainly wasn't expecting Sarbacher to throw it in there.
No, I mean, those cars were pretty far apart the last time we saw them, so something developed that got them closer together, and then when they got racy, I think you're right, just a miscommunication, including the lap traffic. This is your leaders coming at us now overall. Greg Labate in the Formula Atlantic. That's the open wheel car being followed by John Manfroy, who's having a great day 2, race 2 here in the prototype. And they are dodging something. I just noticed they all drove far left pretty quickly after what I can only assume some debris was put down between those Formula Continentals in their contact.
Yeah.
Look at them driving off turn 7, driving hard left.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all negotiating around something there. Oh, and that looks like Joe Moran being a little slow through there as well. I want to see if we can get that turn 9 shot to see if we can see off in the distance if where the wing came off. I don't see it anywhere in this shot, so it's probably between 7 and 8, and that's what they're trying to drive around.
I think he ran it over. I think he carried it in under the left front of the car. If I saw that correctly coming into the pit lane. Unfortunately, a retirement for Joe Moran as we speak of him. But yeah, the contact for Sarbacher, I'm pretty sure he brought the wing in underneath the car after it fell off.
That's awfully courteous of him to clean up his own mess.
Right.
Thank you very much. We'll start calling him Mr. Clean. Sean Sarbacher. 7:47 left to go in this race. John Manfroy just put down the fastest lap of the race with a 1:37.483. So he's gone purple. And look at him making up time. Right in front of him there is Greg Labate. Again, neither one of these guys are racing each other for class time, but there is bragging rights about winning the overall.
Sure, and once you hit the flow state, I mean, if he's getting into the rhythm of the car and it's feeling good, the car's just getting quicker and quicker, he's pushing it harder and harder, that's a great place to be. But if you have somebody in front of you that you're catching because of it, it's double motivation.
You can see the times right there, starting in the 140s on lap 9, then he dips a 141, and then he's like, let's put the afterburners on, 138, 137. So great couple of laps there for Manfroy as he goes on the hunt for Greg Labate in front.
It's almost like he cleared the halfway mark of the race and just went, all right, now let's go.
Yeah, now if the car grenades, I'm still going to be a finisher. Let's go for it. So, yeah, all good there. Check out Socket, the monkey there, right there. Our mascot at turn 2. He's had a great, I mean, that's a great view of yeah, no issues there. Big puff of brake smoke there. And is that now, I think it looks like that is Manfroy just got around Labate.
Sure did. We have a new overall leader.
No issues at all there. Very easy pass it looked like, although it looked like there was some brake lockup. I think that was Labate maybe doing a brake lockup.
I think it was actually Manfroy might have gone bowling down the inside, and Labate almost had to dodge him.
Oh my turn.
Yeah, exactly. But they got through clean, and now Manfroy leads the race.
Let's hope he didn't flat spot a tire too badly as he tries to hold on now for the final 5.5 minutes here, pulling out a little bit of a lead over the second place car, that Formula Atlantic. Out there, people don't look like they're driving around it too much anymore, so maybe someone cleared it off. Maybe it could have been just some dust or some minor debris from that incident.
Right. With the retirement for Sarbacher, that's going to put Greg Piso up into third on the podium for Formula Continental, which is still led by Robert Armington. Armington well over the lead, and now a little mistake for John Manfroy. The 08 goes wide at turn 9 or something happened there. He just let Greg Labate get back past. So those two swapping the overall position, but it doesn't, I mean, it's a clunky little race between the two of them as they're either making small mistakes or whatever else is going on. The prototype back to speed though. No issues for Manfroy that we can tell after that little hiccup.
It's been rather adventurous for two cars who really had no class battles for the entire race are giving us a show here, which has been fun. Under 4 to go, waiting to hear from race control whether we're going to get the next time by this time last time by, or if there'll be one more after this one.
This time last time by, or next time last time this time by?
That's what we're going to find out. You say potato, I say potato.
It's after 7 p.m. here. I'm getting slap happy, Brian.
That's okay. That's okay. Hang with me for one more race, Tom.
Yeah, no, this is going to be good. John Manfroy appears to have lost whatever rhythm he had found.
Yeah.
He might have just come out of the tracks a little bit as he's now slipped back a couple more positions. The car looks like it's, for the first half of the lap, looked like it was at pace. Doesn't seem so happy now.
Three minutes, 30 seconds to go. If we don't get it this time, we'll definitely get it next time by. Ooh, there we go. Look at that little move there. I might have hesitated and let that car go through 10 without me going under it, but he made the move, made it stick, no problems at all. I'm always trying to figure out in these closing laps here how to minimize my chances for disaster.
Right. There is a lot of that.
Oh, wow. Is that Labate slowing down? No, that's one of the Continentals.
Right. I think that's Piso. lapping in third. I also just noticed last time through, John McClintock out of Formula Enterprises 2 continues to lead, just set his personal best lap of the race last time by. So that gives him now up to a gap over Paul Marino, who had the spin and resume, but it's now over half a minute between the two.
That said, Marino's been able to hold on to second place from the other cars in that class. So even with that spin, in the end, no one has to know how the sausage was made. He'll just be able to go home with a second place trophy. And if no one watches our broadcast, they'll never know what happened here to him. But that's considering he had the spin to come in home potentially in second place here. It's a nice showing for Paul Marino. 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go. Still ahead, we've got our final race of the day, our big bore classes, our GT1s, GT2s, Touring 1 and Touring 2. So that's always a fun one to watch. So don't go away. We're not done yet, folks. We're going to hold on to the Super Tour here on the West Coast with the steely grip of our hands for one more race.
That's a good one. That big bore race with GT1, GT2, Touring 1, Touring 2, and American Sedan. And GTX. That race was really cool yesterday, and now, unfortunately, it looks like John Manfroy has gone from bad to worse. He's going to retire the car, pulls into the pit lane on the left side here on lap 17.
Well, and with Joe Moran retired and Jim Davenport not taking one, and Kevin Mitz retired, he'll win this race from pit lane. So that's good for him. And I wonder if that's just a decision also.
Yeah, it's possible. If there's communications from the team, potentially he would have known. But something about the car seemed unhealthy. He was lapping 3-4 seconds off the pace for those last two laps trying to get it around. So that car on screen now, Tim Day Jr. becomes your new second place runner overall. Third place overall becomes your leader from FE2. There he is, John McClintock.
And if I remember correctly, that feels a lot like how we finished yesterday. Let me pull up yesterday's finishing results. And as we finished yesterday, it was Labate and then Kevin Mitz and Paul Marino. So who was wrong? 26 seconds to go. We should get our checkered flag here now next time. So lots of adventure for Greg Labate, but in the end, same result.
Yeah, this turned into a race for survival towards the second half. Pretty surprised at, I think we're going to see 5 DNFs total. Well, I guess we shouldn't count Jim Davenport. He's a DNS. But everyone else, a couple retirements there. Greg Labate comes through to complete. Did we say the checkered flag out, Brian?
No, they just started the last lap is what I was just told.
There we go.
So he should be coming down towards turn 4 maybe right about now, 3 or 4. There he is, turn 2.
Good call.
I'm hearing the flag that's telling me where he's at, so I'm not that special. I've got help. I've got my other associate producers in my ear. Here he comes for the final time this weekend, the number 35 Formula Atlantic out of Redondo Beach, California, the Swift 015. Swift race cars were built here in Southern California back in the day. As a matter of fact, one of our flaggers used to work for Swift. Now he builds rockets.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, pretty awesome. It's the second rocket scientist I know. A couple more corners here. All he's got to do is make it about another half a mile, 3/4 of a mile, and Greg Labate is going to take his second first place trophy of the weekend. It's an easy. Bringing it home. That's going to be the most adventurous, non-competitive first place that I think he's probably ever had. All over the place, but here we go. Been fun to watch. Greg Labate. He's going to take the checkered flag here at Buttonwillow. A little while behind him here, it's going to be Tim Day Jr. will come across the line in second. And I believe there is Tim Day Jr. right there, followed by John McClintock right behind him. That's going to be your winners in FA in Formula Atlantic, the Prototype 2 class, and FE2 right there. Nice job by everybody. Let's run through the classes real quick, and then we'll take another break. Our final break of the day. In Formula Atlantic, we had Greg Labate, as we said. In Formula Continental, it will be Robert Armington, Bill Walschlager, and Greg Pizzo. Then we look at FE2, John McClintock, Paul Marino. Tom Burt didn't start the race, so it's just those two cars at FE2. Our prototypes, John Manfroy basically survived his way to victory lane. Joe Moran will finish the race in second place. And Kevin Mitz, I don't think he ran enough laps to become a finisher here. And then finally in P2, our only car there, Tim Day Jr. We'll take a short break. We come back, one more. Don't go away. This one's going to be a fun one. GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2, Group 7. Up next. We'll be right back.
Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
That's what I'm saying. I wonder how low they can go. We're going to be okay.
We are live at the circuit at Buttonwillow with all of my good friends here. Tom O'Gorman, Jordan Worth, Brendan Kazmarek, all of our associate producers as we get ready for our final race here, our resting race. Let's get going, Tom. Let's get through our grid for probably the loudest, least resting cars we're ever going to hear here. This is our GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, T1 and T2, our pole sitter, Michael McElhannon and Michael Lewis on the front row. Row 2 is going to be Tim Carroll and JC Monet in row number 2. Then we've got on row number 3, Bettine and Rocky Crocker. Moving on to row number 4 is going to be Sean Berardi and Igor Lyutzin. And then row number 5, Guy Leidig and Rylan Hazelton in row number 5. Then we've got Josh Carroll and David Holmes in row number 6, both in the Corvettes. This is the start of the Corvette gang. Ole Thorson and Greg Nestor in row 7. Row number 8, you're going to guess it, more Corvettes, Evan Gold and Patrick Howe. Now row number 9, we've got the Porsche 981 Cayman of Mose Koper and Michael Cheney in another Corvette in row 9. Row 10, Scotty B. White in a Ford Mustang in a T2 car there. Luis Martinez in a Chevrolet Corvette with him on row 10. Row 11, Ross Murray in the A Sedan Ford Mustang. And next to him will be the GT2 Porsche GT3 Cup car, Robert Kelly. Row 12, Ed Gless in a Pontiac GTO. Robert and Michael Lowe in your A Sedan Ford Mustang in row number 12. And do we have a row 13? I think that is it. Very good. That is going to be your starting grid here for our final race of the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour at Buttonwillow's The Circuit. 30 more minutes of ground-pounding action, Tomo.
As always, I can't help but look for the cars as you read them off. Michael Lewis missing from the grid, so Michael McElhannon may be uncontested here in GT1, but the battle for GT2 and Touring 2 for sure are going to be good. And our job is to keep all of the white, gray, and black Corvettes straight in our mind. Josh Carroll will lead the Spec Corvette contingent in Touring 2 to the green flag and try to do anything he can to impede, slow down, whatever he needs for Rylan Hazelton in that red Civic Type R TCR. It really thundered off into the distance once it got some heat in the tires and some rhythm going. But I think the Corvettes might be a little quicker with all the torque off the green flag. We'll see.
We'll have 30 more minutes of racing action. It's been an absolutely beautiful weekend. Chilly in the mornings, but our afternoons have been nice and warm. Sun has been shining. Not as much wind today as yesterday, Tom. We experienced some of that yesterday afternoon. So pace car is in pit lane. Most of the cars lined up 2 by 2. Almost hit 70 degrees, Tom. Here is our front row. It's going to be McElhannon and Carroll coming across for the first time here to get us down to turn 1. And there is Josh Carroll coming up on the outside here. Oh, going to get squeezed just a bit. He decided that discretion was the better part of valor and let that Mazda out in front of him through.
Yeah, he's not really having much of it. Big woman in front of him. It's a tank slapper.
Tank slapper. Is that car sideways? How is that car not sideways, Tom?
That was really, really hairy stuff for David Holmes coming across the nose of Josh Carroll. Carroll was having none of Gad Leidig in the RX-7. Off to a bit of a slow start in that GT2 car. And maybe not really giving Carroll a lot of options. So Carroll is going to lose the opportunity to stick to the back of Rylan Hazelton right off the bat.
Wow, that was basically a wreck that happened but didn't. Unbelievably good car control to be able to keep that car going in a straight line. As we continue on now, pretty much single file down towards turn 5. The green and black Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo has been a really big mainstay here in this GT1 class over the Super Tour for the last couple of years. Michael McElhannon knows how to put the power down. Lots of aero, which is really good for this racetrack in particular. And he is right now pulling away Tim Carroll in second place, JC Monet third, JC Monet third. And then you've got Ben Valentine in that Dodge Challenger. done a pretty good job this weekend to stay up towards the front there in that GT2 class. We'll see if they can all keep together here as we watch the Huracan pull away here. Even on lap 1, it's going to be probably a 4 or 5 second lead here. Of course, those are different classes, Tom, so McElhennon's in the GT1 car should be faster than the GT2 cars.
Correct. So the next set of cars on the track, Carroll, Manet, Valentine, Crocker, Berardi, Houston, all in the same class. Those are GT2 cars. And Valentine has a lot of pressure from Crocker and Berardi. They're running really, really close quarters for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And then we get back to the battle for Touring 2. But there is the battle for 3rd in GT2. It's 2 Trans Am cars and a Porsche Cup car splitting them. Feeling pretty defensive for Rocky Crocker in the white Porsche down the inside of turn 2, and a lot of smoke on Tim Carroll's car. Was that lockup? I don't think so, because it happened well past the apex.
Unless he just came in way too hot and stayed on the brakes way too long. Oh, looks like he negotiated the corner just fine, so we'll see if we see more smoke out of that car in the subsequent laps.
Here comes Rylan Hazelton in the TCR Civic. He's got the GT2 RX-7, Guy Leidig, who got a little bit of chrome horn in turn 1 at the start of this race. Now in GT2, we have a little bit of a move from Sean Berardi. Gets around the inside of Rocky Crocker, putting himself up into 4th.
Yeah, and Hazelton probably wants to get as far up in this field to keep as far away from the Corvettes as possible, because those cars, they make pace together and they get hooked up. And Hazelton has had some really good runs this weekend, so he's trying to continue that streak going on here. He's got one GT2 car between him and Josh Carroll, so that's what he's hoping to stay. That GT2 car is that Mazda RX-7 that we saw early on that front out of the in-car camera that we were looking at.
I imagine the Civic is much quicker as far as mid-corner speed goes, more downforce, more prep, more modern, of course. That's a factory-built race car, built in Italy, and then you purchase it the way it sits right there. He didn't build that in his garage that way. Unlike the Corvettes, you buy whatever Corvette you can, put whatever Z06 motor in it that you need, and come out Spec Corvette or T2 racing. That's what the rest of the class is looks like Scotty B. White, we didn't mention him on after the grid, but looks to have packed up and gone home, likely because he was racing his T3 car here in T2.
Yeah.
I don't think he's on the track right now. No.
Yeah, but he had it out here yesterday, which gave him at least part of the points for the weekend needed to be able to put that thing out there for the runoffs. You know, and a lot of times these guys will run off the setup for the Super Tour racing, but when they get to the runoffs, they have more time. They can change cars better between one class to the next. So it'll still be more on pace when they get to the runoffs, if they get to the runoffs with that car. So,
well, sure, you can save yourself bringing 2 cars too if he's got 2 different cars, but you can just use one to qualify in a higher class. You need a certain number of starts on a certain number of weekends, so if he just got his start on a weekend here, nicely done. We do have a good battle forming here between Sean Berardi and Ben Valentine. There they are in turn 7. Valentine in the Challenger, Berardi in the Camaro, and Berardi's got a run coming out of turn 7. Looks to the outside, not quite enough overlap to do anything with it this lap. But I think that number 9's pretty quick right now.
Yep. And McElhennon continues to have an easy weekend here now with no Michael Lewis here. He's just turned a purple lap of 141.177. That's opening up a pretty big gap there. And that is, let me take a peek here. 141.177 is a new lap record here. I don't know if he may have gotten a lap record yesterday, but that is faster than the Michael Lewis lap record that was set on the earlier this year, the race last month. So that is definitely getting it hooked up and getting it done here. There is this battle here with Ben Valentine and Sean Berardi right behind him in the Corvette. So you got American muscle against American muscle, and then German engineering trying to catch up from behind. Doesn't look like Berardi has much for that Challenger. He's able to stay there, 2 or 3 car lengths, but he's not catching it all. They're just pretty much holding station here as we work our way through the first third of this race.
It seems difficult to create an opportunity to pass at this track. It's better to wait for somebody to make a mistake if you can. We haven't seen a whole lot of just raw, I'm going to make a pass now type action this weekend overall, I would say, which is a tough challenge for the drivers. The other driver having a good run right now is Igor Liustin, who is in the black and red. That's a C6 Corvette just at the back of that shot. He had a DNF yesterday, not a DNF, but parked it at some point during the race yesterday. Catching up to Rocky Crocker. Pretty menacing looking car there, really wide.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, seeing that big Corvette coming up behind you when you're sitting in the Porsche is you're like, okay, how am I going to keep that thing behind you? But the Corvette's not really catching him at the moment. Doesn't look like. Looks like they're both putting down decent laps, but Rocky Crocker's last lap was a 150.002, and then the Igor Leitzen lap was a 150.213, so about 0.2 faster for the Porsche.
I'll tell you, Brian, yesterday the Spec Corvette field in T2, all these C5 Corvettes streaming through the final two corners, they were running in really close packs of 3. There were 2 different packs of them. And this race, they've spread out by quite a bit. There's the first of them running second, and that's Josh Carroll. And a couple of out-of-class cars before we see David Holmes now driving through our camera frame. Ole Thorudsen, Greg Nestor, Evan Gold in that order. Here comes one more of Patrick Howe. But they're really not in close quarters today.
No, they were nose to tail lap after lap after lap yesterday, and now there's, what is it, maybe 7 or 8 car lengths separating each one of them. So,
with this race being effectively only 5 minutes longer now, but it was scheduled to be 10 minutes longer, I think there's a little bit more car management, especially with those fairly stock C5s. So this could still take some shape. We saw yesterday, Ole Thorudsen was really fast at the end. As well as, I think, Greg Nestor, if my memory serves, drove forward towards the late stages, or was it David Holmes? Either way, these cars look like they become a little bit of a handful in the last 10 minutes of a race.
Yeah, and it's tire management more so, I think, than anything else, because talking with the Spec Corvette group out here over the last year or two, the one thing that they taught these cars and why they're so popular is that once you put it together, they don't overspin the motors in these cars. They don't do anything fancy with the transmissions. And you basically just, if you show up, put tires and gas in the car, change oil every couple of races, and they just drive the things. And they don't come up with very many problems. You don't see them breaking down very often, which, is pretty much as economical a racing as you're going to get. Once you put the car together. And I was looking once on one of the Auto Trader sites. You can find the platform cars to build these. There's bunches of them, and they're all in the $10,000 to $15,000 range. So it is, nothing's cheap in motorsports, but it's a good way to go racing.
Especially for how fast they are. And the best part is you can take the stock seats out, because those are terrible. Have you ever sat in a stock C5 seat?
A long time ago.
Okay. Not something to write home about, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, they're sports cars. They're not supposed to be comfortable, right?
Right. Evan Gold starting to close up on Greg Nestor there coming through turn 1. Looking back at, this is your leader in GT2. Tim Carroll has a huge lead built up over JC Monet, and we have a Porsche moving slowly. I think that's Robert Kelly, maybe working on a potential retirement in his GT3 Cup car.
Oh, we got a slower car going through turn 8 there. Yep, and I'm hearing they're calling, it's the 9 car and it's leaking from the rear.
Oh boy, that's Sean Berardi, who's running 3rd or 4th in GT2.
See if he pulls off on the pit lane. My guess is the answer will be yes, and yep, that's what it looks like. Oh, 98 car. I'm sorry. We had two cars with problems. The one that just came on pit lane is the 98 car, but the 9 car was also leaking from the rear of the car. It's the same place as yesterday, so that might be a known issue. Maybe a breather or something on that car that likes to likes to do that. So, but the car we just saw go to pit lane was the number 98 car, and that number 98 car is Robert Kelly in the GT3 Porsche Cup car. He's gone behind the wall, so his day is done here. Coming up on 18 and a half minutes to go here, our final race of the weekend. We'll take a minute here, take a second here to thank all the folks out here that help us put this race on, all of our track volunteers, and I always miss one, but I'll go through as many as my brain can spit out right now. Our grid workers, our timing and scoring folks, our corner workers, tech workers, worker services, stewards, and sound control. I'm sure I'm missing someone here, but a lot of people it takes to put these races on. Almost all of them are volunteers. A big thank you to Cal Club for hosting our Super Tour. Hosting the Super Tour is not a tiny deal here, folks, and all of the regions that help us do that throughout the year. We thank them a lot for that. So, and of course, the national staff back in Topeka and those who also come and join us here. We appreciate all of them. I won't throw out the names because I'll miss someone important, but a big help to them as well, and a big thank you to them as well. And it has been a good weekend. Of course, our competitors, our drivers, our crews who come out. If they don't come out to races, then there's nothing to watch and nothing for you and I to talk about, Tom.
Speaking of that, I missed when it happened, other than it happened last lap, but Sean Berardi in the number 9 got by Ben Valentine for GT2. That's the final podium position, the final step on the podium. So Valentine in the Challenger, he's still right there. They're only separated by a second and a half, now navigating Sector 1. But those two cars, something happened. Here they are on camera. That's the gap between the 3rd and 4th place cars in GT2.
Yeah, there you have it. Valentine's trying to hang in there, but it does look like Berardi's pulling away just a little bit. Got to wonder if maybe he made a little mistake or had a little lockup and that opened the door. Because for the longest time, it didn't look like Berardi was making up any kind of... He was just basically a couple 3 or 4 car lengths back and not getting any faster and not getting any slower, so...
Right, agreed. Just pulling up their lap time ticker. Ben Valentine did have one lap that was about 2 seconds off pace, so maybe he made a little mistake.
Yep.
They're on lap number 6. Dropped down one position on that lap as well, so that tells us some of the story. But I think Valentine is the quicker car, only barely so. Last time through, he was quicker by a half a tenth. It's almost nothing.
Yeah.
This race isn't over.
It's almost nothing, but it's not nothing. How about that? Chew on that for a minute, Tom. All right, just under 16 minutes to go, pretty much halfway here. So let's take our final break of the weekend, and then we will have you all the way to the end of this race. We'll be right back, everybody. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Buttonwillow.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Ugh, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Hagerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done.
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Back here live at Buttonwillow, final laps of our final race of the weekend. You just saw our race leader go through our screen there. That is the Lamborghini Huracan of Michael McElheen. He has got a commanding lead in this race over second place Tim Carroll in GT2. It is well over 25 seconds, might even be 30 seconds. The race to watch, though, is this GT2 class. We've got 6 cars all in line here. Not all of them are terribly close together. Tim Carroll, J.C. Monet, first and second, but the battle between Ben Valentine and Sean Berardi has been watching. Valentine held third place for much of the first half of the race, and then Berardi got around him, and it seems like he's pulling away a little bit, Tom.
He certainly has, and this other battle that started to form is for 4th place in Touring 2. It's all the C5s, starting with Ollie Thorson, then Greg Nestor, Evan Gold are pretty close together. David Holmes is the first car there, just leaving your frame, and then Thorson, Nestor, Gold are especially those two for 4th and 5th. I just saw a slip from the back left of Greg Nestor coming off of turn 3. That's the first show that the tires are starting to let go just a little bit on the back of these C5s.
All right. Well, they're coming back to be that familiar pack-ish kind of racing that we got used to yesterday, so my emotional support Corvettes are back with us now.
There you go.
11 minutes and 30 seconds left to go here as we come to the end of our first race weekend of the Super Tour. Sun's starting to set here in the Central Valley of California. Lake Ocho, as Tom so aptly named it early in the weekend there. That is turn 8 with the little pond in the middle. You know, it's like, VIR's got Oak Tree. We now have Lake Ocho. Although Oak Tree's gone too.
Buttonwillow, you can sell merch with that, but I do need 10%.
Very nice. I'll work that. Yeah, I've actually created Old Guys Can Go Purple Too merch.
That one's that's a little much.
I love that. No, it's all good. For those of us who are old guys, we resonate. That resonates with us. On board here with Josh Carroll, we had him early going into the green flag here. A lot of mess in front of him and a little bit of a wreck that almost happened but didn't happen. Back here now with him, and he is ahead of him. We are looking at Rylan Hazelton in the car in front of him. I think that is the TCR car there. And looking out the rear, the second car behind him should be Guy Laddick in the Mazda RX-7. Also good opportunity to take a peek on the dashboard. There is our Flagtronic system that we use here, our remote flagging system. It's a supplement to our flaggers. That'll turn yellow when there's a yellow flag, red, black, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, mandatory for the Super Tour this season, which helps a lot.
Yep.
Go ahead, Brian. Excuse me.
You're right on board. They're mandatory for the Super Tour. Vet group we were just talking about coming through there. That is the Josh Carroll car that we were just on board with coming through with Guy Laddick behind him. There was our leader of the race coming through in that green Lambo. Now he's starting to navigate traffic, but that's not keeping him and slowing him down because he's now extended his lead to 32 seconds over Tim Carroll here. Again, different classes, though. So Tim Carroll's really more worried about J.C. Monet, who's 4.5 seconds behind him. Much more worried about that than the car in front of him.
And it feels like this race is waning a little bit with 9 minutes to go. But remember, yesterday, J.C. Monet got involved in some contact in the last stages of that race, which promoted Ben Valentine up a position at the very, very end. So the drivers cannot start to slip with their attention span. They can't start to slip with the decisions they make, because even at the very, very end, of course, one slip up or one wrong choice could end up kind of damaging the whole race.
Yeah, no question. 8:25 to go as we wrap this thing up here. Sun's starting to dip, so glare could be coming. You see the long shadows there as they come through turn 3, exit of turn 3 and onto turn 4. So the place where the sun would be in their eyes is going up the hill towards turn 2. And then as they make the turn in turn 5 is another spot. And then also going in to turn 8 is another spot where the sun will be in their eyes. So they just came through. You can see how the shadows are there going through 5. This may be my favorite corner on the racetrack, at least from a visual standpoint here, Tom. Get a nice up-close and personal look at these cars.
And that bull run through turn 5 up into the braking zone of 6, that looks like a lot of fun.
It is, yeah. I had one of the school driving instructors take me through a hot lap here, and he'd been on this track a lot of times, and yeah, you need to have really figure it out to get through that part quick. And here we go, 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go here. There's that. I think that's the. Where are we at here?
Turn 10.
Yep. Well, I know. I'm trying to figure out which car that was. I believe that was the TCR car coming through there of Ryland Hazelton. I knew which quarter.
Yeah, sorry.
I asked the wrong question. That's my problem. I asked the wrong question.
I'll tell you, here's the well, first of all, the GT2 leader just got held up a lot by one of the T2 cars. I missed which it was, but I think it might have been Evan Gold. They just couldn't quite get around each other, and now Carroll has JC Monet much, much closer. There's Monet in the red Camaro, mostly red with some white accents. The orange Camaro, the Trans Am car, Tim Carroll is the leader, but also Ollie Thorson is getting a little bit closer to David Holmes for the final podium position in T2. That's the 2 white Corvettes driving at us now. So a pair of duels heating up here. Thorson doing the smart thing, giving Carroll no option to go up the inside. He actually protects the inside preemptively, running the outside of turn 5 just a little bit on the exit there, and will get himself a nice clean run down this back straightaway. These TA2 cars, plenty of power, but a C5 Z06 motored car also does. Look at that, JC Monet not able to power around the 171 of David Holmes down the back straightaway. You would think that would happen so easily, but these Corvettes are slippery and they're quick. Now finally, Monet is going to get up the inside for turn 8 and set his sights on the orange car of Carroll.
Yeah, and you would think that the more purpose-built race cars, the GT2 cars, will handle better through the corners, but they're also heavier. Corvettes are pretty nimble as they get around this racetrack, and these guys also have a lot of experience here on this racetrack. So, doing a nice job, giving a good showing here. All right, under 5 to go here in our final race of the weekend. Bringing it home now, Michael McElleen is just trying to make sure he has no issues. And as being the only GT1 car in the race, even if he were to pull in right now, he'd still be considered our race winner here. Or at least in his class, if nothing else. Got a 42-second lead over Tim Carroll in GT2. Take an opportunity here to give a big thanks to all of our associate producers in the chat and everybody who's tuned in throughout the weekend. I really appreciate you watching. Hope we're providing some fun on a Sunday afternoon. one's just trying to get her home now. That gap between the GT2 third place car of Berardi and Valentine now up to 12 seconds. And there are your times here between Tim Carroll and JC Minet. About 1.7 seconds difference this last lap. But look at how that gap has gotten much, much closer over the last 10 laps, or over the last 5 laps, I should say. Starting with a 5-second gap, now down to 1.7. So traffic has been part of that. But Minet's really been having a good run here in the last half of this race.
To give you an idea of what they might be dealing with, all of these GT2 drivers are lapping at least 2, some closer to 3 seconds slower than their fastest laps set on the fresh tires. So things are hot and hairy right now for the drivers behind the wheel, having to hold on to these big machines. The other driver that really rallied that lap, Evan Gold, is going to be at the back of this shot coming into the front straightaway turn 1 area for T2. That's the battle for 6th. He had gotten a little closer to Ollie Thorson, who has the red wheels in the middle of this pack, but these drivers just kind of taking chips out of each other here and there, but it's all working out to be about the same thing.
Yeah, there is your... Now we've got the Corvettes packed up here late in the race. They were that way for the entire race yesterday.
They were. Excuse me, that was Greg Nestor at the back of this pack here. Gold is a little further back.
Well, there's Nestor and Gold here. We're looking at those gaps. It was 1 point. Oh, now we're looking at the Thorson Nestor gaps, and it's a little bit, really tight. And it hasn't changed a whole lot. It started at 0.9 seconds, then a little wider, and now it's back to 0.9 seconds. So Nestor is hoping to maybe be able to get around Thorson for the 4th place here in the next, lap and a half, because that's about all we got left. Still waiting to hear the white flag lap coming, but I haven't heard that from race control just yet.
Awkward timing here for David Holmes. Had to make a lunge late on Michael Lowe. He's the black Mustang driving down the far side of the straightaway. He's going to slot in behind all these T2 Corvettes, very gentlemanly there. But Holmes, Thordarson, and Nestor, I mean, they're one slip away. They're all so close now. Actually, it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a 3-car pack down into turn 8.
Yeah. There you go. All right, next time by for Mike.
Cutting that distance. Go ahead, Brian. Excuse me.
Yeah, just say next time by for Michael McElhaney. It'll be the white flag lap here. So we've got a lap and a half probably for these cars. Oh, well, 2 full laps for these cars as they come through. So a little bit of fun left to go for these Corvettes. They want to hold on as we get through our final few laps here. GT2 cars may have been losing some tire grippage here in the final lap, slowing down, but the Corvettes haven't seemed to have any problems at all. They're just doing their thing.
They're running very similar lap times.
Yep. More late in the day, beautiful pictures here on the DriversEye live feed. Looks like the next car across the line is Michael McElhaney, last lap here, so this is the time to get it done here. So a lap and a half for these cars, because they are going to get the white flag next time by for them. So still some time to see some passes here in our final laps here. Anybody going to be brave and throw it in there to try to pick up a position? Oh, look at that. Almost tries to put the nose in going into 3, but I think he thought a little bit better of it. Now the drag race down to turn number 7. One more shot to put a corner in there. That's a GT2 car there. Our leader of the race, turn 5 right now, so he's coming down for the final time here. About 5 more corners to go for Michael McElhaney to take a second win of the weekend here.
Probably having an absolute blast working his way through all these slower cars in that super capable Lamborghini, working his turn 8 around Lake Ocho for the final time.
There you go. Lake Ocho now down Lurdo Straight. 2 more corners to go. First turn 9, then the Erlinson corner here, our first named corner at Buttonwillow. Here he comes, now onto the front straight. He will take the checkered flag here. Flag to flag victory for Michael McElhannon here in GT1. Now we're going to have a whole host of GT2 cars come across the line. If nothing changes, it'll be Tim Carroll, JC Minet, right there in that Camaro right there.
Oh, they're close, Brian. They were really close.
They were much closer than we expected, right? And there they are right there. There's Minet and then Sean Berardi. Oh, Carroll and Minet. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right, we're going to wrap these up. Let's get through our couple more cars here that I'll give you each class's top 3 before we wrap it up. Let's start with A Sedan. We had 2 cars. Ross Murray will be our race winner, and Michael Lowe will finish 1 lap down. Take a peek at T1. We had 1 car there. Ed Glass will be our race winner in the GTO out of Ana Cortez, Washington. GTX, we had 1 car there. Mose Coper, he will win that in his Porsche GT 981 Cayman. And GT1 and our overall race winner, Michael McElhannon and Michael Lewis did not come out to race with us for this particular race. GT2, Tim Carroll's the race winner. JC Minet, Sean Berardi, Ben Valentine will finish 4th, and Rocky Crocker 5th, followed by Igor Liutzin in 6th, and Guy Ledick in 7th. And then let's take a check-in with our T2 class here. Rylan Hazelton, Josh Carroll in 2nd, David Holmes in 3rd, Ole Thorson in 4th, followed by Greg Nestor, Evan Gold, and Michael Cheney. Our next Super Tour coming up here, rounds 3 and 4 in 2 weeks. It'll be Greg Ginsburg and Tom O on the call from Road Atlanta, and that's going to be a big one, Tom.
I cannot wait for that. It's going to be such a good time with huge fields. Looking forward to the 2027 and 2028, runoffs recently announced, which probably put some people in high gear to hurry up their off seasons and be ready to be racing that first weekend of March down south in Atlanta.
All right, that's going to do it for us here. A big thank you to everybody watching at home. Also, Jordan Worth, our director. Our executive producer is Brendan Kazmarek. Tom O, thanks again for being with us. Welcome to the production team here on a regular basis. I'm Brian Bielanski. That's going to do it from Buttonwillow Raceway Park, the circuit. See you in a couple of weeks from Road Atlanta. Hey, you guys have a great weekend. Stay safe and go play with cars.